Hear me.
Now I can hear you. We're live. Welcome everybody to the Sleestakians show. Sorry for being late. My head was spinning earlier. I could hear you a second ago. But now I can't hear you anymore.
It's so weird.
Hear you?
Your audio is very distorted. Can you hear me still?
Um, I'll just restart it and come back.
Is
My phone restarts real quickly. This happens every once in a while because when I'm on the phone, I stream from the phone. So I'll be right back. Sorry about that.
it's like 100 echoes.
Oh well, yeah, that's the problem with StreamYard right now. So I'll be right back. Sorry about that.
No worries. This is so weird. Like the whole thing's echoing. Well, welcome to Sleestakians Reunited, everybody. If anybody's watching, I'm not even sure if you can hear me. This is very, very odd.
Can you hear me now? Is there any audio? Hmm. Not hearing anything now. Yeah, I'm having some problems streaming from my phone. Can anybody hear me in the chat? Looks like good evening, Mike Brown. Can you hear me? I can't tell if anybody can hear me. Can anyone hear me? Question mark. Oh, so you can hear me. Well, welcome, Mo. Oh, okay. Welcome, Timberghini, Hiawatha, or Shep, um, and Mike, and Mo.
There, now can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, dude, this is so weird. Like, I was just
Yeah.
saying on the stream here, I feel like just recently they separated YouTube by like geographical region. So I got a CA for Canada beside my YouTube symbol now.
Oh,
And
wow.
I feel like they're just doing I would call it isolation. They're trying to slow down communication from country to country
Yeah,
or something, I
there's
feel like,
a divide
honestly.
and rule thing going on. Like, I notice people are just arguing over silly stuff on Twitter too.
Yeah, so there's a lot of shit going on right now, and it's not even silly stuff, honestly. There's some pretty serious stuff going on in
Oh,
the world. I'm not gonna try to bring any salt to the chat here tonight, though. I know you guys are usually about animation and stuff. I was just seeing if you guys could even hear me at all, because if
yeah,
I
yeah. There's all sorts of horrible things going on, like with like comics.
oh yeah,
There's
all
like
that
all these
drama,
divisions
Yellow
and stuff.
Flash.
People are splitting up and over stuff that I don't even understand exactly what caused it. But there's something new each day, it seems. And then there's
Yeah.
a bunch of horrible things going on in the world as well.
Well, here's a story that'll kind of put it into perspective, I think, for a lot of people. Um, Basically, when things aren't right at home, you can't be a positive light to the people around you, basically, and nobody has a happy life nowadays. And I shouldn't say nobody, but a lot of people are feeling the hurt of the economy and stuff nowadays. So people are just going to argue more and more, and then especially being online, nobody has
Yeah,
a muzzle on their mouth when they're online. So
yeah, that's true. And especially like with Twitter, it's so any like anywhere you can I mean, it would happen with Facebook as well, but Facebook at least gives you a bigger character limit. I mean, unless you pay for Twitter, it's and nobody's going to read a super long tweet anyway. It seems. But hey, Shadow Hawk Talks, the Shiny Hunter.
yeah, and on the topic of Twitter, there, hey guys. On the topic of Twitter, there, it's really interesting all the hooker bots things we were talking
Yeah,
about there. Because holy shit, man!
they,
Something that actually
they stopped
concerns
working
me.
out as far as I'm concerned. I used to
Something
be
that
able
can,
to just block them, but
yeah.
I mute and block them. But now what I get is whenever I get a bot. Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh no, I was just gonna say it's definitely AI. Like it's
Oh,
unstoppable pretty much. We'll block one and there'll be 100 more.
it's like and not only that they'll take they'll take me or some crypto scam. I'm assuming it's a scam because it's they're using a bot, alleged scam, but they'll take me, and then another bot will then tag me again underneath that tweet. Has that happened to you? Because it's not just one bot.
Hmm.
It's like they're like tag
It's
teaming me or
it's
something.
it's crazy to be honest. Yeah, they're
It's
overlapping.
like a menage a trois going on, I guess. Of
100%.
and crypto pots and all this.
It's
Yeah, and I think it's because after Elon bought the company, he was trying to get rid of bots, so they just got bots that were not really more artificially intelligent. I'll say, you know,
something that actually kind of
more,
concerns me today. I had this random like Chinese woman message me on the Twitter, and I don't even know if she's Chinese. Chinese. She said she is Thai, but she had a very, I don't know, it seemed from the Chinese mainland kind of name to me. And yeah, it seemed weird. Like she was just trying to get information out of me or something. I should have never
yeah,
replied. And then she like asked, she like told me her supposed name and stuff. And then I was like, sorry, I don't know who you are. I'm not gonna tell you my name. Like this is getting weird now. Talk to you later.
yeah. And
But
welcome, Carrie. Welcome to the chat.
hey,
Thanks,
Carrie.
everybody. Yeah, I appreciate people showing up. I appreciate you showing up, Tim. I know you said you wanted to go on the show, but this was such short notice. So I was pleasantly surprised that we were able to get this to eventually work, despite the technical difficulties. That's which is another weird thing.
Yeah, and that's another weird thing too. Like any comments I make on any channels, like on Hargrave's channel there, it wasn't appearing on the screen of his chat or anything, but you guys are all commenting. I don't know if you can see the thing I've been sent on the Twitter thing. I feel like everything's lagging for me for some reason right
I
now.
can see you on Twitter, and I can see your comments in StreamYard. Um, I, I I'm not sure if I can. I can't really see things with YouTube exactly. I mean, I can see the things on YouTube as they go through StreamYard. I'm not sure how they actually appear on YouTube itself because I'm on my phone, and so
Hmm.
I can't have another tab open to be
So
able
the
to.
thing that concerns me about that person that messaged me I was talking about too is right after I sent out a mess or a couple tweets like asking people if they can see my tweets, nobody's replied, and then they just messaged me like a crying face, like laughing emoji face, as if they're laughing at me trying to communicate with people. I feel like.
Who
I
knows,
can't say
man?
what's going on, but maybe,
It's so
maybe
bizarre.
paranoia is getting the best of me. But it seems really strange that it all happened like subsequently here.
I'm like I've been you saw I was posting some like some historical lecture about the other day about oh, it was just about like the history of like a, s- uh, like a scholarly view of like the history of like Judaism, and I guess it would be the Samaritan religion as well. Like like I can't think of the name, but like the goddess. There was supposedly a pull to the goddess that Solomon had put in the temple, and they blamed it on his wife and everything in the story. But it's weird to see though, like the responses, like people.
People are just freaking out,
Well, like
arguing. Or
yeah, one person sent me Rabbi Tovia Singer, and he's from like Outreach Judaism, and it was like he was just saying something about the Book of Mormon, like that's like, and the person who sent it to me was uh oh, it's a friend of the show, and it's like, well, how do you feel about this? And it was like, well, I don't have a problem, because I think Tovia Singer was saying that he sees the New Testament the same way like a lot of Christians would see the Book of Mormon. And it's like, well, okay, that's fine,
oh, I don't know. Honestly, that's a fair way to look at it in my
Yeah,
mind. To be
yeah.
honest with
I
you,
don't,
And
I
that's,
don't see, I see it kind of like a remix or something, like Jesus was, Jesus is quoted as in a lot of things about the Gospels and stuff. A lot of stuff, a lot of very similar to a lot of the stuff in the Old Testament, and you
I
get
think,
similar stuff in the Book of Mormon. So
yeah, definitely.
it's
Book of Mormon actually, it's really funny. I got a neat story for you about Mormons. Years ago, I was moving into an apartment, and I had a friend helping me, but he could only be there for a certain amount of time. Eventually, he had to leave. It was a really hot summer day, so I was like covered in sweat, moving all my shit. And then all of a sudden, these guys show up in these suits in the apartment building, and they were like totally looking at me. And I thought they were gonna try to like recruit me or whatever. That's hilarious, Carrie. Is that for real on Twitter? You get dick pics?
oh
Yeah, I
yeah,
better not lose track of what I'm talking about here. These guys are like,
oh
they're
yeah.
totally like casing me out. I felt like they're gonna start talking to me, but I tried to kind of not make eye contact, and then
Oh, did they offer to help? Because
yeah, they came
yeah,
back and
yeah, because there's so much time. I've heard that there's so much
yeah,
like time that like that the elders, these
yeah,
missionaries,
it was these older kids, and I couldn't
yeah,
believe it.
they
Not
don't
only did they
want
want to
to
help,
talk without having something to do, and so
and
like,
as soon as they offered to me, like honestly, I felt kind of weird that someone would just offer randomly like that. But
oh yeah,
straight up,
well,
the first thing I said to him, I was like, "You guys seem pretty trustworthy. Why not?"
yeah, yeah. Well,
And
that's
then
the thing is, this is what I've heard from like listen to podcasts like from return missionaries, is that it just there's so there's just sometimes they just have like this extra time where they're and and
no, that is their time. Their job is literally just to serve God, and while they're doing their job, basically. And
yeah,
honestly, it made
yeah,
me gain a
I mean,
lot of respect for them. I learned
yeah,
a lot about the
I
church. I never ever once attended a single sermon at the church or anything, but I actually went and played street hockey with them a bunch of times in the parking lot. It was
oh
pretty cool. And
yeah,
they're all in their
that
suits while
sounds,
I'm playing street
yeah, that
hockey
sounds
with
like
them too.
fun. Yeah, Mormons can be fun to hang out with. I got a couple of friends.
It was
I got a
amazing.
friend who just converted, and it turned out that another friend of mine that I had lost contact with like a couple decades ago, lost contact with. He's a member of the Latter Day Saints as well. And it's like, oh, well, that's cool. If it's helping out in someone's life, I'm
Yeah,
not
people
gonna.
always need community. The one thing I learned though is you are obligated to give, I think it's 5% of your income. Is either 5% or 15%. And that was the one thing, especially where I was like, this is kind of odd.
Hey, Kevin.
And I
Yeah,
had to
there's
like,
not any sort of financial transparency either. Like
Yeah, so it's like, where's the money
so
going?
so it's interesting because the Book of Mormon talks a lot against priestcraft, which that's the term I hadn't even known about before before interacting with Mormons, and it's against like priests getting paid, but they're and this was something I think a lot of Latter-day Saints don't even realize, but some of the guys at the top, they do. I mean, like the general authorities do receive a stipend. They do receive, some money, some compensation, which I actually don't like have a problem with. I just think
I
it's
don't
kind of odd that it's not just. But it just people should just. I just wish they would say the church leaders would say, "Oh, but by the way, we okay, well, the ordinary priest and the bishop, I don't think it's paid, which I think the bishop is like, I don't
do
know if
you
he's like kind of the head of the priest of a particular ward or congregation or how that works.
I couldn't tell you. Are you aware of any of the history of, like, civil wars in the US and stuff with them?
Well, I know that there was what do they call it? I think they had something called the Mormon Wars and stuff. Yeah, there
Yeah,
was a lot of
there was a couple. They actually almost
the
they almost
Missouri,
took Utah.
the war with the Missourians.
Utah almost became its own country pretty much. That's why it's called the Beehive State. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, it's there. There were a lot of there was like a lot of well, the Latter Day Saints would settle in an area, and then I think they tended to maybe vote in blocks. I don't know if that's I don't know if I'm phrasing things right. So there was a lot of, but there'd be a lot of tension. Like the Latter Day Saints, I think they were trying to live communally, and they tended to vote a certain way, and had certain ways of they like prefer doing things, certain
Kinda Amish,
religious
kinda like
rules.
culture, I guess.
And I think that pissed people off who was like who they were in the surrounding areas and stuff.
There's so much religion trying to dominate each other. One thing that really struck me about the guys that helped me move too, though, I gotta say, is they were all such straight shooting guys, and they were very knowledgeable. And one of the first things that I asked them about is I was like, "Have you guys seen the South Park episode about your church?" And dude, like, they all laughed as soon as I said that. They're like, "Yeah, we've all seen it.
That was
We've
so
actually
funny.
watched it in our church together." I was like, "No fucking way." Like, it blew me
Yeah,
away when they said that. And not only that, there's this one guy, his name was Elder Northcutt. This guy was really fucking smart. I never knew when they first ran that episode, I guess the church knew they were gonna run it, so in all of
that's cool.
Utah and every state where like they have a pretty good prevalence, I guess, they ran advertising side by side with the South Park episode just because they knew like any media or any publicity is good publicity
Well,
basically.
I heard that with the Book of Mormon musical by the same, guys at South Park. Was it Trey and I can't think of the other guy's name.
Matt
No
Stone,
one blinking out after decades of watching the show.
Trey Parker, Matt Stone.
Yeah, Trey Parker, Matt Stone. Yeah, it's so I know that there was a in the Book of Mormon musical there was an ad saying something like "You've seen the play now check out
Sorry,
the thing" or what I can't remember exactly how it was phrased, but it was clever.
is a
But
South Park play thing or
go ahead.
sorry, is a South Park thing or what kind of play is
Well,
it?
it was the Book of Mormon. It was the Book of Mormon musical that was a Broadway play.
Huh.
Oh, you're not familiar with that? The thing
No.
is, I can understand why because it hasn't been as far as I know. I don't think it's been adapted into a movie. So or anything. So like unless you're in a play in like in a place where they are actually showing that play, which I think they're like maybe show it like on Broad. I think it's showing on Broadway in New York, maybe they show it in London, or maybe they have a, you know, you're not really going to. Yeah, it's I haven't seen it. I've just heard some of the songs.
Here's something else
Like,
interesting too. I learned, like I did go inside. Like I never went to an actual sermon, but of course when I played hockey there, I went inside a couple times. I always got to piss a lot, so I used to wash him a few times and stuff. But it was interesting to me too, like their actual temple, not like the church where they have
oh
their
yeah,
church
the
sermons.
temple.
The actual temple that was beside it, no women are allowed in it at all, and you had to be. Oh, I'm not sure who just joined the chat here.
Well, they have and welcome, Captain
Hey,
Cummings.
Philip.
They actually they actually
Hello.
they actually do have I'm kind of confused by this because they have see these sealing ceremonies where these weddings in their temples. So I don't not
But
quite
that
sure.
that may be the case. I'm not sure about that, but all I know is the one bishop guy there, whatever the head of the church was there the one night, and he explained to me they actually give you a card. Literally, they give you a little fucking like ID access card, but you have
Oh, that might be the temple recommend.
it's like the main like temple building, not the church or whatever. And like this one, I don't
Yeah,
know if you know where Langley, BC is in Canada. You obviously don't, I'm sure, but that's the town
no,
it's in, and it's a beautiful freaking temple they built there, man. There's nothing else like it built in like all of the entire province here, pretty much. The whole thing is granite stone structure, all beautiful stained glass. This thing must have costed so much money to construct,
yeah, yeah,
but
They- yeah.
yeah, basically no women allowed, and you had to be like vetted by the bishop guy. He had to like sit
You do
down with
need
you
to
and ask you
get
like a bunch of questions and shit or something. I don't know the whole process, but
you do need to get vetted, but they do have they have things like what's known as baptism for the dead, which is someone being baptized on behalf of someone who passed away, because they believe that like uh
I hear a nice
that
mechanical keyboard.
the people who passed away are are in spirit prison, I think. If they passed away and they weren't baptized into their
Oh yeah, they
church,
do have something. Well,
their
that's
spirit,
another interesting concept. They have like a concept
yeah,
where if
they
you
believe
never learned about God, that's actually one thing that I made me respect him, because like I had a question for a lot of religious people, especially Christians, where like imagine you're some Islamic guy or whatever, and you were only born into that culture. You grew up. It doesn't matter what culture or religion it is. We'll say fucking Buddhist, doesn't matter. You grow up in that culture and you've never learned anything else. You never had a TV or a phone, so how do they expect you to be someone who knows about the Bible or anything and believes in it? And if that's their belief, you have to believe in that to get to heaven. Then, if you think about it, you kind of got to give people another chance at that point or something. Like I don't know how else you would tackle that.
We'll say Thomas
I'm
Aquinas wrote about that.
a member of the Orthodox Church and in the Greek jurisdiction, but I'm not ethnically Greek. It's a multi-ethnic parish or congregation or whatever you want to call it. But I remember one priest was like, "So what happens to that guy who the coconut falls on his head? And then he dies, and he never heard the gospel." But he didn't. He was like,
Yeah,
he didn't necessarily. I think he said that, well, that's up to God to judge
yeah,
or
pretty
something like
much.
that. But
We're all going to be
I
judged.
don't. Captain Cummings is studying Catholicism. I
Yeah, I'm
don't
in RCIA to join the church, and hopefully, you know, on Easter I'll get baptized and confirmed into the church.
Yeah,
But
that's traditional too. Is to
yeah, that's
baptize on Easter.
hmm
I always
I
get
watched it last year.
That's
huh?
interesting. So let me get this straight for 1 second. You're attending Orthodox Church, Lorenzo, and Philip
Well,
Catholic, technically,
I
or you
haven't
have?
been able to attend in quite some time. The church itself moved like to a different city.
Yeah.
I mean, a nearby city, but it's still like 20 minutes or half hour away, and I have
So I
no
grew I
like
grew up
being there. I mean,
I was just gonna say, I grew up always going to Baptist churches, and that's what I
Oh,
That's
traditionally
what I
go to.
grew up.
But the last while, I've really started to like a lot of Mennonite people. I like the way they're so community based and stuff, honestly. And when I was out in another province here, Alberta, I never really got to talk to these people. But there's a group of people called Hutterites, and they have like a couple little towns
oh,
out there where it's like straight up like Amish communities. They're living very old
yeah, yeah.
school.
They're related, right? They're Anabaptists or they're rebaptizers. They didn't come up with that term themselves. I think that was kind of like what Belzer's called them.
I guess people now you could call them like extreme Christian or something. I don't know really. I don't know if they have like stronger rules, more devotion or something like that, or what their basis is. But all I know is they seem like really cool people, and like their restaurants were like beautiful. They had this gas station restaurant business on the side of a road, and like they had the biggest parking lot. It would always be jam packed. There'd be like 20 people standing in line just waiting for food in the restaurant, and they would like grow everything locally too. There's like nothing shipped into the restaurant or anything. It's all grown and made on their farm and stuff. So
Oh yeah, we got people at the food co-op who I haven't seen them lately, but they used to come in and the women had head scarves. But that's actually even there's women who wear head coverings like at least in church, like in the Orthodox and Eastern Catholics and well even some Western Catholic women
Yeah.
wear it. But
Yeah,
that's very traditional
it's
for a
not as
woman to
predominant anymore.
wear a head covering.
I guess it'd be called a veil, Philip, or
Yeah. Somebody had a really awesome veil the other day. I think it was it was Christmas, and it had Mary and Jesus like embroidered on the veil. I was like, that is pretty beautiful looking.
I feel like this is
Yeah,
a
there's
different
not a lot
stream
of
tonight. We're
beautiful
going all
women.
religious. Where's all the animation? Where are you guys drawings and stuff? Where are the giant boobs?
I've been reading
Oh,
One Piece all day. Well, at least at the gym.
I've
Like
heard I've heard that's really good. Everybody
Oh,
seems to like it.
it's so good. I've been reading it for like a year, and they have like 1,000 issues.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And so I'm on like 700 now after a year of reading.
For me, even just one graphic novel is intimidating.
Well,
That would be hard work.
I do the app,
That's hard work.
so I read it on my phone when I'm at the gym, and
I've
it
only
only
ever
costs like
read
$3 a month.
I've only ever
Oh,
read a few novels like from front to back in my life, and the only one that ever really intrigued me, as funny as it sounds, is The Art of War. I read it like 5 times probably now, and like just with the direct English translations as well. So it's even hard to understand sometimes because it's not like the translations don't work out, but it is amazing, man. I think every single politician should be like required to study that book by law, because actually in the Chinese Communist Party, I don't know if you're aware, they are actually required to. And actually a lot of corporations nowadays, actually they want their CEOs to read the book and understand it as well, because if you can understand all the tactics in the book, The Art of War basically is totally applicable to everyday life and business tactics and stuff like that too. Just knowing when to attack, knowing when the time is right,
The
stuff like that.
American military uses the German style. I can't remember what the name of it is off the top of my head. I'd have to Google it. Ghostface.
Well, I'm sure they just study The Art of War as well, because like if you go to like, oh, TJ,
wait, TJ, we can't hear you. You're kind of muffled sounding.
he's got a muffler on.
Yeah. Sounds like you're in a tunnel.
Got a big old tobacco pipe
A
in his
lot
mouth.
of so I was having a problem earlier with my audio as well. I had to restart my phone.
Oh, nice.
What were we saying? Oh yeah, at like West Point and stuff. I know they study like all tactics. Like, have you ever seen that TV series Band of Brothers?
Yeah.
There's the one episode. I think it's the first episode when they take out those 88s in the beginning. Oh no, it must have been like the third episode. It's when they first
That's
go
when they
in
actually get to, because it starts
go
off
into
in
combat.
basic.
Yeah, I was just thinking that with David Schwimmer there. But when they get into combat and they go on their first drop there, and Lieutenant Winters guides them and stuff, that's an actual situation that happened, and that
I forgot how
particular.
intense that scene was, and I watched it. I was like, oh my goodness, this is like this action is intense.
Yeah. It's very well made, that series. I haven't watched it in a while. The only thing that got annoying with that series for me was like the contrast between the scenes. You'd go from extreme chaos to then like he's sitting there on his typewriter It's like,
I
dude, just give
know.
me the whole scene in one shot. I want to see what happens. I don't want
I
to
don't
sit here
think I've
for an
made it
hour.
all the way through because I always get busy or something, and then I start back over like years later. So I'll make it like halfway every time.
Is it that intense?
It's really intense.
Yeah,
It's good though, man. It's very well made, very high quality. Tom Hanks was actually one of the directors and producers. Not that he's really popular anymore, but
He
man,
used
it
to be
was
like
actually
one of my favorite actors, but
used to be since the news came out recently. What's he doing in Greece? What the fuck is he doing in Greece?
oh, he's Greek Orthodox. He converted to he married a Greek lady.
He
Yo,
moved
can
to
you hear me?
Greece and he renounced his American
We can sort
citizenship.
of hear you, TJ. You're echoing a lot.
A lot of people are theorizing he's running
Can you
away.
hear me now?
I like
Am I
I like
echoing
your
now?
thing.
Well, hold on a second, TJ. Can people hear TJ? I can hear him, but you're echoing. You might need to restart your phone. I had to restart my phone because even I was echoing.
Okay, so I'm echoing now. I'm echoing
Yeah.
now.
you sound
That's
better.
good. Yeah.
You sound a little bit
Is
better.
that? I'm good. I'm good right now. Stop it. I'm good. I'm good, right?
It sounds like you're talking into your shirt or something.
Yeah. I got my hoodie on. I'm walking to the store. You know what I'm saying? Because the store is so close.
Right? I thought you were having okay. Because there,
Yeah,
I
the
thought
store. So the store. Listen. I've been drinking, and it's easier for me to walk to the store than drive and catch a DUI. So I'm walking back to the store to get another bit. You understand?
I'm glad to hear you're walking and not
Yeah.
drunk.
Yeah,
It sounds
I caught a DUI a long time ago, man. That shit ain't cool. You know
sounds
what
like
I'm
a
saying?
sound
I'm glad
plan.
you're being responsible.
Yeah. So look, right? Have any of y'all watched Echo?
No.
No, I'm
Okay,
not.
I haven't either. I know I'm changing the topic, but fuck it, I'm changing the topic.
What's
I know
Echo?
I'm
Is that
changing the
like a
topic.
new Disney series or some shit?
Yeah, I haven't watched a Disney series in a very long time.
It's
I
funny you
haven't watched
mention
a
it. The
Disney
only
series.
reason I know is because somebody on Twitter the other day tweeted about it, and they're like, "This show is already dead on arrival. I haven't even heard anything about it. So what is this show about?"
It's
Check it
like
out.
a
Check me out.
Daredevil deal.
What?
Check me out. I haven't watched it. I haven't watched a Disney show in a very long time. I gave up. You know, like fuck Marvel, fuck Disney, all of this shit, right? So
I
look,
have
right.
no idea what you just said. Okay.
So Echo is about. I guess I ain't even know. I don't even know the character, but I guess it's a deaf character, and I happen to have two deaf cousins. The females, they're deaf, new sign language. The only reason I'm about to go and watch this shit because I can't believe their main complaint about this show is it's criticized. I'm gonna watch it to see if it's good because complaints don't really add up.
As soon as you
Oh,
start talking,
You
you're
went right to
wrong.
robot right when you got
Yeah.
interesting.
yeah, bro. As soon as you start to get to the point,
Yeah,
you
look.
know
They're fucking complaints, right? The complaints don't add up, which is gonna make me watch the show because the complaint says, well, it's too much sign language in it and I gotta read it. And I'm sitting here thinking, oh, bro, if the show is about somebody, if the main character is deaf, are you mad that it's sign language in a show that's about somebody that's deaf? Like, that
There's
don't make
people
sense.
there's deaf people who are upset about the cochlear implants because they want people to use it.
so
Deaf
many
people to
foreign
sign
movies I've watched where
You know
I
what people
love
are
them. Like
Yeah,
there's subtitle,
language.
fucking Apocalypto is all subtitles. Like
Yeah.
glorious movie. I forgot about it. Look, I always use, but I was using was Project Tiger Hidden Dragon. I remember
I'll
going to
tell
the
you what it
movie
is.
theater with my homeboy.
Everyone's getting stupid nowadays. They don't even want to read subtitles in a fucking movie.
Listen,
I,
I
I,
remember
I just
going with my boy. Remember,
I like to hear
Back in the
things
day, you had to.
first and then watch the subtitled. I'll do that with an anime. I'll watch
remember
watch
back in the days when there were certain movies that you would go and see with your girl, like a horror movie or a romance comedy or romantic comedy or whatever. You go with your girl to see that, but you go to the movies with your dude to go see dude movies. Like, because the girls don't
yeah.
even want to go. Like, you go with your homeboy to go see the dude movies. So I remember going to see Count Tiger Hidden Dragon, and when I was like, nigga, I'm looking at him like, nigga, I gotta read this shit.
That was the same thing. The last movie I went with my buddy to see was that Jet Li Fearless movie, like what, 15 years ago? That was subtitles.
Yeah.
Fearless. Last movie I watched with him was that movie Animal. That movie was gangster, man. The way he just tore people.
Oh,
it
I
was so
forgot all
gory
about
and
that
horrible. Actually,
But,
it was almost
Had
hard
the
to
guy
watch.
from,
I remember
had
him
the guy
gouging
from,
some guy's eyes out or something, like he's fighting him. Like, oh man, it was brutal.
look, he clowned me for months about that because he knew I didn't know. So we in the movie theater. I'm fucked. I'm like, nigga, is he suggesting the movie? I'm like, man, I gotta read this shit. You know what I'm saying? He was like, hey, I'm illiterate. He's always playing a little joke. Hey, I'm illiterate. Cause I was mad. I'm like, man, I ain't gonna pay no $10 to read a motherfucking movie. But look, it was dope. Cross Tiger Hidden Dragon was dope. You know what I'm saying? And
Oh.
somebody brought up Apocalypto. Yo, I watched Apocalypto in the crib. One of the best movies I ever seen. So
Yeah,
I'm sitting here looking at these dudes like, I'm sitting here with these dudes like, yo, I'm listening to them like, are y'all biggest complaint is about a deaf character is sign language? And we gotta
Yeah,
read the shit? Like, come on, man. I know you watch Apocalypto. I know you watch. No, I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
well, other deaf people might complain because there isn't, if there wasn't sign language. So it's, if it had characters that were reading lips and no sign language, there'd be deaf people complaining about that. So
honestly, the big issue is just how woke Disney's going. So everyone's just associating it with they're trying to put in different types of people, basically, and that's why everyone's bitching
What's
about it.
wrong with
Nothing
that?
about
What's wrong with that,
there
though?
is nothing.
Look,
There is nothing
there's
wrong
nothing
with
wrong.
it.
There's
But
there's
that
nothing.
is why people are bitching about it
Actually,
because people are crazy
Let me
nowadays.
roll up on me like that. Hey,
well,
People will argue over
you
anything.
gotta
It's
put a
the
smile
internet.
to it. Let me roll up on me like that.
in the late '80s, early '90s, early
Thank you.
2000s, there was all sorts of diverse characters, and I loved it. It's just
Professor X.
writing these days is crap, and sometimes there's like some sort of political agenda thrown in, but in a heavy-handed way. Like Star Trek's always been political, but now it's just kind of like. But like no, the new Star Trek shows are written by people who don't really like understand the franchise, and I think that's when there's a problem.
So like
If
on Disney
somebody
too.
who doesn't understand a franchise, and they're just going to, and they're using it and turning it into a political pamphlet, it feels like propaganda for some sort of cause.
Yeah,
So,
pretty
But,
much.
but the thing is,
three.
Have you
also
guys seen Andor?
something else. There's like more things for me to watch than I could ever watch in my lifetime. More books for me to read than I could ever really read.
Have
I
you
have
guys seen
more books
Andor?
in my house than I'll probably read in my lifetime. So, because I'm severe dyslexic.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, you guys were both like cutting out. Have you guys seen the Andor series on Disney? It's actually fucking really good.
I have Disney Plus, but I've never watched it since I got it.
Andor is actually honestly is one series that really impressed me recently, but then I tried watching the Obi-Wan series. And honestly, I can't even watch it, man. Like nothing racial here, but the one of the main like dark Jedi characters is this black woman, and you just can't take her seriously. It doesn't matter whether she's Chinese or whatever, but this woman is so bad at acting. Honestly, it's so fucking unprofessional. As soon as she starts getting into the series, it's like I just can't fucking watch this shit anymore.
And
And like,
there's all sorts of talented black actresses they could.
oh yeah, it doesn't matter. It's not about your skin color. It's just the fact that she fucking sucks, and everyone knows she only got the position because of what we were just talking about,
Well,
basically. And it's like, come on.
many black women in Hollywood who can act that I'm just wondering why they didn't hire.
Yeah, so it's all just fucking woke bullshit in that one, unfortunately. But then also you look at the
Man, see,
directors of that one, and it's all
I
like
don't know about that,
Chinese and
bro.
shit too.
See, look, listen. I said this 3 years ago. I said, listen, you need to be careful. This when everything was pure. And I was like, yeah, I do agree that the attack on straight white males is some horse shit because once they're done with them, they coming for me. You know what I'm saying? So I agree.
What's he saying?
But over time, but we need to be careful of, you can't just, everything got to be like about you. You know what I'm saying? And it's gotten to the point now where, hold on, it's gotten to the point now where if it ain't a straight white man on the motherfucking screen, they're hating off rip.
Oh yeah, you're
Have
talking
you
about
seen the Obi-Wan series, TJ?
in a minute.
Hell yeah, made me furious. That was the last, made me
Watch
furious. I didn't
What
get
is
through an
going on?
episode
Who's
without cutting
talking
off.
right now?
It took me weeks to get through. Hold on. All right. Go ahead.
If you're like talking about like say geeks and gamers or whatever, I don't know. I don't want some people are experts on those channels. I don't watch them. I could be mischaracterizing them, but it seems like those guys will just complain just to make a video. I could be totally wrong.
They do.
Wrong videos by them.
They're doing it for collection views and to make money. They don't
I'm
give
just
a
confused.
shit about how woke this shit is.
I heard
Jeremy
TJ
even
was
said
saying
so a
something
few
like
times.
TJ was saying something like it's got to be a white male in every movie or something. Who the fuck is saying that?
He's a bigot.
That sounds like the craziest thing.
That's like the weirdest shit I've
Jeremy
ever heard.
from
Where'd
Geeks
you
and
see that,
Gamers is a
TJ?
bigot. Okay, that's his stick. That's what he's all about since the beginning. Okay, stop listening to his videos. He's not fighting the culture war. He's a fucking liar.
Yeah, I
You all
don't.
should have realized
Fighting
that.
the culture war
on.
would be actually creating culture, not complaining about it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like I
It's
love
laughable at
to
this point.
learn
Come
about
on.
history and like and there's a lot more to culture than just pop culture. Like I was saying to TJ before, like eating goulash or just like all this stuff. How many? It wasn't like I go to McDonald's each and every day. Like all these nostalgia sites are like. You remember when McDonald's had I'll retweet that stuff. Yeah, this was cute. This was cool. And McDonald's had this Playland when I was like 5 years old or whatever, but not or 3 years old or whatever. But like that's not that even that's not just that's just the pop culture, but that's not the entirety of our culture. There's all these local cultures.
There's all kinds of other things they don't cover. That's why geeks and gamers don't even cover being a geek or you're a gamer. And if he does, he's playing fucking Nintendo games, which is like one or two things: Mario Kart 8 or something else, and that's not gaming. I mean, I like that game. Don't get me wrong, but that's you call yourself a gamer channel, yet you don't do gaming live or streams about it. It's a hack. Come on, he's a liar.
Who are you talking about?
I thought we were talking about geeks and gamers.
Oh, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were talking about.
Oh, sorry, I'm not even sure who that is. I lost track. I was
Be glad you don't. Be glad you don't. Okay, I'm glad you don't know.
The world,
Lord heaven, I'm glad you don't. Okay.
I try to stay out of all the pop culture bullshit and fucking people just spreading rumors and all this stupid fucking shit. Like I could fucking
and I can see why TJ gets upset when we talk about this because there's a bunch of these grifters talking about it. I'd rather not even talk about the negative stuff because I think
no.
stuff that I'd rather go on.
No, we were talking initially about this Echo show, so I was just comparing Disney shows. How about we just switch off of Disney because I don't think too many people think highly of Disney.
What I was trying to say, and I ended up breaking up. I got it back.
It's a good series. You sound like you're trying to say.
No, I haven't watched it yet, but it made me want to go and watch it. But fuck all that. What I'm saying is, and I told Zoe years ago, he can vouch for me. I said, listen, these guys are turning to the exact same thing that they fucking hate. Exact same thing they hate. You know what I'm saying? And hold on, let me finish. Because I did agree. In the beginning, back in 2018, like, yo, all this hatred towards straight white males, like, that's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Because when they done hating on you, who you think they come for next? I ain't stupid. You know what I'm saying? So once they're done putting y'all in the fucking dirt, it's gonna be me. You know what I'm saying? Feminism, whatever.
You're straight. You're
racist.
And you're a male, and so
it's racist. It's racist and it's sexist. It's racist and it's sexist. So
yeah, 100%.
I said that.
Yeah, and then also if there's someone that is, like you said, if they're like requesting that it's all white males or whatever, that's definitely going to hurt their image, and it's not going to make anyone.
I was with him.
Not going to help
Listen
their
to me. I
situation.
was with him. I was with him the whole Friday night taste, the early days. I was with him. Zoe was there, you know. Zoe had me on, whatever, and they would get mad at me because I'm like, man, y'all need to kind of like ease up a little bit because, you know, you're going to turn into what they're saying you are. You're going to turn into what they. I don't think you are what they're saying you are, nigga. I'm black, so you know, if I'm feeling it, you know what I'm saying. So you know what I'm saying. But if you keep going this route, they're gonna make you into what they're saying you are. Fast forward 2023, these dudes, if it ain't a straight white male on the fucking screen, they ain't having it. Period. Whatever movie, if it's a girl, yuck, don't want to see that. Regardless whether it's good or not. If it's a gay person, I'm not gay. I don't fuck with the gays. I believe in the Lord, but you know, to each his own, whatever. Yup, I'm not feeling it. If it's a person of any ethnicity that's not white, yuck, I'm not feeling it. So I'm seeing like, bro, y'all turned into what they said you are. You really have turned into what you said they are. Like the whole Reach is the greatest show on earth. Bro, you're saying that because it's a buff white dude. I ain't mad. You know what I'm saying? I ain't mad. I watched the shit. I watched the first season. I thought it was good.
Damn good show. I enjoyed.
Yeah, I watched. I ain't watched season 2. I watched the first season. It was good, but it won't groundbreaking. It was just a buff white dude saying "fuck it." You know, he's kicking ass. I get it. Nobody's mad about it.
We got a blue man on here, and he hasn't had it worded in edgewise.
Well, I'm just wondering.
He's waiting his turn.
I'm just wondering the same question that everybody's wondering. TJ, when's the last time you wore a dress?
I'm wearing one right now myself. That's why I don't have my face up on the screen.
No, I ain't never wore a dress. I can't even make a joke. I was thinking of a joke. I can't even make a joke about that one, George. I ain't never wore a dress.
Okay. Listen. Seriously. By the way, there's a couple of things that just happened in the news this week. No one's talking about it yet, but you know, Nerdrotic and everybody else is going to be talking about it pretty soon. I got a phone call from a friend of mine in Japan. They said that Shin Godzilla. You guys seen that movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Godzilla 1 was Godzilla 1 had a lot of
not Godzilla -1. Shin Godzilla, the one where that it comes out of the water like a slug and then transforms into Godzilla. You saw
I don't know about that one, George. No, I never seen that one, George.
You saw that one, right?
Never seen that one, George.
You don't want to.
Oh well, they're actually making a sequel.
That's big news, man. That's big news. That's really good.
And he told me what the title of the next movie is.
I heard George. I'm so glad. George,
the radioactive.
I'm so glad you brought that.
The title. Shut up, TJ. The title of the sequel is called Ni Godzilla.
Ni.
What does that mean? And
it's some joke in there somewhere.
Godzilla. Now it's Ni Godzilla.
Ni is 2. Ni is 2. So that's the second Godzilla.
Minus
Sun-Chi.
Is the third one going to be?
That's an intelligent joke. I get it. That was nice, George. But look, even in Nerdrotic's hate about Echo, I'm going to watch this shit. He even had to admit to himself. He said, I haven't seen Godzilla -1 either. He said, well, he was talking about his hatred for having to read the closed captions shit, which is so weird because, like, bro, the show is about a deaf character. Why are you mad at using sign language? You got to read it. He was like, well, even though I had to read the closed captions in Godzilla -1, I like that one, but I ain't like this one. And I'm just saying, like, nigga, are you listening to your fucking self? Like, bro,
I have a difficulty with my dyslexia, but like, it would make sense in the case if somebody's using some
-1.
It would make sense. Yeah, I guess you could have a second audio track for
Zoe, these guys have fully turned. You got to understand what I'm saying. Listen to me, Zoe.
Turn that on.
Zoe, listen to me.
Well,
You got to understand, I
we just
wouldn't
like
be
to keep
here if
stuff.
I didn't believe in it. The reason why I'm here and I know you and I know George and these other people is because I believed in the cause. I was with it. Like, yo, this shit is weird. This is some weird,
I was
this
part
some
of
weird shit they doing.
Oh,
You know,
fun.
they're doing some weird shit. This feminism is doing some weird shit. I agree. But it has
Cummings was talking about it before any of these guys were. He was talking about it since, what was it, like 2015? Or when did you start streaming?
it was after the Last Jedi.
No. Captain Cummings was OG CG long before the whole Phantom Menace thing, and
Yeah, with me it was the
Well, I
Last
was
Jedi.
streaming probably about like 2012, 2013. Well, not
Okay.
streaming because streaming wasn't going on, but I started uploading to YouTube like
yeah,
pretty early.
like
With me, it
and
was the Last Jedi. With a
like
whole lot of people, the Last Jedi made a whole lot of careers. Because when I went and seen it, it was so obvious. I already felt a certain kind of way about The Force Awakens, but I kind of gave him I'm gonna give him a little bit of room. I remember going on Facebook back in the day, and everybody was like, "Oh man, The Force Awakens is the shit." I'm like, no, I kind of feel like I saw that. I've seen this movie before, but whatever. It wasn't horrible.
I've never seen it, but I heard it's a lot like
Yeah,
the first Star.
bro.
It used to be called Star Wars.
Damn near.
The New Hope.
Instead of a Death Star, it's a planet. Instead of a Death Star, it's a planet. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I remember going on Facebook back in the day when, everybody coming back and like, yo, Force Awakens was a show. Like, it was all right, but I kind of felt like I seen this shit before. Like, I seen this shit before, but it's okay. It wasn't horrible. It wasn't horrible. You know what I'm saying? Then The Last Jedi, bro, just killed it. The Last Jedi, I don't even want to go into the story, but I've told it a million times.
We're talking about all the stuff that we don't like.
So what I'm saying is this. That led me to you. That led me to you and George.
Heights or
I fucked around and met Ethan, because I remember coming home and I'm hopping on. I was never on YouTube like that. I'm still watching TV and shit. I met Ethan, and then I remember Ethan a little bit before, but then Anna, and then whatever, then George, and the whole community, Doomcock, all these people, geeks and gamers, whatever. The whole shit. The whole shit with geeks.
Those guys rarely watch them anymore. It's because it's like.
I'm gonna tell you what made me stop watching Geeks and Gamers. This is my hand to God. I used to take care of my mother, right? She had lost her leg. I used to take care of my mother, so I like to cook. But my mother liked to cook too, but she couldn't cook like she used to. So she used to call me her sous chef. So she would like cut up the vegetables and shit, like peel the potatoes and cut up the vegetables, dice the vegetables and shit, and she in her little wheelchair getting busy at the table while I'm cooking. Well, I couldn't play hip hop in my mom's crib, even though I was paying the bills and shit, because my dad had died. Even though I was paying the bills, I still had to respect. That's my mama. So I couldn't like be in there playing some motherfucking, yeah, nigga, this and that. That's not happening. You know what I'm saying? So I would listen to like Joe Rogan or other shows, instead of listening to hip hop in my mom's house. Well, one day I'm in there cooking. She's at the table doing her sous chefing and shit. Well, I'm the sous chef, but she's chopping up the shit, doing whatever. And she was like, TJ, what are you listening to? And it was Jeremy. It was Geeks and Gamers. It was Jeremy crying about Disney. And it like when my mom said it to me, I was like, what the fuck am I listening to? I've been listening to this shit for a year now. What am I listening to? You know what I'm saying? I stopped listening to it because when she said it, like, what am I listening to? Why am I a 40-year-old man listening to some motherfucker crying about Star Wars? Like, and my mama know I love Star Wars. Every Christmas she buy me Star Wars gift. My 40th birthday party was in an expensive Italian restaurant. Look, all right, let me get to the point. The point I'm trying to say, I'm long-winded. The point I'm trying to say is this.
Yeah,
I know.
I don't think any of us on the panel watch that stuff anymore.
Hargrave's always so positive. I love his attitude.
The point I'm trying to say is this. At this very exact moment, the FNT, the chat, this community as a whole, and all of us tied together where they want to act like they're not. They are entwined. Because of Ethan. Ethan kind of boasted, he gave it credibility. Whether people want to believe it or not, Ethan gave the shit credibility. You know what I'm saying? It's all entwined.
He ran
The
a lot
whole
of people out.
the whole fucking shit is if it's not a straight white male on that fucking lead, they don't even want. They're gonna shit on it regardless. And
And he
I'm
was
just like, bro,
for like 20 minutes.
can somebody else live? I'm sorry.
None of us are like none of us are defending. I don't think any of us on panel are defending.
Hey, which Ghostface album is your favorite?
Supreme Clientele.
Okay.
Iron Man is dope. Iron Man is dope, but
Here's
Iron Man is dope. But Supreme Clientele is a classic.
Okay, so Hargrave's saying fuck all that shit. You need to check out Death's Game. That is shit the Koreans know how to make.
Death Game.
Entertainment, that garbage America can't make it entertainment anymore. Well, that's interesting. And Colonel Mark, and welcome Hargrave and Mark. Colonel Mark says there have always been bad adaptations, poorly written media, and so on. But Gen X and then everyone that came after were first generations that never grew up and became completely entitled.
Fuck
Epstein.
scenes.
Oh yeah, a rising term, Epstein.
I had technical issues. I'm gonna finally start playing Bomberman this weekend. Gonna give the franchise a second chance, says Happy Dinosaur 8000. Then Colonel Morg says, so shit isn't made for us anymore. So what? Watch old stuff.
Oh, that's what I said. That's what I was saying. There's more stuff for me to watch and read and
I don't know if y'all used to.
that I did in my entire
Tucker
life.
Carlson says, what's
And
up?
yet we're just like complaining about like
I don't know if y'all used to hoop.
people complaining. It's silly. And then welcome Tuckerverse.
I don't know if y'all used to hoop or go to the basketball court. I don't know if y'all lived in urban areas, but you go to the court and shit. It's called I Got Next. You know what I'm saying? Can I get a run? Can I get a run? You know what I'm saying? Like it's right now it's a time it's like, yo, y'all had it forever. Can somebody else play? I don't see nothing wrong with it. I understand. I agree with the fact that when it's forced and it's horrible and there's an agenda behind it. I agree with that. But then there's a certain part where I'm like, bro, can somebody else play? Look, you complain about representation, but you're crying that you're not being represented.
No,
I agree with you there, Colonel Morg.
I've got lots of a very diverse family.
One time I got arrested at the basketball court.
Yeah, you know how I go. You know what I'm saying?
I want to see good representation. I know. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get the argument.
Just want good storytelling, and good storytelling often will involve people from diverse walks of life.
I get forced representation. I'm not with it. I believe in meritocracy.
Wait a second. Now, if it's something that takes place in say medieval Iceland or something, there might be more I think maybe some people have some Lapland ancestry or whatever.
Right.
But there might
I
not
agree.
be the Africans.
If you could do a show about the Vikings, I don't want to see black Vikings because stop it. You know what I'm saying? That's not real. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're gonna do a show like Black Panther, or you're gonna do a show about black people, whatever, and it's predominantly in an area that's culturally significant to that, or the Queen of England. I don't want to see a black Queen of England. I don't want to see black Vikings. I get it.
What about a movie where it's all Roman, but they're all English actors?
But when it comes to makeup shit, like The Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones, if you can tell me you can believe in talking dragons and Smeagol and fucking dwarfs, you mean to tell me a black elf set you the fuck off? Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? It's make believe, nigga. No. You know what I'm saying? If you go tell me,
where do you hear this shit from?
Where
the fuck do you get this from, man?
Series that they made about the Lord of the Rings. There's the Lord of the Rings movies, and of course there's the original novels. So I just didn't watch Rings of Power.
Rings of Power, it was a black elf and a black dwarf, right? And they really lost their shit about it. Whether you all want to acknowledge it or not, they really did. And it was putting up, I don't want to say dog whistles. I hate to use buzzwords or whatever, They was doing wild shit, blood. And then even, certain guys like, man, where it was based on medieval times. Nigga, it's made the fuck up. It's talking dragons and the shit. Suck my dick. It's a black elf. Shut up. If you talk about Game of Thrones, whatever. Well, there's black Valerians. But I will go as far as to say this: Puerto Rican Snow White is horrible because Snow White is completely described. No, Snow White is horrible.
You know what?
I don't agree with Puerto Rican Snow White.
Are you talking about something Disney made? Because Disney's watering down the story to begin with. They have been since Walt was.
I say screw that. I want a Chinese Snow White.
Right
now. No, I want Chinese.
Black Ariel, I have no problem with.
People can do
It's
it.
a fucking. No, listen. I want you to understand where I'm at.
I say all white midgets and all. No, they all gotta be Oompa Loompas. Oompa Loompas.
Black Ariel, I have no problem with a Black Ariel little man. First of all, I don't even give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? My daughters are too old to take to the movies, so the only reason why I'm going to see that shit, if I was going to take my daughter to go see the shit, I'm not going to see the fucking Little Mermaid. What the fuck I look like? I'm a grown ass man. But
do you see the chick who plays?
But I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with a Black mermaid. What I do have a problem with is a Puerto Rican Snow White because she is particularly described a certain way. That makes sense to me.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. She's supposed to. Yeah, you're talking. But the thing is that it's Disney Snow White. They own the old rights to, but there's an older story of Snow White that's public domain. It was the Grimm's brothers Grimm, from Germany, and actually it was probably a story. A lot of these stories were in several different countries,
bro.
And, we're in several different versions.
I heard that.
You don't have to worry about the Disney version. You can go make your own Snow White.
I heard the true version of Hansel and Gretel is some evil shit. I don't know, but I heard somebody talking about it. But the original Hansel and
kids and eat them.
Yeah,
the original shit is some other shit.
And the original,
you know what I'm saying?
It gets worse than cooking kids and eating them. What?
Yeah, they put them in the oven, or whoever owns the Hansel and Gretel house. Was it a witch? They put her in an oven.
What?
Yeah.
In real life?
Well, in the
it was the kids that did it to the witch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's the other way around.
No,
but she was planning on doing it to the kids or something. I can't even remember.
Don't get me wrong. I hate half of everything new. It just doesn't matter. Not a big deal. Yeah, I'm pretty much the same way. I find some of the stuff entertaining. Like people have been complaining enough about this Doctor Who that it's gotten me curious. Just how bad is it? And is it possibly?
It's probably not even that bad, bro.
That's the point I was trying to get at. Basically what Happy Dinosaur is saying on Disney. There's Andor series is good, and there's other series that sucks. Sucks that brought up the point of the actress, but just if you don't like something, just watch something else. Fuck. There's tons of gay movies, and I'm sure nobody's gonna sit there and watch a bunch of dudes humping each other. You're just gonna
why would I watch She-Hulk? I mean, just of real. I know
then don't watch
that they made. Listen to me out. I know that this show was made for the girls. It's like hip hop. There's some. Look, listen. Nas, Jay-Z, Biggie, hardest rappers ever, right? Tupac. But then there was cuts. There was songs on the album that was specifically for the girls, for the clubs, for the strip clubs. It was for the girls. So I'm trying to make a point. What I'm saying is, when they said we're making She-Hulk or She-Hulk's coming out, I didn't get mad. I'm like, that's for the bitches. I'm not gonna watch that. Why would I watch that and get mad? It's for the bitches. You know what I'm saying?
I heard I saw
go and do some shopping. You guys have a good one.
I don't know what people are getting upset about. People are dancing a lot like that. They had Dirty Dancing, the movie Dirty Dancing, when I was a kid. I mean, we had dance moves on the dance floor that. On the 18th,
we got
at the bar.
three Captain America movies
that I saw. I was
5 Iron Man movies, six Avenger movies. Okay, they did something for the hoes. It's okay.
Tim agrees gonna get going. Can we talk about something positive, CJ?
Yeah, good one, guys.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. I'm just trying to bring it back with the echo thing. I kind of found out that old girl is she's the main actress. I haven't watched it. I'm going to watch it because of this, because I was talking to somebody. She's actually deaf, and she actually has a prosthetic leg. People's like, why she got a prosthetic leg? And I can tell you a story how the only girl I've ever been shook to spit game at. I was a rooftop of a hotel. This new the Hyatt just opened up downtown Norfolk, and we're chilling. And there was this beautiful girl. She was She was white too, to be honest with you. And she had a prosthetic leg, and she was beautiful. Her confidence was so high, bro. I couldn't bring, nigga, I'll go up and say something to anybody. You know that. But I was like, I don't think I got enough game for this bitch.
You did that in Discord.
You know what I'm saying? I don't think I got enough. I literally I wanted to say something to her, but it was like, I don't think I got enough game for her, because her confidence was so. I'm looking at her. Look, she got the leg out. She got the sandal on. She's like, fuck it, this is me. And I'm like, I'm looking at her, and she was beautiful with it. And I'm just like, I don't think I got enough fucking game to get this girl. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think I could use my Jedi mind tricks on this bitch. You know what I'm saying? So I was scared to say something to her. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying? Yeah. So what I'm saying? I can't use the usual. You know what I'm saying? Hey, whatever. You want to drink? What's your name? Whatever. I kind of got shook. So my thing is, okay, well, they made the show Echo. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. Why are you mad? There's 8,000 shows. There's 8,000 shows that about y'all. Can somebody else fucking live?
Yeah, we're all in agreement on this, DJ.
All right.
And even Mark said that Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings movies were all cool too. I enjoyed them. Right. I haven't rewatched them. But the thing
I'm sorry. I'm nice.
Yeah, there's all sorts of cool stuff out there. If you like either, and one person might think somebody else might hate it. That's fine.
Yeah, let them live, bro. It ain't always got to be about you. It ain't always got to be about you.
Okay, so
I'm not saying you, like personally, like Zoe. I'm just saying, like in general,
going on in anybody's life.
I remember Blue Beetle. Oh, I'm still going too. And Blue Beetle came out. Motherfucker was like, well, why is he over there? The whole movie he's talking about. Motherfucker Mexican eats tortillas with everything. I'm surrounded by Mexicans. That's what they do. That's their heritage. It's not about you. It's not about that. That's what they fucking eat. That's what they do. You know what I'm saying? They eat tortillas with every fucking thing.
Yeah, so anybody got anything that anything that's going on that they wanted to talk about besides people complaining about complaining?
I do like tortillas.
That's
you hit me with that a couple of times too. So you're right. Me complaining about people complaining.
We're like
I'm gonna fall back. You're right about that though.
We went to we have like half the viewers we had just a few minutes ago.
I wanna get past it, dog. I wanna like go back to like 95 or 98.
I was looking at the all-time the pop hits in 1995. They had some bangers. That was like probably like top tier list. Let me bring it up real quick. 1995.
Chili Peppers, Wu-Tang, Rage Against the Machine, Guns N' Roses. You know what I'm saying?
Comment section.
I want to get back to there where it's like, okay, we were so close. And then all of a sudden, social media came, man, and now we just ready to cut everybody's head off. You know
so the number one hit was Gangsta's Paradise. Then you had Waterfalls, Creep.
Rest in peace.
Kiss from a Rose. On Bended Knee. Another Night, Fantasy, Take a Bow. Monica, Don't Take It Personal.
Mm.
Montel, This Is How We Do It. Like every song's like classic,
Yeah,
basically.
it's that, and it's standing the test of time.
songs. But I was a college radio DJ around that time, or even shortly after. So so we were playing a lot of the more obscure stuff. There was a
Like,
lot of
like
great.
Del the
There
Funky
was
Homo Sapien or something.
Del the fucking homie, Mr. Barbalina, Mr. Barbalina, Mr. Bob Barbalina. I know you're talking about Del the Funky Homo Sapien.
oh yeah, that was great. He did a great job.
He was part of the hieroglyphics with Souls of Mischief, Domino.
Well, like the golden age of hip hop. I mean, a lot of people would call it the golden age. I mean,
Yeah,
there were
it
plenty of
is.
great hip hop artists before then, groups.
Yeah, yeah. It was the golden age.
All the way back to the 70s.
Yeah, it goes all the way to the 70s, but like
Yeah.
so the 80s was like the first like generation that grew up with it. And then the 90s is right
Yeah.
after that.
Yeah, there was some really great. Oh, and the Showtime at the Apollo. That
Oh
was a
man, look,
show.
not even look, not even to just make it all, not even to make it all black, yo. I remember like, see, I used to make beats, so shit that I didn't know about, I would go to the thrift store. This is back when people was like obsessed with vinyl. You know, I would go to the thrift store on Saturday morning. You know,
Welcome.
so I go early. I would get it early in the morning, go to the thrift store because I'm looking for records to sample, and records are like 75 cents. You know what I'm saying? You know, they all have records. The thrift stores have records. This is where you got your samples from. You got your records from. You know, and I picked them up. I picked them up, and I chose what record I was the 75-cent record on based on first the cover art, and then I would turn it and look at the instrumentation on, you know, brass, horns, piano, whatever. Okay, I had no idea who this fucking artist was, but by doing that,
About that
I
price.
got exposed. I got exposed to so much different type of music
Oh yeah.
because I'm sitting there listening to it, looking for a sample. You know what I'm saying? Now I put it on. I'm looking for a sample. So I got exposed to so much different type of music that I would have never got exposed to if I wasn't crate. We used to call it crate digging. It was called crate digging back in the day.
Oh yeah.
Actually, there was a hip hop group called Digging in the Crates, DITC. Fat Joe and them digging in the crates. You know what I'm saying? I would wake up in the morning.
And I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
there's like a YouTube show called something or Great Diggers, or something like that.
Yeah, man. I got exposed to I learned so much shit about
The albums.
different people. Yeah, I'm sorry. So my bad, bro.
Just saying there's a bunch of artists that go on. I think it's called Great Diggers. Anyway, there's got all sorts of different musicians from all sorts of genres of music who go on there and they show the bands that influenced them. So you got like Hank Williams III, he was influenced by like anything from country music to punk to metal to, well, he might have listened to hip hop as well. I'm trying to remember.
I listen to everything. I'm open to everything except death metal. I think death metal is satanic. Period.
I like
And I got a story.
but it's just
I got a story to tell you.
The band's
I
kind of.
got a story to tell you.
It's not my favorite genre.
I got a story. Listen,
Sure.
whatever type of music I'm open to. I think death metal is pure satanic. I'm in my backyard. I'm living off Virginia Beach. I'm grilling some ribs in my backyard.
Yeah, there's all sorts of great music out there, and there's so many bands that are like on Bandcamp, and what's the other one? SoundCloud, and I don't even know what the most recent well, I know a lot of people listen to like Spotify and stuff.
Yeah, I just use Spotify.
But there's also
what's crazy about Spotify, I think about it now, is like back in the day, like the 90s, you couldn't find, like, if you found an artist you liked, you would go to let's say Best Buy or something. I live in the Midwest. You'd have to go to like a commercial record store. you're not going to find like all their albums or anything. You're going to find like maybe one or two of them.
Yeah, I had a special
And
order.
you know about the group.
Yeah, I had a special order a lot of albums from the local record store, and they'd maybe have to import it from the UK or even Germany. And and the Japanese imports would sometimes like have like extra tracks on them, like I had a Beastie Boys album from Japan that had a bunch of extra tracks on it.
Like
That's
tracks
pretty
we've
cool.
never heard or
Yeah, it was like stuff that I think was unreleased in the United States. But I think that CDs might, at least at the time, like they might have cost more in Japan. So I don't know if that's why there were so many extra tracks.
Hmm.
I think it was that. I'm trying to think of which album it was.
What
But
year?
it was,
What about what year was it?
huh?
Did you buy it new?
Yeah.
Oh,
and somebody's backstage, it looks like. Oh, welcome back, TJ. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah. Something happened. I don't know. I was talking about death metal, and I guess the devil decided to kick me off because he don't want y'all to hear that shit. But it's all good.
Yeah, because we were just talking
Fuck
about.
death metal, bro. I'm sorry.
So we were talking,
it's
about
just like
you could go to the store, you'd hear like like in Indian, if you listen to like a independently produced artist, you might go to Best Buy or wherever, and you wouldn't be able to get the album, or you wouldn't find it on the shelves.
yeah, because when you're in Kansas, like you hear about whatever musical artist, if they ain't commercial, at least like somewhat commercial or whatever, you're not gonna.
Yeah,
you ain't gonna find them. That's what was funny about the 90s. Nowadays, like
first album was on like an indie label. I can't remember which one it was. Oh,
Y'all remember hitting tracks?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, when like the song would go on for like 10 minutes and then all of a sudden the song would start back up again.
Yeah.
Like say the song stop and it'd be like 5 minutes of silence. And if you skip, because you're normally going to skip it, but it'd be like 5 minutes of silence. But if you let it play, it'd be a whole nother fucking song behind that shit, like the hitting tracks and shit. Yeah. No doubt. Music used to be dope as shit, man. I love music, dog.
Yeah, I don't know how I missed this, but I discovered like Czarface like a couple months ago, and I didn't even know they had like, which is Inspect the Deck, and I didn't even know they had like 5 albums.
What? Oh yeah, I didn't know that neither.
Dude, it's like comic book rap with Inspect the Deck.
But check it out. Do you know when people say like they get mad at me, like I call most of the community fucking nerds, and I hate nerds, right? I'm easy to say I fucking hate nerds.
Mm-hmm.
But I ain't talking about like a nerd. I always say like I'm not a nerd. I just like nerd shit.
Yeah.
And I would use like Method Man is a fucking nerd. DMC for Run DMC is a fucking nerd. These are comic book nerds, like openly. DMC was released comic books and shit, whatever. Everybody grew up like that. Is it true? I heard that what album is it that if you play it backwards to Alice, is it The Wizard of Oz, that if it actually fits the fucking movie?
Oh, isn't
you know
that
what I'm talking about?
Pink Floyd, The Moon.
Is that what it is?
The
Dark
Wall?
Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd. You line it up, you sync it up a certain way with Wizard of Oz, and yeah.
Y'all think that's a coincidence?
I think they made it that way.
Welcome, Ahmad.
That's some dope shit. And you got to be on mushrooms to do that shit. Be honest. You know what I'm saying? You got to be to have it fit
I
have it
think
fit regularly, and
that,
then if you play it in reverse, that's some creative shit, bro.
I don't know if it's in reverse. I'm not sure. I've never actually
no,
watched
I
it.
don't think
I've
it's
just
in
only heard
reverse,
about it.
but you see, but it's you sync it up, and it's supposed.
Oh, so it's not a reverse. Okay, I got
I haven't done that myself.
They used to have a tour that would like have a light show with it. So you'd go to the theater. This is in Kansas, and they play
How
the
are
Wizard
you?
of Oz, and they'd have a laser show with the Pink Floyd album playing.
Oh,
I
welcome
never
on.
went though.
Yeah, that sounds like a cool show to watch. That would have been a lot of fun. Yeah, I like so. I've been in a band before, and we were in we were integrating like audio and video. I mean, we're like playing music live, and well, I don't really know how to play music. I pretended to.
you.
I
Well,
have a
look,
synthesizer, but played it like terribly. And then there was but I had a slideshow going in the background.
one of my favorite albums. It took me a long. It took my homeboy to really put me on it. Um, remember the Love Below, Andre 3000.
Oh
Remember
yeah,
Outkast? You know what I'm saying? Outkast, and it was Speaker Box Love Below. They had two separate CDs. You know what I'm saying? Outkast released the album with two separate CDs. And Andre joint was Love
Like
Below.
doing lips to
And
well, but go ahead.
you had to
he
like
had
really get into that one.
yeah, you had to. And my wife was watching his kid, and he put my wife on, and my wife ended up putting me on. You know what I'm saying, to the shit. So that She Lives in My Lap, which had Rosario Dawson. Rosario Dawson was singing the hook. She lives in my lap. That was Rosario Dawson. All right. He had another song that most people don't understand. They don't hear it, but I used to make beats, so I love music. That it was the She Lives in My Lap beat and reverse. Every boy and girl don't to man. And it was in reverse. Yo, that was one of the illest shits. I was like, yo, vibrate. It was vibrating. So vibrate higher. I'm still like, that's the other song in reverse. That's the other song in reverse. Yeah, no
So,
doubt.
so you actually used to mix. You used to like actually mix music. Like I was a radio DJ, but wasn't that like a hip hop DJ or well, I mean, I played hip hop, but
Listen,
I wasn't good at mixing.
I signed a production deal at a studio. People don't believe me. Nobody want to believe me and all this shit.
Well, I know you said you started off playing
Matt
violin.
Fowler, Matthew Fowler will
Well,
tell you. The only reason why I bring up Matthew Fowler's name is because me and him talk on the phone sometimes, and I had called my homeboy on three-way, like, yo, to validate, because I know what I'm saying sounds grandiose. I know what I'm saying. Like, nigga, stop it. This story, really, TJ? Really, TJ? So I fucking like, yo, I called my man, you know what I'm saying? And me and Matt and my homeboy on the phone, and my homeboy just won't shoot me props. He was actually also telling Matt how I'm a piece of shit. But fuck him. But Matt can tell you, like, nah, TJ ain't lying about none of this shit. I signed a production deal, bro. Like, at a studio where I had free access to a studio, Ghostface, his name is Carlos. You know what I'm saying? We would have got signed to, I used to spit. The Juilliard shit, I'm telling you, all this, I'm not lying. I feel like in Star Wars, I'm not lying about none of
You were
this.
going to go to Juilliard, but you were.
I'm not lying about
For
I was over my homeboy crib. My homeboys didn't believe me. When my father was alive, I had to call my father. I had my father on speakerphone, and my father had to tell him, yes, I'm going back to say, yes, like the Force Wicked. Yes, this is all true. I'm not lying to y'all about none of this shit.
Well, I'm not saying you're lying at all. So, Anna Banana has an excellent YouTube channel, a gaming channel. Check it out. But so you didn't go there because you didn't want to be like bullied.
Oh, Juilliard?
Is that why you didn't end up at Juilliard? Was it because
Nah, the reason why I didn't go, I was like between 8 and 10 years old,
oh
and check me out, check me out. My father was all for it because he's a classical, pianist, pianist, whatever the fuck you call it, whatever. I don't know the right term, but he was like, yeah, because he had spent all this money to get me the best instructor in Hampton Roads. Man, I miss him so much too. So she said that my bow, if you know my bow, she was like,
yeah.
my bow was gifted. It was I can go hard and I can go soft. And she was like, she was the head of the Virginia
Yeah.
Symphony Orchestra, whatever. And she was like, it's rare you can see somebody that can be so commanding but yet so soft at the same time. So she went and used her networks to get me into Juilliard. Free ride. I had a free ride to Juilliard. And my dad was like, hell yeah. And my mother was like, I'm like 10 years old. How you gonna let your 10-year-old son go to New York by himself? You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That was her shit. Like, you know what I'm saying, to go, and I sided with moms. Because it was up to me. It was my decision. My dad was like, hell yeah. And my mom's was like, I was 10 years old, bro. And I ain't wanna leave mama on some sucker shit. For real, for real.
So this was, I didn't realize. Okay, so this wasn't it. So you weren't living in New York.
No, I'm living in Virginia.
Oh wow, well that's.
I'm living in Virginia, and I had a free ride to Juilliard. And now understand, in order to go to Juilliard, you got to go to Juilliard. It's in New York. It's like, bye in 10 years. And my dad was like, yeah. And my mom was my dad was on my right shoulder, like, proud. Yes, that's my son. You're going to go. This is what I did all this for. My mom was like, 10 years old, you can't go to New York by yourself. I don't know nobody in New York.
Yeah, that would have been. Yeah, that would have been very, very difficult.
And I sided with my mom, and I didn't go.
I mean,
I'm the reason why they got violin classes. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, but that's old news. But yeah, man. Yeah, man. One of the worst mistakes I would have made. One of the worst mistakes I ever made, man. Listen to my mama. I love her. I miss her. I'm not hating on her, but at that moment, I shouldn't have listened to her.
Well, I was wondering, how was your day today?
She wasn't wrong. I understand where she was coming from.
Yeah.
Like I don't know these people. I don't know this is my mama never met Miss Mullins. She never met Miss Mullins. She never met the instructor. She never met none of that. Like I'm gonna let my child go off to New York because you say it's cool. You know what I'm saying? So I understand where she was coming from.
I understand that. It's like we've got an arts academy up here in northern Michigan called it's in the city called Interlochen. It's called Interlochen Arts Academy. That's where the mom from that show from the 80s, Family Ties, went to that school. I don't know if you guys heard me. Mom from Family Ties went to that school. Jewel, the was she like singer, musician? She went to that school. But yeah, it's a boarding school, and but that's up here in northern Michigan, and that would be difficult enough. But then to go to like say New York City, that would be and be that young.
And like eight, bro.
That'd be quite a thing,
and like 8, between 8 and 10.
Either maybe it was for the best that you didn't go.
I don't know about that one.
You never know. It's
I don't have no regrets. I don't have no regrets about it, but I don't have regrets, but I don't know. Maybe I do got a regret about that one. I kind of,
You mentioned it before, so it does seem like maybe you have some regrets. But then again, you got to spend more time with your family. So That part's good.
But I was so little that I didn't know. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
It's just it's the idea of what if, you know.
Yeah.
yeah.
You could go
Yep.
over this. You could go. You
I
could
think,
go.
yeah, you know what? It's not regret. It's the idea of what if.
Mind, what if? But and
Yeah.
I have the tendency to do that as well. But it's like it might have been for the best. You know, there's all sorts of things that could have happened.
I don't know about that one, bro.
Who knows? I mean, you never know.
Nah, man. Like, yo, if I'm looking at it now, I was so young that I didn't even have any kind of idea or scope of it. You know what I'm saying? But if I would have went, and I understand where you're entrusting strangers with your child. You know, I got children. I'm not. You know, that's hard to entrust. You know, I don't like entrusting strangers with. You know, they go off when they go off to college. I'm
But you
worried.
see,
You know what I'm saying? Whatever. You know what I'm saying? So
Though.
That's
So
true.
that's really interesting to me because I didn't know how to mix like music, you know, very well. So you had like what type of sampler did you have?
I first bought an MPC 2000 XL. That was my first shit. I used to go to my homeboy crib, the same ASR that Timberland used. The Timberland used starting off when he was blowing up. I used to go around my man Elmo crib. Elmo had that. He got it from Elmo. You know what I'm saying?
The red guy from Sesame Street.
Nah, my homeboy Elmo.
That's what I
You
think
know what I'm
about
saying?
almost.
I was like, look, I used to the dude that did the Wu Syndicate album, DJ Devastator. I all of this shit. If you think I'm lying to you, you
No, I
can
thought
ask
you
Matt
know,
Fowler because Matt Fowler would tell you I'm on the phone on three-way with the guy, just to like, yo, I just want to look. I'm here to just let you know, all this wild shit you think I'm saying is true.
no. Have you
You
ever
know what I'm
thought
saying?
about into making music?
But yeah, the first shit I bought, I was in the military. You know, you get tax returns. So my man was in college and he had bought a ASR X with his college money. You know what I'm saying? And I said my man Elmo had that shit, whatever. So when I had got my tax returns, my wife at the time, I was like, you know, I was passionate about trying to blow or whatever, and it cost me $1,200. It was an
That's
MPC
pretty
2000 XL.
And $1,200 back then was like that was a lot.
Hell yeah! And
oh
look, and
yeah.
I gotta get her a shout out for even letting me spend it on that.
That sounds reasonable nowadays, but you're talking about back in the day.
Bro, I gotta give her a shout out. That dirty bitch. You know what I'm saying? I gotta give her a shout out for even being like, yeah, go ahead and get it. Like
So
she let me get it.
she encouraged you. That's awesome.
Yeah, she let me get it. It was no nothing. And then, but you just can't get the MPC. You got to get, monitors, all these. And I'm in the now I'm in the process of, when I buy it, I'm in the process of learning how to build the fucking studio, how to build the shit. So
and that's super expensive. I know because
yeah. So now I gotta get a mixer. Then I gotta get a motherfucking.
I
I
know
gotta get a mother.
DJ because when the people at the running the radio station when they buy equipment, it was just really expensive stuff.
Back in the day when shit was fucking analog before
Yeah.
digital.
Do you have what type of turntable do you have?
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. So I'm about to tell you about what I know.
Yeah.
Before shit went digital, when shit was analog, you
Yeah.
had to learn. Shut the fuck up. So you had to learn it, and it was very expensive because you always needed something else. You always felt like I need something else. I need something else. I need something else. I need something else. You know what I'm saying? To get that sound that you wanted. Once
Did it
shit
make a
became,
better product though than digital?
hell yeah, it was dirty.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah. So did you have a Technics turntable or what brand?
Yes, I had this when I was young in my mama's house. We had Techniques.
Yeah, because that's what we had at the college radio station.
1200s.
It,
I,
so
I, I had him with a motherfucking Gemini sample. I had him with a Gemini mixer with an 8-second sampler on it. If you know what I'm talking about with a Gemini mixer, they got an 8-second sampler. So when you cutting, I was learning how to cut. You can you can sample for like 8 seconds. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. But anyway, yeah.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, because now, of course, the mixing boards we had were were different because they were for the radio. Like, but there sometimes the hip hop DJs would come in and and rewire things. Unfortunately, they didn't always rewire when they took their mixer on and tried to when they were done using their mixer, they didn't always
They
back up correctly, and
they
so we'd have to they'd have to
do you know
bring
what MIDI? Do you know what MIDI is?
the radio station to fix it.
You know what MIDI is?
Yeah, it's a keyboard up
Right,
to the computer.
right, MIDI, right.
Yeah.
In the early days of MIDI, I had to learn MIDI through trial and error. You know what I'm saying? Like, the MPC came with a book. Who the fuck can read that book? Once I got enough to where I could get some shit coming out of it, I ain't reading the rest of that book. But I would sit up there for days sometimes, and I had to look. I went and bought me a Triton, a Triton LE. I couldn't afford the major Triton, so I bought a Triton LE. Triton used to be the shit. The Korg Triton used to be the shit. You know what I'm saying? And I had to learn. Korg Triton. They used to hold. There's classes in universities for MIDI.
Oh yeah.
Pro Tools, MIDI, all that shit. I had to learn that shit, but it wasn't a chore. It was what I wanted to do because I always wanted to get better.
Yeah.
So it's always like.
Did you so you hooked it to a computer of some sort?
MIDI is it's a slave. If you got a say I got an MPC and I got a keyboard, right?
Oh, okay.
And you got a certain amount of tracks or whatever. You say you're making a song, right? But you want that keyboard to play because all the sounds are in the keyboard. It's not in the MIDI controller because the MPC was a MIDI controller. It didn't come with any sounds. It comes with sounds now, but it didn't come with any sounds. It was entirely.
Oh, so that's
MPC.
how you hook the keyboard up to the MPC. It's through the
right. Right. You know what I'm saying? And then you had to learn how to do that shit to a computer, which they call DAW now, DAW. But then you had to learn how to record it on a DAW. You know what I'm saying? Because that's when the inputs and the outputs and all that shit come in, whatever. Yeah. But it wasn't, nigga, I had a glass of Hennessy and a motherfucking cigarette, loving it. Loving learning it. You know what I'm saying? Loving learning it, like, okay, I'm going through, okay, this is what I'm doing. So you do this, and then through trial and error, okay, that's not working. Okay, that's not working. Okay, I'm gonna go through this section or whatever. And you gotta learn how to sequence when you're sequencing your shit. When you sequence it, when you want that to play, you want it to, it's not playing out of the MP, it's playing out of the Triton. But the Triton is But the MP is telling the Triton when to play. And you got to get the goddamn computer to record it. And then when you go to the computer, now it's about mixing. Now you want to get the levels right, all that shit. No, man. Yeah, it was fun, man. It was really fun, bro. I loved it. I loved it, man. I can send y'all pictures of shit of me doing this shit, man. Like I told you, I had a production deal at the studio. So self-learn, bro. Like,
so what happened to the production deal though? Is that another? Is that what
I got my letter. I signed the production deal.
Oh, so you signed
at the studio. Okay. I signed my production deal at the studio, and I had full access to the studio. You know what I'm saying? Like a full studio, and it gave me a bunch of equipment to take home with me. This is how it went down.
Okay.
My homeboy put me on to him And my man was like, yo, this dude is nice. He's nice or whatever. So he was like, all right, I tell you what, I want you to make a hip hop beat, a pop beat, and a slow, R&B beat, and come back. I went home. He gave me like a week to do the shit. I did the shit. You know what I'm saying? My old lady at the time, I gotta give her props. She ain't even bother me. She knew the deal. Like, yo, this is gonna be my break. You know what I'm saying? So she didn't even bother. She left me alone. Fuck the kids, whatever. I got the kids. You do this shit. I did the shit. So every now and then I was like, y'all hear that? What you think? And then that's when I bought a car D16 where you could track it. You know what I'm saying? You could actually it was easier to track it. Instead of tracking it to a computer, I could track it to the D16 and get the levels right. Because levels is everything. Panning and it makes a lot of difference whether you know it or not. When the shit's coming in your left ear and the right ear or whatever. And levels and shit. But so I did it. I came back, gave him the CD. He put the CD in. I had burned it to a CD. Put it on the CD or whatever. Burned it to a CD. Go back. I take the CD to him. He's sitting there. He's sitting there listening to it. He's with this bad bitch too. She was bad as fuck. I ain't gonna lie to you. I remember that shit. And I remember them sitting there nodding their head. We sitting in the joint. It was nodding their head. Like, okay, all right. Yo, blah 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 blah. I came back to my boys. I was like, yo, dude is like, whatever. Like, you getting some money from it? I was like, nah, what he's doing is telling me that anything that I produce. Now, mind you, they was doing songs for Ghost, X, what's the motherfucker name, man? The Lost Boys. The Lost Boys, whatever, they was coming through the studio, they was doing shit, whatever. And so I signed it. I said, I ain't even read it. I ain't no lawyers, no nothing. I just signed the shit. Boom, all right. Yeah, hell yeah. They was like, look, as long as you got free access to the studio, free access. I can go into the studio, do whatever I want. I'm a producer in the studio. And then he gave me some shit to take home. So what I can fuck with when I get home. You know what I'm saying? When I'm at the crib or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
At this time, I had 3 children. My 2 daughters and my son. And I was trying to get in the longshoreman. And the longshoreman pays very good, right? I had left the military. I got out of the military because my father-in-law was like, I'll get you the longshoreman if you had orders to England. He was like, whatever. So like 2 weeks after I signed the deal, I get the letter that says you got accepted into the longshoreman. So I went up there. I took this back when SCSI, if you hard drives and SCSI and all that shit.
Because like
You know what I'm saying?
hard drives.
Yeah, SCSI and shit, right? So I took shit back to him. I took the shit back to him, and I was like, listen, man, I want to do this, but this ain't putting Pampers on my baby. You know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta take care of my fam. You know what I'm saying? I got kids, so and I gave him the shit back, and it was no harm, no foul, and everything was cool. And I jumped into the longshoreman shit. You know what I'm saying? For real. But it was there. It was there.
But
And
you weren't like locked into a contract or anything like that.
nah, it wasn't even like that. I never even read that motherfucker. I don't even know if that motherfucker might have made that shit up that night. I have no idea. It was a 1-page contract. It wasn't even no, you know what I'm saying, whatever. Yeah. But it was like, I was in-house. It's called being an in-house producer. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, man. And
well, that's cool.
I got that letter for the longshoreman saying I was accepted, and I had to go back, and I was like, I bought his equipment back that he gave me, and I was just like old girl too. I can remember her name, but I can't remember her name. And I was like, I got kids, bro. You know, I'm saying, I got kids. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm working at $10. I'm working for $10 an hour at Ted Lansing.
So
I'm
do you
saying,
have any DJ equipment nowadays, or do you have to sell your stuff?
yeah, I ain't got none of that shit no more, dog.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
Because that sounds like a lot of fun. But then again, it sounds like a lot of it sounds very costly. I guess nowadays though people can use all sorts of
Oh, nowadays they got all programs where just
yeah
like anybody can be a rapper.
Yeah. I was talking.
the stuff sounds almost
Like
like
somebody showed me some stuff the other day, and it was like, it's like people can write like all this stuff that just rhymes all together, and then you listen to like what they're saying, and you're like, this is like corny as all hell.
It's trash. It's trash. And don't get it twisted. After that, I did once my pockets got right. I went and bought more equipment. I've never left music. So I never left it. I went and bought more equipment, and it was always I got my man Hot Sauce.
Wait,
I
I
fought the
thought you said
dude from
you
the
didn't have
clips.
any equipment for now.
No. I mean,
Okay.
at that time, I had to do what I had to do. I had to give up. I can't.
Oh, okay.
I can't go and be like, yo, I'm gonna do this shit with this music because this is gonna take all of my time, which is work.
That makes sense.
You know what I'm saying? Work, putting food on the table. You know what I'm saying? Getting Pampers, nigga, formula.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
when you're it's different when you're young. You do it for the fun, but at a certain age, you're like, if I'm putting all this time in, I got to make some money on it.
yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I got kids. You know what I'm saying? I got not kids. I got three kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. No harm, no foul.
Especially when you got young kids, you can't take like no risks.
No,
you gotta, like,
if I fail, they fail.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm the last. It is what it is. So, but over time, money came, it got stable, everything got situated. I bought more boards. I bought Tri's Extremes, and then I went and got the machine and a whole bunch of. I never left music. I've always loved it. You know what I'm saying? To the point where I even got an MPC now, the MPC one.
You have one now. That's awesome.
But it's more of a hobby now. It's like the PlayStation 5.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You have like
there's no dream. There's no dream of blowing behind it. Now it's just.
See, does it have like pads on there? Kind of.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Like, so for the different, that's for like the different samples and stuff because.
Man, it evolved so much. It evolved so much. Like the first MPC I got in 2007, that shit came empty. I didn't know it, so you would have to sample everything. Like, remember I told you about crate digging? Like, so if I wanted a drum, I had to go and get this is how you end up getting records. You accumulate records. I had to sample a drum.
Like caring about like seeing someone with a sampler was on the Cosby Show. There was Stevie Wonder was on there with this, was it Synclavier? Like whatever it was a super expensive synthesizer, and it had a sampler on there. Like,
man, bro,
several thousand.
Going to the Guitar Center back in the day used to be like going to Toys R Us. Even though I couldn't afford shit, you know what I'm saying? At the time, you just go in there and play with it. The motif, whatever. You go in there and play with it. You know what I'm saying? Just, okay, I'm gonna stack up and get that. I'm gonna save and get it. Okay, this is what I want. I'm gonna save up and get that. I did all of that, man. Like, but it just got to the point where it's like, okay, well, once you get to a certain, and it's probably bad because I don't see you should never stop chasing your dream. I just got to the point where it's like, okay, well, this is just a hobby. You know what I'm saying? Just like playing video games. But bro, I used to fuck beats. I used to go down the beach in front of Flipper McCoy's in the mail, in front where the mailbox was at, where all the spinners came. I used to hold look. Look, I'm not lying about none of this. I was mean with it.
I believe you. So, what kind of games do you like?
Single player more so than online. Online turned me off with the PlayStation 2. A lot of guys talk about the Xbox 360 days. I had an Xbox 360. They talk about those days and the online gaming.
Oh, PlayStation 2
Oh,
had you could go online with that.
yeah. That was the first time you could really go online. I used to go
We had
online, play Madden.
that,
So instead of my boy having to come to my crib to play Madden, you got to understand this was some amazing shit. I could play my man's. He had the crib. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
I could play him. He could play. We playing Madden and shit. Because Madden and 2K, we won't 2K at the time was like live or something. I don't know, but we could play at the crib.
So
Whatever.
they had those.
But then what happened? I used to play Call of Duty, Havoc, all that. My kids laugh when I'm playing it, whatever. But then, like they say, the Xbox 360 days, when all these nerds talk about, well, I just want to bring back the days where we could just say nigga and shit online and all that. I stopped playing online games because I got tired of a 12-year-old. You could tell,
Oh,
saying some really foul shit to me. I'm like in my 30s. I don't want to cuss this little kid out. You know what I'm saying? I got my own goddamn kids, so I don't really want to cuss this kid out.
GTA 5, they.
I remember I was like playing Madden, and this is like right after like Barack Obama got elected in, and like some kid was telling me like Barack Obama was going to put me in a whatever. I'm like, oh, come on, man. Like, there's no need for this.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Look, you in the lobbies and it's just a bunch of rah, whatever. And it'd be like children and shit. And I'm I'm like in my 30s. I ain't about 25 grown ass. I'm like in my 30s with children and shit, playing video games. So I don't really want to be arguing with no kid. That's just inappropriate.
Yeah. So that's the thing is
you can't clap back with anything that's like substantial,
Yeah, it's a fucking kid.
Yeah, that's
you know what I'm saying?
One of the problems I ran into myself, like as I was saying, like GTA 5 and stuff like that. I like co-op. Like if you get a co-op where it's, I think it's.
Hold on, Zoe. You asked me a question. I know I'm long-winded. So you asked me what kind of games I like. So I end up leaning back into single-player games because I left online games because I couldn't deal with the toxic shit online. I'm not even gonna lie about it. And I got daughters that play video games. Look, and these dudes that claim like I want to take it back to the Xbox 360 Live is like, well, I got a daughter, man. I want my daughter to be able to play a game and not have to deal with you fucking assholes that don't get pussy, call her bitch, slut, and all this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't. You know what I'm saying? So I end up just leaving online gaming alone. So I play like single player games like God of War, Ghost of Tsushima, Cyberpunk. I don't play online games.
That's why I like the Nintendo Switch. And when they do have online games, like you can't talk to each other.
Yeah. I play my daughter and her boyfriend in what's the melee shit? Smash Brothers. Her boyfriend be kicking my ass too.
Oh,
he be kicking my ass.
I don't like that game.
Folks, please share the stream, get the word out about.
But yeah, I really only play. I don't play Call of Duty no more. If I play Call of Duty, I play like the campaign. I don't do online gaming no more, man. Like it's. And for
maybe like 10 years. That game.
The geeks can get.
What got me was I'm cheap. And like they want you to buy a new game like every year.
Every year, same goddamn game too.
Yeah, but are they doing that Are they doing that with the sports games too? They're just buy it again and again every year. I'm glad I never got.
Stop playing Madden behind it.
Games.
So it goes back to my point was, TJ, what kind of games you like to play? Single player games. I like to play single player games, bro.
Yeah.
The last time
Horizon Zero Dawn, Ghost of Tsushima, Doom, Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Spider-Man 2. I haven't played that one yet. Jedi Survivor. I like to play single player games. Like I'm done. That online gaming shit really, and it bothers me that the community. Just let me say this: the nerd community. They all say, "I just want to take it back to the 360 days." I'm like, bro, those days was horrible. They ran me off. It was horrible.
I hated it because I loved playing Madden, Except this was in the day when like people would shut their modem off, and then like it wouldn't give you your win or whatever because they would like it was like a broken connection instead of like they're literally just quitting, right? And it's like this is just trash. Like you're playing a 20-minute game and then boom, like 15 minutes they're gonna lose and they're like, oh nah, I'm done. And they just shut their modem off. It's like, why would you want to play?
They rage quit. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of the worst part, you probably never experienced this because you're not black. I'm not trying to play the black card, but the worst part is you sitting there playing a game and you getting them. And it's a fucking kid. You fucking nigger, yada yada yada. Like, bro, like come on, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like, it locks you up because I don't want to argue with a kid.
Well, it's crazy because
so I end up quitting. So I end up fucking quitting.
Like some of the kids say like the most racist stuff.
Oh yeah.
And like if that would have happened to me, if I would have done something like that back in the day, I would have got my ass whooped like so bad.
Do y'all remember the 360 lobbies? Like before the game start. Before the game start, it would be fucking bitch ass dude. You know what I'm saying? Yada yada. Hey, don't let a girl come in. If a girl come in, fucking slut, you fucking whore. You know what I'm saying? I'll fuck you in your face and all your hoes, whatever. I'm just like, bro, what is this?
I was playing I don't know if it was during that time, but there were times where I was playing like online, but it was only text only, and it would censor out certain words. So like, but yeah, if you had like a female character and you're playing some role playing game or whatever, you know, those massive online games, you know, there's gonna be some sexist guys who are gonna go.
Ain't no gonna be no some. No, you gotta understand what I'm telling you. I'm gonna put my shoes in the shoes of a girl. Fuck me. I'm put my shoes in the shoes of a girl. If she comes in the lobby and say, "Hey guys," it started right there off the rip, right? You know what I'm saying? And before, while it's queuing up, while the game is queuing up,
a female ever coming into an online game.
Yeah.
But while it's queuing up, whatever, and that's why these guys they all say, they held this. The days of the 360 lobbies like it was the glory days. Like
I'm just saying, even
and I'm thinking to myself, like, I'm thinking they held like I just want to get back to the 360 days where we could just say whatever, yada yada yada. And I'm thinking of him like, that's why I fucking left. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody wants to deal with that.
But I'm saying even playing text only games, I remember. Okay, so I created a female character. I wanted to look at a female, like I didn't want to look at some like dude spot in a video game. I wanted to look at chick spot. So I've created this character, and then this person, and this is all text. This person seemed to think that they could just defeat me because they thought that I was a chick, and I wasn't like trying to catfish anyone. I was just playing a character, you know. I had male.
There's a difference,
but the thing is, I did notice some sexism where it's like,
bro,
or who knows? Maybe this person just thought they.
There's a difference in talking trash, so like you know what I'm saying. You get a touchdown, you busting them up. You be like, yeah, you suck, you whack. You know what I'm saying? Like you suck, you whack. You get better. You know what I'm saying? There's a difference between that and you fucking monkey ass nigga. Or you bitch slut, whatever. There's a difference, and that those days was awful.
Yeah,
it was so awful that I don't play online games anymore. And they got mad. Listen to me now. We all nervous here. It got so bad that the companies that made the game said we gotta do something about this. So we gotta start
probably because they saw people dropping out and not playing anymore.
Yeah, putting policies in place to where you can't say this. And they got mad. And then the nerds got mad. Like, why you can't tell me I can say what I want to say
behind a glass screen anymore?
Yeah, well, why I can't say what I want to say? I should be able to say what I want to say. Why is this company doing this? Like, bro, are you listening to yourself?
TJ, somebody was banned from an EA game just for typing STFU. They didn't even say shut the fuck up. They just
That's
typed.
wrong.
So, but when I did play
What happens is this is what happens though.
Wait a second, TJ.
When it gets so bad,
Wait a second. When I
it's
did
called overcompensation.
the text adventure, not text adventure, but it was a online role playing game with text. I found the mods pretty helpful because the mods were like I think from what I recall, can't really recall if the mods were players in the game at all or what, but when there were mods, there were like also like really cool events and stuff so I think mods can be helpful, especially
No, everybody come on no mods. Listen.
if they don't go straight away.
It's called collateral damage. Some people got unfairly blocked and whatever, right? But the only reason that happened is because it got so fucking bad. It's called collateral damage, and I feel for those people that wrongfully got whatever.
Now I can
But the companies had to do something.
So I can understand now with you explaining it why there is so much moderation these days. And the thing is that I can
I don't play online games anymore at all, bro.
Yeah.
At all.
Well, what I'll do is
I don't even know what popular games are.
With friends occasionally, like
yeah, that's exactly.
Once every few years or something, I'll go and that was fun when it's just my friends and we're like on our own private server. That's fun.
I've had every iteration of PlayStation, every Dreamcast, every iteration of Nintendo. I've been playing video games since Pong. If I file my shit right now, I got about 5 friends.
You're welcome to come on here and have a conversation with us.
No, I'm saying I got like 5. If I file my motherfucking shit right now, I got like 5 friends, and it's all family or a couple of dudes that I know, like talking about. No, I ain't gonna say 5, maybe 10. It's gonna be all family and a couple of guys that I'm cool with. And I've been playing video games since Pong. Since Pong, bro. It got crazy.
That's like around the Pac-Man days or something. Like I still remember when Pac-Man was a new game. Well, I don't know if I played it.
I don't remember Pac-Man being a new game, but
I'm not sure if I remember when
I do.
New, but
I remember Super
do.
Mario Brothers. That's like the first game.
I remember going to the Chinese restaurant and to sit down and get the Pac-Man sitting down at the table shit or Pizza Hut.
So Risey lays in
the pizza where you had the sit down one and you had to look at it from.
Yeah.
It was pointed up.
Yeah. But I remember all that. I remember Kung Fu, all that shit.
It used to be that those games were.
I'm a nerd, nigga.
So it used to be those games were at like all the pizza shops.
But I would also go outside and play basketball.
At video games. We have a store called Meyer here in Michigan, and I think it's like in Ohio. And
this is when video games was unpopular. I want you to understand what I'm telling you. This is when video games was I know it's hard to believe that video games was unpopular at one time. This is when video games was unpopular. You was considered a nerd if you played video games.
So I don't remember that when I was a kid. Because I remember when I was a kid, everybody seemed to play video games because they'd be at the skating rink. They'd have video games at the
skating rink.
They had them at the department store. I was telling you because about Meyer. I guess
you go to 7-Eleven. You play Kung Fu, Centipede.
Yeah, Centipede. That was.
You go to the Chinese restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Play out back. The second shit out the Outrun.
Yeah,
Outrun.
You said people were considered nerds for playing it though. I thought.
No, what I'm saying is not me because I was a nerd. But I'm saying the masses. You was considered a nerd if you was into video games at that time, whether you wouldn't believe it or not. You was yeah.
Are you talking about in the 80s?
Yes.
About early 80s, because I don't, or mid 80s or something, because I don't remember it being but that might be different though, because you're from the inner city, right?
Yes, sir.
So that might be different, because I'm from a kind of a smaller city.
I got you.
Michigan, so it That would have been a totally different experience, I'm guessing. Because as I said, it's like it was like
It wasn't. I don't think you would be considered a nerd if you play video games. I think you would be considered a nerd if you focused on them. Like I used to get free haircuts at Capital Cuts when Street Fighter 2 came out on the Super Nintendo. Right?
Oh man.
When Street Fighter 2.
So
Hey, look, they put the shit in the barbershop. Let me finish what I'm saying. They put the shit in the barbershop. I used to go in there and bust niggas' ass.
No.
I would go in there and bust niggas' ass. Like, you know what I'm saying? Out, and, you know, motherfuckers, I'm like 10, 11, 12 years old, whatever. I got free haircuts off that shit. You know what I'm saying? Yo, the dude that's cutting my hair, that's nice with it. I'm like, yo, I get right. Once I learn how to do the dragon punch, and if you jump, that's your ass. There's no jumping around me. You know what I'm saying? With God, especially with God, there's no jumping around me. If you get up in the air, that's your ass. You know what I'm saying? So I used. Oh, forgive me.
Was that in the 90s?
Yeah.
I remember when that.
That was like one of those games they had at like the store. You know, you remember how they had like standees where you could go in and play the game before you buy it?
Oh.
Like I remember playing. We would every time we would go to the mall, I'd be like, "Mom, can we go to JCPenney's? They got the Super Nintendo there."
Oh, that's awesome.
My hand to God. I want to tell this story, and after this, I'm gonna really meet myself. There was this little guy that looked like Urkel. I had to be 16 at the time. I'm fully smoking weed, everything cool, but I'm going to the arcade, and Marvel versus Capcom came out.
Ooh.
This little guy was so cold with it. Nobody could remember when you go to the joint and you had to put your quarter. You had to put your quarter on the joint.
So mad.
So there's somebody
who got next?
But I'm
Shut up! Shut up! So
TJ, there's somebody backstage, but I'm not able to add the guest to stream. It says edit name, kick from studio, banned from studio, but it won't let me.
Listen to me.
I don't understand why it's not allowed.
You have to put your quarter. You have to put your quarter on the joint to see who got next. It'd be a line of quarters. Yo, that's my quarter. You got next. This little dude is just killing it, right? Yeah, I'm assuming. I have no idea. Single parent. This is his mom's. He be holding court. Marvel vs. Capcom, whipping everybody's ass. And I got to the point where I would go there. Me and my homeboy Ghost would go there so much till one time his mother had to leave. Now I don't know her from Adam. I don't know her.
Wait a second. I'm really sorry to whomever was backstage. I tried to add the person.
I don't know this lady from Adam, but she had to go and do something. And she came out. She was young boys, high as a bitch. She was like, "Yo, got to go and do something. Can you keep an eye out on my son?" I was like, "You ain't got to worry about it. He good." And nobody's fucking with him. You know, he's with us, and nobody fucking with him. Everything's cool. Blah 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 blah. His mama came back, whatever. This dude, I wonder if he's not one of the prominent guys in like the fighting ring with Evo and Street Fighter and all that. He got I'm telling you, he was.
Hold on a second.
He won't before 2. It could have been no more than 4 or 5.
Tell the person, if please try again. It's somebody who's in the chats a lot.
But the coolest shit in the world, I'm trying to tell you is that his mother had to make a run.
That they can join the panel. It's just that I wasn't able.
And she trusted her son with us.
Right. And having problems with StreamYard, apparently.
He was like a little bro. He was like a little, he was a youngin. He was a little bro. He was nice. And I'm telling you, the quarters was lined up. That motherfucker put 50 cent in that bitch. This is after 25 cents. He put 50 cent in that bitch and whole court all day. And it's a line of motherfuckers trying to beat him, and nobody could beat him. He could have been no more than like 4'10" with glasses. Fucking nerd. Unbeatable. I'm sitting there asking questions like, man, what the fuck? How are you doing this? Like, whatever, whatever, man. And, the coolest shit in the world was when his moms came to us. She was fly too. She was young. I was 16. She was probably her 20s or something. She ain't never said nothing slick to me and nothing like that. But it was cool. She was like, yo, I gotta go and blah, blah, blah. You mind? Sure, you ain't gotta worry about it. We got him. We got me and my man Ghost. We're like, yo, we got him. You ain't gotta worry about it. Cause she seen us that we was regulars. Marvel versus Capcom, dog. I'm a nerd. But I'm gonna shut the I remember the first time I seen Altered Beats.
Oh, that game.
Flipper McCoy's. I'm at Flipper McCoy's and I seen Altered Beats. Blew my mind, bro.
The art style in that one is like super dope, but the gameplay kind of sucks.
So the
Rise from the grave.
Wait a second, guys. The person backstage goes by the name of Super Spurg. I mean, they were using a different name on here, but in the chat typically goes by Super Spurg. I went to add that person to the panel, and StreamYard wouldn't let me. So Super Spurg, if you want to join us, please try again. Really sorry about that.
Dragon's Lair, Golden Axe, Altered Beast, the first X-Men game. I'm trying to the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. I'm talking about arcade. The first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game. Definitely X-Men versus Capcom. Mortal Kombat was mine. Mortal Kombat was Street Fighter.
Oh, when Mortal Kombat came out, that was like, especially when you got it like at home, like you had to get the Sega Genesis one. You had to like put in the code.
The Nintendo shit didn't have the blood because the Nintendo shit didn't have the blood, right?
Yeah.
Remember, the Genesis had the blood, and the Nintendo shit didn't have the blood.
Yeah. So you had to have a Sega Genesis.
Yep. I remember that shit. Fucking NBA Jam. When NBA Jam came, bro, stop it, man. That game
was so much fun. The only thing that sucked about it was it didn't have Michael Jordan. That was it.
You're crazy. Did it? Oh, let me think. Did it have Jordan? I'm trying to think.
No, that was like the one thing that made me mad. My favorite team, though, when I was growing up, basketball was because I live in Kansas, so I'm a Jayhawk.
Y'all Jayhawk. I hate y'all motherfuckers.
Was the Jazz because Greg Ostertag played for. He got drafted by the Utah Jazz, and I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll be their favorite team. And then so I like Karl Malone, John Stockton, and then watching those finals, like as a kid, you watch the Jordan just beat the shit out of him, and but like when I was watching that Last Dance again, like reliving that shit, it was like I was like, man, that was like the greatest basketball,
bro. Look, okay. We all know that Jordan was the man. There's no question. If I could be, it was Michael Jordan, Bo Jackson, Wayne Gretzky. You know what I'm saying? It was, the greats. Michael Jackson, Pop. You know what I'm saying? Whatever, right? Everybody was a Jordan fan. I was a Knicks fan.
Oh, the Knicks were really good too.
Bro, at the time, you would come home on Sunday. And I'm outside hooping, whatever. I'm a young boy outside hooping. You would come
they would
home
have
on
like 2
Sunday.
games on Sundays on NBC.
Oh, look, when they played the Pacers or the Knicks, you got to watch it, yo. Starks used to give it to him too. Starks was like my favorite player on the Knicks, John Starks. You know what I'm saying? There were the days when sports was like, it's different now, man. And I still like sports.
You got to pay, so you got to pay to watch. Basically, it's not on like
it's the same.
TV.
Steph Curry done fucked the NBA up where everybody launching got them at half court threes. I don't
Oh
want to
yeah,
see
that
that
shit's
shit.
annoying too.
You know what I'm saying? I want to see motherfuckers get busy in the paint. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
The
that's what my
NBA,
next favorite team was the Celtics when they had Paul Pierce, another KU player,
Rondo,
and
KG,
Rondo was
Ray
like
Allen.
Ray Allen and
Yeah,
Garnett. Garnett was so
yeah,
awesome.
man.
He would just like dunk it right on you and then like scream in your face, and there was like nothing you could do about it.
You remember when he told Carmelo Anthony that I know what your wife pussy tastes like? And Carmelo went to the locker room after the game. He was like, fuck getting on the bus. He went to the locker room to like, because Carmelo was married to Lala. Lala was the girl that was on
Oh
MTV.
yeah, I remember that.
You
She
know
was
what I'm
a
saying?
TV star.
And Kevin Garnett talked shit. And one of the things he said in the game was like, I know what your white pussy tastes like. She was like Cheerios and shit. It was some crazy shit. Your white pussy tastes like Cheerios. And he was like, fuck that. Yo, man, the good old day. Hey, no, I remember sitting at a bar. I had just got off work. Long short, I was sitting at the bar to get me a beer before I go home and handle whatever the fuck is going on at home. The Malice in the Palace, where Ron Artest went and laid on the scoring board, and some person in the crowd threw a bill on this motherfucker. And him, Steven Jackson, these motherfuckers went up in the crowd and started beating up fans. Do y'all
Yeah, that
remember
was
the
like
Malice
one
in
of the craziest moments ever.
I remember the bar. I'm sitting in the bar like, and at the bar, you can't hear the commentary because you're at the bar, so they playing music or whatever, but you're just watching the shit on the screen. And I remember, oh shit, y'all see this shit? When them motherfuckers went up in the stands and started beating up fans, bro, man. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, man.
Didn't he miss like a whole year for that?
I don't want to. I don't know. I know he changed his name to Meta World Peace. He changed his name to Meta World Peace after that.
It wasn't like quite as good when he was on the Lakers, but with just him and Kobe, they could take out the whole Celtics team.
Mm.
That's how good Kobe was. It's like just give me like one or two decent guys.
Look, I ended up being a Lakers fan behind Kobe. This is when I first got my first plasma TV. You gotta know how old this is. This is when plasma was the shit. And Kobe, yo, Kobe was a dick. Everybody wanted to just sing him praises. Kobe was a dick, but he's after Jordan. I'm going Jordan, Kobe, LeBron. LeBron is after Kobe. That's me. And I obviously got to slide in there somewhere because he's from my home. You know what I'm saying? I obviously got to slide in there somewhere. But I remember Kobe. Well, people don't give Kobe credit for. Remember he caught that rape beef in Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
Remember? Kobe would go out. Kobe would go out with a broke pinky, a busted toe, and a bad knee, and give him 40 on a weak ass squad that he had no hopes of catching the playoffs with. Like he already know he's surrounded by bums.
Yeah, most people are just sitting.
And give him 40 every night. He did it for like 3 months. When he caught that rape beef, he did it for like 3 months. He was averaging like 40. Broke the fuck up. That motherfucker had a goddamn splint on his finger, a bad knee, and a bad toe, and go out there and give him 40. I'm saying like this nigga is crazy. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. But
That's basically the same thing that happened with Bird. He like fucked his back up playing like an animal.
I'm gonna tell you something. I caught Bird at the tail end, because I was a child, and him and Magic. I remember Lakers versus Celtics on the Genesis, on the second Genesis, Lakers versus Celtics and Lakers versus Bulls and all that. I didn't know Bird was the asshole, and I mean asshole in a good way.
Yeah.
There's stories of Bird, like, say they call a timeout. Bird would tell the motherfucker, I'm going to go right here. I'm going to shoot it, and there's nothing you can do about it.
And he would
And we'll
literally.
go and do and we'll go and do it. And we'll go. And so many people say,
And you look at
Bird,
Bird and
like,
you go, this guy can't play, but like he's like the best player in the league. You're
yeah,
like, what?
yeah, yeah. Bird, that motherfucker say, I'm going to go right here. They're going to pass me tell them to play. They're going to pass me the ball. I'm on the wing. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go on the wing. They're going to pass me the ball. I'm going to shoot it, and there's nothing you can do about it. And drop that shit. Bird was mean with it. But I will say this about Bird and Mike. Mike, rookie year, actually before his rookie year, Jordan, I'm talking about, when the Team USA played the college dudes on some preseason
Oh, yeah,
shit.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This is how good Mike was. Halfway through his rookie season, there's an article, you can Google the shit, where Larry Bird, at this time, the league was Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, maybe Dr. J. Dr. J was on his way out. You know what I'm saying? Maybe Dr. J, but he was on his way out. But it was really Larry Bird and Magic Johnson, maybe Dr. J. Michael Jordan, rookie year, he said, that's not Michael Jordan. That's God impersonating Michael Jordan.
Yeah, I remember that because I heard that, like, you'd hear his name, Michael Jordan's name's Black Jesus. You're like, where did that come from? But it came from Larry Bird.
Yeah, his rookie year. This is his halfway through his rookie season. Do you understand how mean you gotta be? They're halfway through your rookie season. They're saying this is the best motherfucker ever.
They
And
did
it's
that
coming from
with
Larry Bird. It's
LeBron
coming from
too.
Larry Bird.
Well, what with Larry? What was it? I remember when because they hyped the shit out of LeBron, and like he was always on. He would always make the top 10 plays on like Sports Center back in the day. I would just watch it to see what crazy shit he was doing on the that night. That was like a pretty good period right there.
Bro, look. Before you got to understand that you're talking about before sport. This is before Sports Center. When you got Larry Legend.
So you didn't even have like 24
hours. Yeah, there was no coverage. This is before, all you saw was what you happened to have on Saturday or ABC Sports or whatever.
I remember the 80s because I'm only.
I remember this shit. I remember this shit, bro. Like, you got Larry Legend. Everybody, like, I remember going to the court, Bird, you know what I'm saying? Everybody say Jordan or Kobe. Now it's Kobe, you know what I'm saying? Or Barkley.
Mm-hmm.
You got Larry Legend saying, and this man halfway through his rookie season, this is the best basketball player I've ever seen in my life. This comes from Larry Legend, who's going up against Magic. So when people, I get into this argument with my son all the time because he don't know any better. LeBron. Yeah. Bro, I keep sending the videos like, look, stop shitting on Mike. You still wearing the shoes, nigga. I got to still buy you the shoes. Jordan won't Jordan just because he was, bro. Stop it, man. Okay, this is my top 5. I want to give me a top 5. I'm going Mike, Cole, LeBron, Steph, Shaq. What's your top 5?
I would probably go Jordan, Kobe. And then I don't know what the order would be, but it'd probably be like Akeem Olajuwon.
No doubt. I ain't mad at that. Dream.
Chamberlain.
Okay. I ain't mad at that.
I'd probably, and then the last one would probably be Steph, I guess. Cause there for like a long period, they couldn't do anything about what he was doing.
Bro, I remember being at Hooters I'm in Hooters chilling, eating
It's
wings.
hard though too because like both Magic and Bird, like they should be in there too, probably somewhere.
Yeah. Hakeem, in my top 5, Hakeem should be in there, and Wilt should be in it. Bill Russell should be in there.
Bill Russell,
It's hard.
Jerry West.
It's hard, but Mike, I always say Mike, at least Mike, Kobe, and fucking what's his name, LeBron. Is that solidified?
Yeah.
And then you got to think about Kareem. Fuck Kareem.
Yeah, Kareem's like basically LeBron like 30 years ago, because he had that he played for so long. LeBron's played for so long, They got that longevity. That's LeBron's best attribute.
Yep. Attribute is
longevity.
Bro, can you believe that he's still doing it right now? He's still a monster right now.
And that's exactly how Kareem was.
He's supposed to have bad knees. LeBron's supposed to have bad knees right now.
Oh, does
Mark
he?
says
well, that explains why he's dipped.
Dexter was good. A lot of great guys in the 80s and 90s. Oh,
yeah, Barkley was great.
Hello.
Yes. How long you been backstage?
I don't know, maybe a minute.
Okay, I was because I was trying to get the word out about the stream. I didn't know till the last minute if I was going on. I having internet problems earlier. Stock.
I think
yeah.
Rayton there saying he's just waiting for his son to get in the league. I don't know what he like wants to make
Bronny, he's waiting for Bronny to get in.
Plays with his son or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he wants to play with his son.
I can share the stream.
Come on, Bron. Come on, Bron.
The stream.
I would give Bron this. I give LeBron. I'm not a LeBron fan. I'm not a hater, but I'm not a huge fan. I do recognize. I will give him this. As far as longevity go, it's not even close.
Yeah.
So
it's not even close.
I stopped watching basketball back when I don't know. I mean, I was watching when
I couldn't even drink alcohol when
I just kind of lost interest. Man, so here in Michigan, the Detroit Pistons, back when they were the bad boys of basketball.
Bill Lambert, Joe Dumas, Dennis Rodman. Yeah, the bad boys. You come down in the paint.
Yeah, was Dave Thomas on the team around that time?
What you say?
Yeah, they were. I mean, this is like, and then I think I remember when Rodman changed. Which was it, the Bulls, or what team did he play for?
He went the Worm. When he went to the Bulls, he turned to the Worm.
And he like,
dude, and he was like changing his hair. I was like so confused. I was like, what is Dennis Rodman all about? Changing his hair every week?
Yeah, it was doing some wild stuff.
When the Bulls got Rodman, it was.
So people were pointing out that he wasn't doing that in the Pistons days.
Yes, he was. Hell yeah, yes, he was.
Together in my head after all these years.
John Sally, they had John Sally. What was it? Bill Lambert, Joe Dumas, Isaiah Thomas, Dennis Rodman, and John Sally. I was the starting 5. The bad boys. It was the bad boys. And they was beating Jordan, not beating on scoreboard.
They was beating the shit out of him.
They was beating the shit out of him. You come down the paint, you come down the lane, you can catch one. You know what I'm saying? You'll catch one. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I was never any good at sports, but basketball was one of those fun games to watch, from time to time. Like baseball, I had my ADD and wasn't very compatible with it. But I did watch the Detroit Tigers back in the day, back in the 80s. There was a guy named Al Kaline and what was it, George Carey or something? Was the
who the fuck?
One of them was the announcer, and the other was the color commentator. I think Al Kaline was a color commentator. He would talk about the hot dog, the hot dog man. The hot dog
out of pure athletes.
Go into great detail.
So, out of pure athletes, You brought up baseball. Out of pure athletes, I ain't going to the steroid days, but out of pure athletes, do y'all remember seeing Bo Jackson run up the
Oh,
fucking
man.
wall?
Yeah, he
Do y'all
played for the
remember?
Royals
Do y'all remember him throwing from left field?
all the way.
Left, bro. Like, do y'all remember him swinging out and if he strike out, he'd break that shit over his fucking head? He broke the bat over his fucking
Wait,
head.
what are you doing?
Bo Jackson was an animal.
He's the only
And played
player that
football.
has played. He's the only player that has played in both All-Star games of football and baseball, and is in neither Hall of Fame.
Bo Jackson ain't in the Hall of Fame?
I don't believe so.
Huh.
Let me look
Oh,
it up.
he played in both.
Because Deion Sanders was nice like that too, but he won't nowhere near Bo Jackson. This
Bo
motherfucker
Jackson
ran
didn't
up.
play like football long enough, though.
So Rodman.
This motherfucker ran up the wall, bro. He ran up the wall on some dog shit.
This article from 2002. Bo Jackson is the only athlete in sports history to be named to both All-Star games, but not be in the Hall of Fame.
Oh wow!
Because his career's like shined bright, and then he like fucked himself up in football.
Oh,
and
he
it
blew
like
out his hip. He blew out his hip before medical shit was like that. He
if you look at the injury where he got tackled, it didn't even look like it would like hurt.
Oh,
but, like sometimes that shit just pops or whatever.
This motherfucker threw a B. He gunned the motherfucker. I used to play baseball. He gunned the motherfucker down from left field.
He would always like jump up and grab grab the ball right from the fence from stop a home run.
He gunned the motherfucker down from left field to home plate. He didn't hit the shortstop because normally you got to hit the shortstop up. You know, you hit the shortstop, then the shortstop hit the catcher. This motherfucker gunned the motherfucker down from left field to home plate and gunned him.
There will never be another Bo Jackson, or was it Deion?
Deion.
Yeah,
no Deion Sanders.
Deion Sanders. Pronounce the people's names. He dislocated his hip. Oh, gosh, that'd be horrible, especially wow.
Bo Jackson was a different animal, dog.
It's for NFL. Bury my heart with Walter Payton.
Oh, sweetness. Look, imagine being the baddest running back on earth and your nickname is Sweetness.
You guys old enough for you remember refrigerator?
Walter Payton. I remember that when I played football. I wouldn't wear. Everybody would wear 34. Walter Payton.
You guys remember? You guys old enough to remember the Chicago Bears in the '80s when they had refrigerator Perry?
Stop it!
Gigantic guy.
What was the quarterback name? Jim McMahon. Yeah.
Am I the only person here who remembers refrigerator Perry?
Yeah. No, sir. Look, 72. His number was 72. They get goal line. They put his big ass in the backfield. It's goal line, and they put his big ass in the backfield. The fridge. Yeah. I remember the good old days, bro.
Yeah.
I think my favorite thing in the 90s, though, was like on Thanksgiving, you could always watch Barry Sanders play. And he just made shit look like it was a video game.
Oh, Barry Sanders. Yeah, that's.
Man, look, man. He he would tell stories how his father used to make him take ballerina classes. People would like laugh about that. His father, just to keep him quick on his toes, like flag football.
Ryan's talking about
because it was like if they can't take your flag, how the fuck they gonna tackle you if they can't take your flag?
Yeah.
And his father put him in ballerina. No, listen to me. His father put him in ballerina classes. And one of the most things about Barry Sanders and was dope about his daddy was, if you ever go back and watch, he never celebrated. His dad was like, act like you've been here before. Barry Sanders every time he scored, he'd get a ball to the rough.
Which fitted because they played for the Lions and they never won anything.
Chicken, that's our only.
But Thanksgiving Day, them lines is playing. You gonna see Barry. You gonna see Barry dancing. You gonna see Barry dancing. The motherfuckers. He gonna dance on them though. Yeah, man.
So, but I read and is saying that everything is too specialized from an early age. They won't let kids play multiple sports in high school anymore. I wasn't aware of that.
That didn't make any sense.
This guy says, Marg, Jim McMahon, laugh out loud. I remember the fridge. His line, the Super Bowl shuffle. 85 Bears. That's what I was talking about. The most fearsome defense I'd seen, says Marg.
Ravens.
Until
All
2000
day.
Ravens at least.
Mike Singletary, was it Mike Singletary or fucking
Hale Raven.
I remember that shit, bro.
Barry Sanders.
The
Father.
90s Chiefs was pretty good because they had Neil Smith and Derek Thomas.
No, what was the halfback name?
Yeah.
What was the halfback? Lord forgive me.
I'm forgetting.
Icky Woods was Cincinnati. Icky Woods was Cincinnati.
Or the Ravens. Ravens were only.
The Chiefs had what was his fucking name? He was a monster too.
46 defense right.
Christian Okoye.
Christian Okoye. That's it. That's it. He was a monster.
Names tonight.
Man, y'all taking me back, bro.
Nigerian. Oh wow.
Who was the guy from the 2000s? Made me forget. Priest Holmes. He was good too.
Priest Holmes was he was a beast. Priest Holmes
He's probably my favorite Chief.
So I never really followed the Chiefs.
Priest Holmes is a beast, yo. I forgot about him. No doubt. Absolutely. He was a beast.
He broke his neck and then came back, scored a touchdown, and retired.
Wow.
So he broke his neck and it was out for a few years rehabilitating, and then he was just like, well, I want to come back, and play. I don't know why he came back, but he scored one touchdown and retired.
No, Tony Gonzalez is the greatest Chief.
Oh, Tony Gonzalez,
the tight end. The tight end. Yeah, the tight end. Yeah, Tony Gonzalez.
He played on all those teams that they were super good, but then they would lose first round of the playoffs.
Larry Johnson too.
Larry Johnson, yeah, Larry Johnson. They were going to. Unfortunately for him, he stiff arm. He liked going to the bar and stiff arming women.
Holy shit!
But yeah. So the Chiefs traded him before he broke Priest Holmes's rushing record because they didn't want him to have it.
Wait. So stiff.
Hey, look.
It's like
how y'all do Alex Smith like that?
What is that? He beat
Alex Smith. I mean, they had
the quarterback. Y'all did Alex Smith. Y'all did Alex Smith dirty. Y'all did Alex Smith dirty.
Oh, I don't think we did it. That was the 49ers.
Mohammed?
Was it the 49ers? I thought it was the Chiefs.
It was probably the Chiefs. Yeah, because we drafted Mahomes, and Alex Smith was
I can't pronounce a single. Len Dawson.
Len Dawson's the original.
Okay.
The worst.
Right. Gosh,
the worst getting hurt and a motherfucker coming off the bench. Right. The worst episode of you get hurt and a motherfucker come off the bench and you just lost your job is Drew Bledsoe and Tom Brady. Drew Bledsoe was that dude. Bledsoe was that dude. I'm a Dolphins fan.
Before the Super Bowl too, and Drew Bledsoe was like,
they was playing the Raiders. I remember it.
He goes, I had a dream, and I'm going to play in the Super Bowl, and we're going to win. And then it was I was like, maybe the dream's going to come true. And I'm watching. I'm like, he never came off the bench.
Bro, listen to me. Bledsoe was that dude. It wasn't like Bledsoe was whack. Bledsoe was that dude. He was that dude. And he got hurt, and Tom Brady stepped in, and it was a wrap. You never heard about Drew Bledsoe again.
Who did he get traded to? Wasn't it the Bills or something?
I have no idea.
Huh.
I think he played for. Did he play? No, that wouldn't have happened. Maybe the Cowboys.
He was that dude.
Let's go look.
Bledsoe was Ryan Redden's favorite.
Drew Bledsoe. There he is. Google must have heard me talking about him because that was the first thing that came up.
So Ben Coates and Terry Gleam.
Ben Coates is a beast.
He was traded for a first round to Buffalo.
Yeah, he got traded to Buffalo. Then he went to the Cowboys.
I think he went to the Jets with IG Tuna? Big Tuna. Oh, Big Tuna. Okay.
Antonio Gates. Antonio Gates was like that.
So
LaDainian Thomason. And
so I
people
think
forget about
so
LaDainian.
we haven't heard much from Ethereal Dragon.
I'm sorry. We talk. I apologize. I like sports, so I apologize.
Welcome, Dragon.
Hello.
Yeah, it seems like people are really getting into the discussion. But I just realized, well, we got panelists on here that I invited on here, and and we haven't heard hardly anything from them. How you doing, Dragon?
Not fine now, all you.
Happy New Year, bro.
Yeah. Oh,
Happy
yeah.
New Year.
This is the first stream of the new year.
I got a question. At what point do you stop saying Happy New Year? At what point do you stop saying Happy New Year?
Maybe in December.
Just keep saying it all year.
Okay, fair enough. This is a random thought. That was a random thought. Like I thought about this earlier. Like at what point? Because I be saying to people like Happy New Year. Like nigga, it's January 10th. Like you know.
I kind of feel like I would. I don't really say Happy New Year, but I feel like that's like just the first or something. I don't know.
Fair enough.
But if somebody said it to me, I would probably repeat it back.
Yeah. It's. I say it. I typically say it on New Year's Eve or New Year's Day. But yeah, you could probably keep saying it for the rest of the month.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I don't know.
Maybe,
I just
maybe for the rest of the month, because I've been saying it too. I've been saying to people like, yo, I still be saying like Happy New Year, Happy New Year.
Well,
I'm like, yo, it's like 11. Like I'm sitting there thinking like, what is it?
That turned New Year. I don't know. I mean, since it's the first stream of the new year. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just guessing by like all month. I don't know. I'm still a bit confused about like say Christmas, and then there was like Epiphany and Theophany. Like there's like two Christmases. There's the one in the Gregorian calendar, and then there's the one that's that's
because the Orthodox do the two different
and
Christmas.
that lines up to the 7th on the Gregorian calendar. So that's when the Eastern.
I'm gonna need you to explain this thing.
What we call
there is no two Christmases. So explain what you're saying.
There is no two Christmases.
Yeah,
please. I'm not hating. I just want you to explain what you're saying because there is no.
So
I've never heard.
And like say,
I know Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, all that old shit, but there's no two Christmases.
Because the Orthodox, they in Rome when they changed to the new calendar, the Orthodox essentially the
new calendar. Okay, hold on a second. What's the new calendar?
This was like hundreds of years ago.
Okay, so what's the new calendar?
The one that we're on now.
Okay.
How many years ago did you say that was when one of the Pope Gregory's changed it?
I'm not that familiar.
It was a few hundred years ago, but
yeah, this is a while ago.
What it does is it kind of throws off the calculation for Easter. So sometimes Easter will happen on the Gregorian calendar before
the Gregorian. Hold on a second. The Gregorian.
Named after one of the Pope Gregory's. I can't remember which one.
Okay.
I'd have to Google it.
Do you mind elaborating on what the Gregorian calendar is, if you don't mind?
The one we're using right now, the Gregorian calendar, is literally the one we're using right now.
Yeah,
so that's the calendar we use now.
Yeah, it was. There was a previous calendar called the Julian calendar, after Emperor. Was it Julius Caesar or I don't know. But
I don't want y'all to think I'm hating on you. I just want to know what you're saying because
I understand. So
I didn't even know that when I was in because I went to college for history. I didn't even know that around the world people like would be living in different like years.
Oh yeah,
Like, in America, it would be like 1912, but in like Russia, it would be like 1911. And
talking about time calendar is quite a bit different as far as what year it is. I can't remember what it is on that calendar. And then there's like the Chinese calendar. I don't know what
So
the
are we debating time?
religious calendar.
I guess until recently, like the 1900s, like the world wasn't on the same time.
No. Yeah, different region of the world invent different calendars.
And they just live their life how they want.
Like all these people talk about the culture wars, but they never even talk about like the fact that there weren't
Time wars.
like, there are all these different calendars around the world. Because with so like yeah, I didn't want to go into the but the people don't want to complain about people, but I do think it's fascinating that there are all these different calendars, even though most of us will use the Gregorian calendar for a
Well, that's why people get like super confused about like this happened this year, or maybe it was this year. We're not quite sure, because depending on what calendar you're looking at,
Yeah.
they're not quite sure.
Well, there's things like from the colonial days where there's. I remember when I was a kid, I'd see a birth date of and have like two different birth dates, and it's like, what's that? Later I learned, oh, there used to be. So even though the Gregorian calendar came out long, I think it was around during the days of colonial America. Still, the U.S. was using the old calendar, like certain countries still use that for religious ceremonies, even though for like calculating Easter and other.
I just want to make sure I'm clear. I want to make sure I'm clear on this. So
Yeah.
you're saying we're not even in agreement as a people on time.
No.
Yeah, December 25th on the calendar most people use.
Nowadays, yeah.
January 7th on the old.
You remember you used to be able to call you pick up the phone and like say the power went out, you had to set your clocks.
Yeah.
And you would call the phone and the phone would tell you what time.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, I get it, and I do get that it might be deeper than that, but I just want to be clear on this. Are we saying as a race, Homo sapien, we're not even in agreement on time?
No,
we're not.
Well, that's what
Okay.
used to cause problems with like when the white people came and were going to meetings with the natives here in America. They would like the natives didn't go by like a time period, so like the white people would be like, okay, well, we're gonna meet up at like whatever time it was, and they would just the natives would show up when the hell ever. They're like, oh well, you didn't show up, so we decided everything.
But don't you map time by like the sun rising. Hold on, you map time by the sun rising and the sun setting, right? Like high noon is.
So I was in Jamaica when this was probably a couple decades ago now. Gosh. So I was going to meet up with this guy named Ron. And so I went to meet up with the guy at the scheduled time, and his friends were there, and one of his friends said, "Ron, soon come." But soon come doesn't it doesn't mean he's necessarily coming soon. It means he'll come around sooner or later, I think, is what.
But no. Like
I've seen that in
like an hourglass. Like an hourglass.
Book that soon come is kind of a figure of speech that, and it really didn't take him too long to show up.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second now. Hold on a second. Like an hourglass. You putting up standing there, and
I mean,
and hold on, a sundial. I'm gonna go from an hourglass to a sundial to you can when the sun hits his feet, I know whatever. So I'm asking you. Are we so divided that we can't even agree on the concept of time?
Like 100 years ago, no.
And with calendars, people still use certain calendars for religion. they might use the Gregorian calendar for their day-to-day life, but when it has to do with their holidays, maybe they use the Chinese calendar, or they use the
Well, maybe the white colonizers was smarter than
or
the
whatever.
savage. Well, maybe the white colonizers was smarter than the Native Americans, and brought the concept of time to them. I mean, because it seems like time shouldn't be questionable.
Sci-fi.
Well, it's hard because even the calendar that we have now is only so correct, right? Because every 5 years, you got to add another day to it.
Leap year. It's my leap year.
Isn't this a leap year?
This is a leap year, right?
Wait a second. I think there was a flaw with how they calculated leap year on the old Julian calendar.
Oh, it is a leap year.
That's why Christmas and the Gregorian calendar and the Julian calendar have diverged to the point where the 25th on the Gregorian calendar is the 7th, is January 7th on the Julian.
I got a cousin or nephew that's was
Why
born
the
on
fuck?
leap
What the
day.
fuck? What the fuck is leap year? Can anybody Google that? What the fuck is leap year about?
Yeah,
Just thinking about it.
There's only like every
Okay,
year there's
basically-
like 20 minutes or something, or a few hours that isn't accounted. So like every
Yeah,
few years
because-
you got to add another day.
Yeah.
So time isn't real. So time isn't real.
Right.
No, the problem is the Earth does not take exactly 365 days to go around the sun. It takes a little longer. So that's the problem.
Just a
And
little
then
bit.
also the fact is, every year that is not divisible by 100 and 400 does not have a leap year.
Yeah, it's like when you're like, "Hey, I'm gonna be there in like."
I heard
10 minutes.
if you add an extra day to the week, it adds up. I know it sounds foolish, but I heard if you add like an extra day to the week, it actually adds up, and you don't need a leap year no more. But you know that.
Is that like that Beatles song where he says, "I love you 8 days a week"?
Yeah, there's the Beatles song. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, man, I don't know, man.
It was Apple Records, their own record label.
Look, when you realize that the days of the week are named after planets like Saturn, Saturday, Wednesday, you know, and you realize that a lot of things that we take for
Thursday,
everyday stuff is based on old school. Old school, but I don't even know. It's beyond old school. It's based on, I don't want to say primitive, but whatever. Once you accept that, then is there a need for change? I don't know what I'm saying. I'm drunk. Fuck it. I'm good. I'm gonna mute myself.
Time is the fourth dimension in relative, says Sci-Fi Nation, because the sun lands on it and on the earth.
Time is the fourth dimension.
Oh, yeah. The Morg's talking. It's the Sci-Fi Nation there. Pagan holidays pervade Christianism more than want to. Some of these days aren't as pagan as people think. It's almost very confusing. Like there's like December 25th wasn't the birthday of the sun until after like Christianity had been around.
Yeah, there's a lot of occasions where they changed or added to like legend because of Christ.
Yeah. The unconquered sun was eventually celebrated on the 25th, but that might have been actually after Christians had started celebrating Christmas. And what was it? What was it? And the solstice wasn't the 25th.
There's like the 22nd or something like that.
No, there might have been parts of the solstice celebration integrated with Christmas. I don't know. But the Christmas tree is actually a modern day thing. The Yule log, I'm not sure where that goes back to. So, I mean, it gives me a headache just even trying to think about all the stuff that I've read recently, but still fascinated by it, even if it confuses me. Welcome to Sci-Fi Nation.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Zo. I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you think that it's all horseshit? I believe in the Lord. That one, I'm just letting you know I'm coming from that angle. I believe in the Lord. I don't. Of course, December 20. I want to say this: December 25th is not Jesus Christ's birthday. I know better than that.
And that's perfectly
Like-
fine. I'm just saying, when the planets were named originally by the people that seen them in the skies, they named them after their gods that they knew at that time.
Okay, so I'm just saying. I'm just asking the question, and it's not a judgmental question. I'm just asking: do you think it's all horse shit?
No, because I believe
I wasn't asking you.
and I'm trying to answer you. Can I answer you? Yes.
But I wasn't asking you. I asked Zoe.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, you didn't quite. You specified the first time around, but not after Sci-Fi Nation started talking. So you thought you were talking to him. I think that I really do think that I think the ancient Israelites used to worship more than one god. But I think that believe that over time they. So this is very controversial because supposedly with Adam and Eve they all worship the one God, but I believe over time people like realized that there was one God. I think the Israelites used to were basically probably just Canaanites, and they worship a high god named El, and his wife. I can't even think of her name. But,
Man of beloved.
But because they put that, because Solomon is said to have put a pole to the goddess in the temple, and in the Ten Commandments, they do not have any other gods on my face or like before me. And I think in some scholars say it's because people here's I don't know if it would be the tabernacle where God was set to thought to dwell, and then there would be this tree to the goddess, right there, and it's like you're putting this idol in front of my face. But I think over time, people adopted the concept of monotheism. This is not what the Orthodox Church.
So tell me out. Hey, look, I'm feeling you. I'm feeling you more. I'm feeling you more than you think you know you. I'm feeling. I'm really feeling you right now. Like,
yeah,
I'm really feeling you.
Historians say, and they could totally be wrong.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna shut up. Okay, I'm feeling you.
Saying it's definitely the case. I don't think, but I do think that these stories. I think the stories in the Bible, even if let's say the thing is they were written before like they didn't have the science, what is it called, like the modern.
They didn't have pen and paper. It was passed down. They didn't have pen and paper. It was passed down.
Wait a second, TJ. They didn't have modern historical literalism. That's something that came after the Enlightenment. These are
the what? Hold on, it came for the what? What was that?
Very important. Just because something might not be historical by modern concept.
No, hold on. I'm not trying. I agree with you. I want you to understand. I'm agreeing with you. You said
what
it
he's
came
saying
before.
is today we believe in like super like detailed literal stuff. So like stuff has to be perfect. And back in the day, stuff was just like poems and like
and handed down by
it was passed down word of mouth
by stories, and myths.
Parables, yeah.
Like what's the deal with Adam and Eve and all that stuff? That doesn't really, that doesn't versus evolution.
I agree.
I don't think you have to sacrifice, one for the other because religion deals with.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you this. I'm gonna put you on the hot seat. I'm gonna put you on the hot seat, motherfucker. Put you on the hot seat. And you seem very knowledgeable, so I'm not trying to you definitely know what you're talking about. You know more about me. There's a couple times I wanted to stop you and be like,
ultimately, nobody really.
But let's shut the fuck up. I gotta ask you a question. Do you believe in God and Jesus?
Yeah.
Well, that's like asking somebody if they got indoctrinated at birth to believe in a fucking specific God.
But
yeah, that's exactly what it is. Now I'm gonna ask you, since you want hold on a second. Since you want to keep chiming in, do you believe in God and Jesus? I don't even know who the fuck I'm talking to, but do you believe in God and Jesus?
Yeah, but you gotta like
Not you, not you, not you, the dude that was trying to talk over you.
but
Not
in
you,
the same
Lorenzo,
way that-
not you,
not in the
Lorenzo.
same way like some of these fundamentalists,
I was brought
evangelicals
up.
do. Not like in
All
this
right, I'll
really
answer the question.
super. This definitely happened in this exact way, you know, because a lot of
I'm not saying you wrong. I'm not saying you wrong to right, Zoe. I get it. I'm with you. I'm really with you. I love intelligence.
Like
Fair enough. You gave me your answer. You gave me your answer. Cool beans. We good. Shut the fuck up. The other guy. Do you believe in God and Jesus?
You know what? I was indoctrinated to. I was brought up Lutheran. I took catechism, right, all through Lutheran.
What is catechism?
It
just basically means like instruction, teaching.
Yeah, it's basically
Catholicism. Like Catholic.
Yeah, it's like Catholicism. The
Luther
one main difference between Lutherans and Catholics is we don't sit, kneel, stand, and fucking inhale incense.
That's the best part.
All right, fair enough. Okay, so my question. I got this, Zoe. Shut the fuck up.
TJ, you've been talking all fucking night.
I'm trying to hear him talk.
If you ever want to know the difference between Catholics and Lutherans, that's the difference. Lutherans.
I don't want to know that. I'm asking you a very specific question.
Jeez.
Do you believe in God and Jesus?
I was indoctrinated to.
So is that a yes or a no?
Well, I have my own belief.
Is that a yes or a no?
I believe there's a higher power out there. I believe there's a spiritual power. I'm not going to say what the name of that power is.
That's fair enough. All right, cool beans. Right. I ain't gonna beat you across your head.
But to answer your question, I was
really you're really gonna answer my question?
Yeah, I was indoctrinated to from birth. Yes.
So yes, you do believe in God and Jesus.
No, I was indoctrinated to. That doesn't mean I do.
Well, that might be the reason why, but you do believe.
No, I believe there's a higher power. I don't believe that's what it's called.
Okay. All right, fair enough.
Like, oh my God.
All right.
Is that a good answer for you?
Perfect. Just curious. Perfect.
Mark saying that monotheism probably isn't prevalent in Israel until as late as 4th or 5th or even 3rd century BC. Yeah, that's my understanding is as far as what Ashura, that's what I was thinking of, was Yahweh El's wife. Oh, I said the divine name. So the Jews would say Hashem or Adonai instead of.
Isn't Shira basically like a precursor to what? Oh shoot, I just forgot her name. The Greek goddess.
I'm gonna tell you some funny shit. There was a guy on Twitter, right? There was this random dude on Twitter last year. He was tweeting like, "I know y'all." He's like, "I know y'all think I'm crazy, but I swear I hear Yiddish. I swear I hear Yiddish under my floor, and I don't have a basement."
Well, you probably
listen.
But look,
here's the crazy part.
After that girl's name.
But look, they showed the dates. They showed the dates or whatever. And he kept saying like, "I know y'all think I'm wild, but I know it sounds like they're digging or something. What the fuck?" And then it all came out. You know, I ain't saying that they hate the Jews, but I'm just saying the funny part of somebody not. I'm saying the funny part of somebody not believing you when you sound crazy.
Okay, so what happened was there were some. I don't know. They were ultra Orthodox or Haredi or Jew. There
are so many different versions of Jewish faith out there. You got 10 or 20 different versions of Jewish faith.
I'm trying to talk about this tunnel. Is there was this one group that believed, I can't remember the guy's name, that was the Messiah, and the guy passed away. Anyway, some of his followers were building.
I love the Lord, yo. I love the Lord, yo.
Synagogue. And the problem was that the tunnel was underneath. Also,
y'all see the Lil Nas X when he ate all the little the grams or whatever, the wafers, and
so I'm trying. So the problem was that the tunnel also ended up underneath some people's houses.
Defense.
Can I
Muslims?
Say can I say
Christian defense? Like, yo, if they would do this to to Allah, our God, they have his head. They have his head. Like,
Yeah,
yo,
assalamu alaikum. Yes.
So all
yeah, you know,
it's just
I love it,
used
man.
for God. Christians use that term, and Jews do as well.
There is one thing that Colonel Morg said, and everybody brought up Asherah, but what you didn't bring up was
What is that? What is
uh,
Asher? I don't know. Can you please tell me?
well,
Enlighten me?
that was the wife of what they're calling God with the name Yahweh, which is actually the
Yeah.
Native American term for God. So
There was also there. So before, so there.
God had a wife?
So wait a second. Ashura was
That's
L's
some new shit.
wife.
Hold on a second. Hold on. You're not gonna just glaze over that shit. Hold on. God.
So Yahweh was L's wife originally, and then later on was associated with L's son Yahweh. Now in modern Judaism and Christianity,
don't believe
El,
that the Son of God had a
El
wife. Exactly.
and Elohim and Yahweh are all considered the same, but
Right.
there are manuscripts from the Dead, like in the Dead Sea Scrolls. There
Right.
was, I can't
The Dead
remember which book it
Scrolls,
was
yes.
that said that speaks of Yahweh as being
As being the Son of God or
the,
God.
the God's son, or Elohim's son, or El's son,
Elohim, yeah, Elohim was
or
the
Elyon, because there's also the most high. Okay, I'm gonna unmute TJ.
Did you mute me? I didn't even know you muted me. Like, okay. I was just curious, like, yo, I mean, I've never heard before ever that God had a wife. I've never heard,
well,
Elohim and all that. Yeah, Yahweh, yeah, but I never heard that God had a wife. I never heard that
Well,
before.
they said that that Solomon had put a temple, not temple, but in Solomon's temple. Now the way that it's told in the Bible is he got married to a Canaanite woman, and
God or Jesus?
she convinced him to put
This is Solomon.
Solomon.
pole and
Well, Solomon had like 700 wives.
like anyways, Solomon's temple had a pole to the
Well,
goddess.
hold on a second.
Sure,
Hold on a second.
I don't know if I'm pronouncing
Solomon had many wives, bro.
an idol to the goddess.
If you
Well-
have like 700 wives, do you think you like actually consummate all those like marriages?
well, if I had a harem, I know
It's
I would.
possible.
This has,
It's possible. I can see me doing it. I can see me doing it.
It might take us.
Yeah, if
It
I
might
had that
take
kind
us
of harem, I'd be.
years.
It's 365 days in a year. I can see me doing it.
You can do 2 a night, right?
so
Not to mention the fact that you're not marrying them all at once either.
I think people.
Oh, you marry him?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that what's most important is like the meaning of these stories, because like if you try to take every single part of the Bible and try to figure it out, it's like
Oh, come on.
fashion.
I've
I think it's
angering these apart
chaotic,
for years.
and it's probably not
Let's have fun.
going to be all that useful, you know.
I took catechism. I've been tearing these stories apart for years. Let's have fun with it.
Yeah, I took Lutheran catechism and I converted to the Orthodox Church.
Oh, you did take Lutheran catechism? Okay, well then I feel for you, bud, because I took
I
it
was
too.
just speaking from like what I've heard from like historians about certain things.
I did take it, so yeah, let's have some fun with it.
Yeah, I took catechism myself too. I also somewhere maybe
You know, Lutheran catechism.
There's small catechism.
Well, I can say this, Lorenzo. Do you remember Lutheran catechism is no different than Catholic catechism?
Well, there's some differences.
Oh, hold on. What the fuck is the this has been my main argument with Christianity. Okay, no. Like Protestant, Methodist, whatever. It's like gangs. If we all agree on what we're reading, what's different?
Oh, the main difference is right because you're Protestant, you're Catholic, blah, blah, right, which used to be a big thing back in the day, 1800s, 1700s, 1900s, right, and that was like the big differentiation in the church, right? But since we are in the society we're in now, they were like, especially in
But
this
if
country,
we're all going off the same book, I don't understand the gangs.
Well,
right?
by nature,
Because back
it's
in the
same
day in Ireland, even like when Titanic was being built, there were Catholics and Protestants that wouldn't work with each other because they couldn't stand the fact that one was Catholic and one's Protestant, right?
They would
That
like
was
kill each other over it.
exactly
But
that was
that
an
doesn't make
actual thing.
that
Even
doesn't
back
make
in
any sense to me
1912.
because that doesn't make any sense to me because
Of course, it doesn't.
that totally goes against the source material. Everybody talking
Right.
about the source material, in a
Now
nerd
let's put
culture,
that.
source
Let's
material.
let's put
Depending
that.
on what,
Let's put that in a present day context. How does that make the Bloods any different than the Crips? Why can't they get along?
Well, I think that they got settled a long time ago.
Well, yeah, the Bloods and Crips video. Yeah, I know all about it. I was, I fucking was there when it.
Yeah, they got settled a long time ago. Larry Hoover was locked up behind that shit.
But what
They
I'm
got settled
saying
a long
is,
time ago.
what I'm saying is, if you go in,
July.
if you go into the prison culture, the lockup culture, that rift is still there. It don't matter who.
Oh no, it's there because first of all, these motherfuckers is locked up with no bitches. Second of
Exactly.
all,
Exactly.
so even though we fighting on the corner and there's a such thing as in jail. I'm not talking about society. I'm not
Right,
talking
you
about
be
whatever.
friends,
In jail.
you be friends, you be homies out on the corner, but as soon as you get locked up, guess what? You got to stab each other.
No, but actually it's the opposite. You stab each other out there on the corner, but when we in jail, it's us against them.
Well,
You know
then
what
it
I'm
must
saying?
have changed in the last 20 years.
No, what I'm saying is I don't want to say white supremacy, y'all took it the wrong word,
No,
but
I
there's
don't
the
want you to say
Aryan
that either
Nation.
because I don't believe in it.
Yeah, there's an Aryan Nation in jail. There's a group
I know
in
there is.
prison.
I know there's all
Right.
those things in
So
there.
what they're saying is, well, even though we didn't like ourselves, even though I tried to kill you yesterday on that corner, we got to stick together right now against them.
Imagine a group of white people calling themselves Peckerwoods.
I'm not hating white people. That's not what I'm saying.
That's what's messed up about it. There is actually a gang in the prisons called the Peckerwoods.
Yeah, and it's like a term that like white people haven't used. Like,
you also have the ABs, you got the Nazi lowriders, you got all this other dumb shit.
I'm just I don't know. Yeah, Nazi lowriders.
Like towards white people, and they're trying to get back. But
what is happening?
Nobody remembers.
Do they play the song Lowrider while they're like coming out?
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. Even though, I'm gonna tell you, like around the way,
nobody had
Portsmouth guys don't get along with Norfolk guys, and don't get along. Richmond, we don't get along with Richmond guys. They up north, whatever, yada yada yada. But when you're upstate, when you're down,
it's
like look,
doing time. When you're down,
when you're down and doing time, and you're locked up. Then it's like, okay, even though I would have murked you on the street, we got to stick together against them.
Right. Unless you come at me and you give me a reason to, then we're going to be okay.
Right. So what I'm saying is, and I don't want to say white supremacy is a real thing. I don't believe white supremacy is a real thing in society, but I'm talking about in the pen. I'm talking about in the penitentiary.
Well, see, that's the thing. In different states like California, it is a thing because in those prisons they do segregate themselves. But if you come up north,
I'm talking about society. If you let me finish, I'm saying not saying it like outside in reality, whatever. But in the pen, when you're locked up doing the bid, you have to like, okay, we're gonna stick together. And I'm not saying white supremacy is, but it's gangs, bro. It's gang shit. It went from this gang out there on the streets to this gang in penitentiary.
You're right, because you could try to play lone wolf, but guess what you're going to do? You're going to wind up getting jacked up in your butt, even if you don't want to be.
You better hope. You had to fight a few motherfuckers off to get them to believe that I don't even want to play this game y'all playing. I'm over here in the corner.
And even if you are helping out, the so-called gang that's for your raise, you still better fucking watch your back, because as soon as you fuck up, you're gonna be their bitch.
You're gonna need help. That's the whole thing with it. Like you're gonna need help. Like look, Lord forgive me. I don't want to. I ain't built for this shit. at all. I've been to jail 3 times now. 3 times.
Oh, you did
I,
county time? That's it.
Chad,
I have no desire. It's
sorry
not for me.
but
It's not for me. I go mad in it. I would go mad in jail. Like my brain.
He go off on those county deputies.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying to myself, I'm just not built for it. It's like
you go off on
So,
yourself.
Lord,
You
did they
wouldn't
find
hurt
the
nobody else.
I'm trying to say that that's nowhere for a place for an insane man to be.
Well, hell no.
For
Hell no.
a sane man to
Everybody
be
knows.
jail, it's horrible.
It is. Everybody knows state time is so much easier to do than county time, even if you got to deal with all the
Right. I've never been to prison. I'm not talking about just jail.
Well,
I ain't even talking about jail.
All right. To be
I'm
fair,
just talking about the goddamn tank. I've been to the tank 3 times. Let's keep it funky.
Oh, you've been to the tank. I've been up it. All right. All right. Let me tell you what I did. I've been to the tank. I've been up.
I've been held overnight. I've been held overnight on a couple of days for 3 times. No, thank you, sir.
All right, I did 6 months. I did 6 months in the county. They were threatening to send me to the fucking prison. The only reason they couldn't is my dad was a prison guard. My cousin was a prison guard.
Run it back, dog. If you don't mind, run it back, dog. No disrespect. Run it back. No disrespect. I'm gonna hear your story. In all genuinely.
I'm being genuine.
There goes the theological discussion.
Oh well, we were doing theological. Then we got on the.
Yeah, we were talking about.
We went from comic books to goddamn it everything. This is the luxury of having TJ on your channel. Let's go, bro.
Yeah.
We can talk about everything.
All right. So you want to hear my story? Yeah, I did county
time. Please.
I did 6 months in the county. Right. They were talking about putting me in a state prison. First, they were talking about, we're going to put you in boot camp. I said, okay. Deal, because I was already in the Army delayed entry program, right? I'm like, send me to the military.
That hasn't existed. Hold on, pause. That goddamn thing of giving the option of you can either do time or join the military, that shit stopped in the 70s.
Yeah, well, I'm talking 1994. I didn't know that stopped. Nobody told me that, right? As soon as they said boot camp, I'm like,
I smell a cap. I smell a cap, but go ahead.
I can still go in the fucking Army, right? And he said,
I smell a cap. I smell a cap, but go ahead.
Yeah, you're in the delayed entry program. I said, He's like, no, I'm talking about the MDOC fucking.
They don't give the option. They ain't gave the option since the 70s of either you can go and sit your ass down.
You're right.
Or you can go with.
He was talking about the state of Michigan MDOC fucking boot camp. I said, what the fuck am I going to go to prison for the boot camp when I can go to the military right now if you fucking let my ass out of here?
They don't do that no more. They ain't done that shit since the 70s, B.
For Sci-Fi Nation.
Well, see, that's the thing. I was already signed up to go into the military in 1994. So, but I fucked up.
So all you guys veterans? Would they be considered veteran if you served?
I am not a veteran. No, absolutely, I am not a veteran. I signed up for the delayed entry program. My dad was a Marine for 20 years. He retired from that. He went in. He dropped a rank to go into the Army National Guard in a town that he lived in, where he was a prison guard for the state of Michigan, where he served for another 5 years.
So you didn't serve in the military?
No, I did not. Everything that you think is military me is what I learned.
So you did 6 months. You did a 6 months bit. You did 6 months.
I did 6 months in county. Yeah, that's
all right.
County jail.
All right.
But no, did I do state time? No, but I can tell you about state time. My dad was a prison guard. My cousin was a prison guard. My uncle was a deputy warden of one of the prisons here in the state. So I can tell you all about the fucking prisons.
All right. So basically, what I was saying to you, what the conversation was about, you were saying that it's different. It's different when you. I don't even know how to shit. I don't even know where we started from. Fuck it. You win.
Yeah, we were talking about catechism and trying to explain the catechism.
How the fuck do you go from catechism to doing fucking?
So catechism is basically kind of a history of.
It's where you learn how to give Holy Communion in the church.
Okay. It's a history of one's church or denomination.
We're talking about gangs. We're talking about gangs and Methodists and Protestants and
church
yeah,
gang.
yeah. Church gang. That's what we was talking about.
Yeah, that's
There you go. And then we got on gangs and
about
shit,
20
yeah,
minutes
that's
ago
how
or
it's
something.
related,
And
That's right.
See, I'm
So
glad
yeah,
everyone-
there. So
And I asked you, hold on a second, Zoe. And I asked you, Zoe, and you answered it. And I asked you, I said, do you believe in Jesus and God? And you said,
I do, but I
not you,
so
Zoe. You already answered it. You good. You good, B. You good.
It's a
You
complex.
said Zoe, you didn't say Jay.
Oh, Jay, I
So it's a
asked you where the shit went left was I asked you, do you believe in Jesus
And
and
I
God?
said I was indoctrinated at a very young age, but I believe that there
And
is a
yeah,
higher power.
and then it turned out he was talking to me.
Hey, there you go.
Then that turned into a bunch of gang stuff.
So you don't believe?
I didn't never
Jay?
say that, did I?
So
I
do
said
you
believe,
do believe?
I believe there's a higher power. I'm just not gonna.
And what's the higher power? So what's the higher power?
The higher power is what's out there. I'm not gonna limit
So
myself.
what's that?
I'm not gonna limit myself to one particular.
He's an agnostic.
Here on Earth.
No, there are a lot of there are who was it? Was it Anselm or who said that which is
out there, you should not have that which is out there. You should not have to see.
Okay, can we agree on this? How about this? I'm gonna ask you a question. All right, out of all the books, we said the Torah, the Quran. We said the big three. The big three.
Right,
The Torah,
and
the Quran.
I believe wholeheartedly.
Shut up.
Okay.
The Torah,
Yep.
the Bible, and the Quran.
The Torah is part of the Bible.
All the holy books. Yes, all the holy books.
All three of the holy books, right?
Yes.
I haven't read the Quran. I haven't read the Torah.
I haven't.
Okay. I haven't fully read the Bible. I haven't fully read the Bible. I'd be lying to you if I told you so.
The first 5 books of the
I
Bible.
tried to read the Torah, but learning Hebrew is hard.
Okay, so check this out. Would you say that the Bible teaches you wrong or right?
It's contradictory.
The Old Testament and New Testament are two different things. I understand what you're talking about.
It's very
the book of Genesis is contradictory.
yes,
it is. There's like two.
That's the Old Testament.
Animal, and then there's two of any unclean animal and like 7 of any clean animal. It depends on
right.
which
that's you're proving my point. The Old Testament and the New Testament.
No, he's just talking about Genesis, the first chapter.
He's talking about Noah's Ark has contradictory stuff. There's parts that appear to have been 2 different tellings of the same story, and they're weaved together. Doesn't mean they're not.
Yeah, and then they say, okay,
it might mean that not everything's 100%.
Okay. Do we agree? Yeah. I heard you say earlier that for the most part, you was like, yo, have this, for the most part, it had to get passed down word of mouth because, there wasn't scribes at the time. Right?
Yeah, the way that the people, like, nowadays people think just because something is maybe not 100% historical in the way we think of it now in the post-Enlightenment, they think that it's not true.
Exactly.
What is 100
in history?
Do you know there's like 15 books that were deleted from the Bible?
Yes. Yes, I do know.
Didn't deem them appropriate.
Yes, Constantine. Yes, I know.
So when you get my whole thing is like when you go to stories like Noah's Ark,
Enoch, the book of Enoch. There's a couple. The only one I can think of is the book of Enoch. But yes, I do know what you're talking about.
No, there's more than Enoch.
It's like people need to.
Yeah, I agree.
I just read the book of Enoch like a month ago.
So the thing is with these.
Look up. You should Google the forbidden books of the Bible.
Yeah. Those are.
I'm gonna tell you something. My father was very well versed in the Bible, right?
Well,
and,
TJ,
before he passed, very well.
People actually hear me.
Yes, Lorenzo.
Okay, because it seemed like TJ couldn't or wouldn't.
That's
So,
our bad, Lorenzo. Go ahead. Say what you
so my point is that when I take when I try to look at like what was the meaning behind these stories, and then it's really hard to tell what the original meaning was and how it was interpreted over time. And, I do think it's interesting, like the historic with this modern history and applying it to the Bible, but I don't think that's the end all and be all as far as whether
well,
something's
right. And
true or
here's my
not.
take on that,
Because there
Lorenzo.
could be. I remember what was it, like Worf on Star Trek Next Generation was. I think he was asked about like whether he believed in like the whatever scriptures the Klingons have, and he said he finds new truths in it every time he reads it.
Yeah,
And I
there was.
find that's the same way with the Bible. That you know, there's lots of truths in there. It doesn't, I might not. But like whether or not like Jonah was like, in the whale and all that stuff, whether it was literal or in a vision,
Oh,
or it physically
that's
happened,
like
or
asking
vision,
me
or if it was.
somebody if they believe that Captain Ahab was real and if the fucking whale was real, man. I mean, come on, look at the Bible, right? Look at how many times the story was told. Look at how many times it was written down. Look at how many times it was translated and retranslated and retranslated.
Well, we got stories about Saint Christopher, and he was portrayed as in our in like the Greek Orthodox icons as being a dog-headed barbarian. He's like from like a cannibal tribe, and so like that's we lost Captain Cummins. Well, I hope I didn't offend him, but just because it's
Yeah,
like
I hope not. I wasn't trying to offend
we
nobody.
don't have like dog-headed barbarians walking around doesn't mean that the story like isn't true. It might not be like 100% historical from a modern sense of.
Philip said, yeah.
Thanks for coming on. I hope I didn't offend you.
Yeah, hey Phil, we hope we didn't offend you, bud. We were just having a conversation. So.
Thanks, Captain. But yeah, I think that there's more to I think there's a lot of things that people can learn from these stories, even if.
Oh, absolutely. I think I would absolutely tell people to learn about theology.
Yeah.
All the theologies, right?
Yeah.
Especially if they're in doubt. Check out all the theologies. Muslimism. I know I'm gonna mess these words up. Muslim. You got the Buddhism. There's just so many theologies out there you can check out and find out which one works best for you, right?
Yeah.
So
I like in the story of Jonah and the whale. There's this at the end. So Jonah doesn't want to tell the Assyrians, who are just completely ruthless. They didn't want to tell them that God so God sends the God of Israel sends Jonah to tell them that they're going to be judged or they're going to and God's going to wipe them out, which is like it would be a dream job for a prophet to tell them that, because
Lorenzo,
they were just absolutely just ruthless. But Jonah doesn't want to do that. He ends up getting swallowed up by a whale. And he ends up like there's this like, and then I think after that he ends up like I don't know. He's still. I think he's still reluctant, like even after that, to tell the people, the Syrians. Oh yeah, it was the city of Nineveh. He was going to tell them that they were going to be destroyed, and it got so it gets hot outside, and God causes this gourd to grow above his head to keep him to provide shade, and then he gets all upset sorry, gets all upset because of the score, because God allows the score to get eaten by worms, and so he doesn't have the score to provide shade, and so like and he's all upset about that, and he's like, "Well," and so like God's telling him, "You're all upset about this gourd that you didn't even plant. When there's like hundreds of thousands of people in the city of Nineveh who don't know their left hand from the right, and what about all the cattle? Like the story, like a lot, like some people would say, like this is like kind of a satire on like how prophetic literature um, typically operates in the Bible. Did anyone hear what I was saying?
I heard you.
Yes.
I just
Yeah, I
went,
can't even find the window. So yeah, it's like, what about all the cattle? You know, and
Well, the Bible had to be written
it's like,
dumbed down for the average person. I mean, even nowadays, that's true because you got these idiots that will believe anything. Like we didn't know that from the river to the sea meant genociding Israel. Then why were you chanting it? Because
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get indoctrinated by the religion my parents fucking birthed me with. What?
so
what does that have to do with idiots who are college students chanting that?
Yeah, that's horrible. On the other hand, in Gaza, the Israeli government bombed an Orthodox church. They sent a sniper in to shoot people while they were entering a Catholic church. Then they bombed the Catholic church. So,
Yeah.
and every time they do this, it's a supposed accident.
That's an accident. No, that's not an accident.
It's like
been happening
like
for centuries.
so you got like insane. You got all sorts of insane people who of all
You know what? Religious wars have been
Israeli,
happening
Jewish
for
people, you got
centuries.
insane
Did you not ever hear of the
Palestinian,
Crusades?
Hamas. It's just crazy. Yeah, got insane activists on college campuses. And then you got like these.
You don't even have to go modern day. You can go back to Crusades, Lorenzo. Come on, man.
I mean, you got all sorts of insanity. That doesn't mean everybody.
You don't
That
have to
doesn't
go
mean
modern
every
day.
Jew or every Palestinian's insane. These are the.
You know why they're pissed off? Because they got their country taken away from them at the end of World War II. I'd be pissed off too.
Yeah, that would. Well, like the Orthodox and the Lutherans and the Catholics, all those people are considered like Palestinians. Even if they're Arab Israelis, they typically consider themselves to be Palestinians, is my understanding. They don't necessarily, even if they have Israeli citizenship, they want,
Yeah, if I got my homeland taken away because some government that just won a war that I wasn't involved in said, "Oh, we're going to give this land to some other people for whatever reason." Yeah, I'd be pissed off too. So, just saying.
Yeah, on the other hand, there's people who were born, they're Jewish, Israeli, and they're born.
Well, yeah, they were born there. They ain't got nothing to do with it. They were born after the fucking fact.
Yeah, so I feel bad for the average person, not necessarily for their governments, but for the people in the region, because it's a fucked up situation. Doesn't seem like it's going to be.
This is something that's been going on for yeah. Hey, Keely Shaw, roll tide, Keely
So
Shaw.
Keely's advertising the Jack Show. Yeah, if you want to check that out, feel free. Pop open a tab. You absolutely need to understand Catholicism to be able to understand Tolkien, but also Beowulf too.
Yeah, kind of, sort of. Not really.
You were roboting, Lorenzo. Am I still roboting? Lots of college students are idiots. Is there more fun?
Yeah.
Well, you know what I've learned?
always do.
Some of the dumbest people I know have went to college, and some of the smartest people I know haven't. So there you go.
Well, we expect when liberal colleges are indoctrinating people left, right, and center.
But I listen to lectures online, and they're not all. You know, you can kind of weed out some stuff that's kind of a little like politically correct or whatever.
Right. And I'm not
You can
saying
weed that
it's an
stuff out of it.
academic thing, but 9 times out of 10, the reason they're dumb for going to college is wasting the fucking money in the first place. For an education,
I agree with that.
for an education, it ain't gonna fucking get them a goddamn place in the fucking
I paid for school. I paid for school before. Like if my daughter, she's a pharmacist now, but she was taking classes. She had to take classes that was, I don't even know, like had nothing to do with none of that. You know, you had to pay for that.
exactly.
You know, so like,
What the fuck is an English lit class gonna do for you to know what kind of drugs?
I thought that was the purpose of high school. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Because they want to find more ways to leech money out of you so they could pay for the DEI programs. When they're spending millions of dollars on DEI staffers.
I don't think the DEI came into what I was talking about.
Yeah,
it had nothing. DEI ain't got nothing to do with what I was talking about. I was talking about
when
like
you spend $30 million on hiring.
The only DIs I know about are called drill instructors. So
no, I'm talking about when your kid go to school and you got to pay for them taking classes. When they pick a major and a minor. I didn't go to, but my kids did. But they pick a major and a minor.
Yeah,
and,
so
you know,
hopefully they pick some
you're
good
paying.
majors.
Yeah, you know, but in the meantime, they have to they have to take all these classes.
Yeah, dumbass classes.
That has nothing to do. Has nothing to do with what they're trying to achieve.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
You mean like
has nothing to do with what they're trying to achieve.
No, here's how fucked up the U.S. college system is, university system is. You got to take all these dumbass classes. They ain't got nothing to do with the fucking major that they're trying to get their fucking degree.
It's called a minor and a major. I'm telling you, I paid for the shit. I'm telling you, I paid for the shit.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Most of the people I know with the college are the dumbest motherfuckers that I know.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that.
Are the smartest ones because they were out there in the real world getting the fucking.
And why they got to take all these classes? Why they got to take all these classes? Has nothing to do with what they're trying to major in. But they got to do it. You know, it's like brainwashing or some shit. And I had to foot the bill. I had to foot the bill for brainwashing. It's awful.
You got to pay what?
Yes,
what
that's
is it now?
Why they make it?
It used to be 30,000 for 4 years. Now it's like 30,000 for 1 fucking year. What the fuck is that shit?
Because this is what happened. Some people couldn't afford college, so the government got involved, and after that. Oh, we could pay more money, and the government would just.
All right, no, the government.
Pay for it.
No, okay, Bernie Sanders had the right idea, right? But it's colleges that got fucking greedy. The colleges got fucking greedy, even though they get grants from the state that they're fucking in to fucking begin with. So fuck the dumb shit. Put the blame where it fucking belongs.
And yet we still keep giving these money.
I'm saying college is a scam. Look, by the time I got to my son, I encouraged my son not to go to college. I said, "Yo, go to a trade school." Fuck that college shit.
You're gonna make more money. You're gonna make more
money.
Be
a plumber. Be an electrician. Be a plumber. Be an electrician. Whatever. Fuck. I encouraged my son not to go to college. By the time I got to my son, I did it. You know, by the time I got to my son, I discouraged, fuck college.
Much more money in that trade than he's ever gonna do trying to pay off that fucking college loan. That's the fucking truth. You're goddamn right. Go to a fucking trade school. You make 10 times the money.
Welcome back, Timbergreen.
Hey guys, there's an experience. Look, listen. She had an experience of leaving home. She went to Radford. She had experience of leaving home and being on her own, and you know, the social experience
You
of
gotta let
How
you
many
gotta let it.
people are gonna
Yeah,
talk
you
at
gotta
one
let it
fucking
kick
time?
out. You gotta let the
right,
kick
right.
out and fuck
Yeah,
up.
I put on birth control. I put on birth control. I'm gonna keep it a beam with you. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. But that's nowhere near the rate that they hit on your pockets of teaching them a bunch of bullshit that has nothing to do with where they're trying to go in life.
Oh, see, that's why I raised my little one. Right now, he's 11 years old. I raised him the way I came up. I'm 47 years old. My oldest one,
that's
besides that's 22 years old. I'm raising my 11-year-old like I did that fucking 22-year-old. Motherfucker, you better fucking do right, or I'm gonna whoop your
Yeah,
ass.
yeah.
Okay, so
Fair enough.
here's a big problem right now with what you guys are just talking about. All the colleges and universities right now, especially here in Canada where I live, it is largely all based on money. It has nothing to do with what grades anybody's had in school or
My oldest
anything.
daughter went to
Eh,
Radford. My youngest daughter, my oldest daughter
Can I
went to
finish
Radford, and my
talking for a
second daughter
second?
went to Wake Forest.
Yo,
No, this shit hit your pockets. It's
Yeah,
what the
we're
fuck is this
saying,
guy saying?
Well, I mean, Canada is like free university, right? So
Free university? Are you fucking crazy?
I thought they did, don't they?
No.
Oh,
Where'd you get that from? So, anyways,
well, I
up
live in
here,
Michigan. I live in Michigania. I thought y'all had free university.
that would be fucking nice. I would be
I mean, I
university
know you got.
educated right now. That would be pretty fortunate, wouldn't it?
I know
I
you
don't
got
think there's
free
any
health.
country in the world that has free university. I
That,
know a lot of countries subsidize it, a lot of European countries
yeah,
especially, but I've
you.
never
yeah,
heard of free
Germany.
university.
I think it's subsidized. Like you get like some sort of grant or something, but you have to
So
go to like a certain prep school. They call it gymnasium.
the biggest problem
Other
right
people go to
now
state
going on
schools.
worldwide, not just here in Canada, is all the foreign students. I'll tell you right now, it's the biggest fucking problem. And it's not the foreign students themselves, it's because people are making money off of it. So here in Canada, you're lucky if anybody living here is going to get into a college or university within 2 to 3 years. There's literally like a 3-year waiting list for any decent course right now, even at the lowest end college or university. You're going to be very lucky to get in. So it's turned into a system now where they're not educating people based on their grades or anything like that. There's no scholarships for people who are getting 4.0 GPAs. They're all thrown on a waiting list and it's all bullshit. And also, it's to the point now where there's almost no doctors or any medical staff that is educated here in Canada because there's also rules. You're only allowed to make a certain amount of money and stuff. So as soon as somebody gets educated here in Canada as a doctor, they instantly go to the US or any other country where they can actually make a decent amount of money.
Oh,
Pretty
you
much.
mean here in the U.S. where we can actually regulate our prices, unlike every other
Exactly.
country in the world. So.
And there's like, yeah, you guys are very lucky with your constitution and a lot of freedoms you have. A lot of
You
people
know
don't
what? We
realize
have
how
all
lucky
the
you are to be in
freedom,
the
but
US.
we cannot regulate our fucking medical prices or our
Oh
drug
yeah.
prices like we do for the rest of the world. So
Oh yeah.
how the
And
fuck are we lucky? We ain't lucky.
it's all money based. Once again, that's the exact same as here. So everything's based on money nowadays. The only part that you're lucky on, like I was saying, is the constitution. It's the only thing that protects you
Oh, the
pretty much.
Constitution. Oh, we can say fuck you if we don't like something. Big fucking deal.
Well,
We also can criticize our government. In Ireland, they want to make it that if you criticize the government, they can arrest you. I think that might be a thing.
Yeah,
in
look what they
Australia.
tried to do with NWA back in the day. Fuck the police.
welcome, Liam. Great to see you.
They tried
Hey,
to
I'll
arrest
be back in just a
NWA for
second.
singing
I
that song.
am here. I'm just switching.
But here's the
computers
thing.
around.
Okay, here's the thing. So what's the joke? American healthcare. Okay, you wish you were dead. Canadian healthcare, they want to kill you, and UK healthcare, you'll die
Okay,
waiting
I'm
for
going
it.
to add in Minecraft.
The healthcare is fucked here as well. Yeah,
This is
100%.
an entertainment show, and we're just speaking in Minecraft hypotheticals.
Yes,
Oh
this
no,
is all.
they
This is a
actually.
hospital
Yeah,
in
I
Minecraft,
agree with you.
and it's in some weird Minecraft realm. Yes.
Yeah, the vaccines are safe and effective.
Yes.
No, we're talking about how the fact that euthanasia is now
I've had
becoming more
9.
commonplace to be recommended
That as well.
in Canada.
I'm actually injecting a vaccine into my neck right now.
Well, not yes, but I'm talking about how they like this one
Good for you. Insert that
woman in
syringe.
Canada, who was a vet. She wanted a one of those shifts to go upstairs, and her doctor recommends euthanasia. Apparently, it become ill common for that to happen over the little
Who the
things.
fuck is your doctor? Dr. Mengele?
They've been hiding the figures here in Canada. It's something like 60,000 people last year they fucking euthanized. I'm not even joking.
And
It's increasing
equal
more and more.
opportunity here.
Like I said, who the fuck's in charge up there?
No
Dr.
problems
Mengele
with
III?
the young
Fucking
people in Asia.
jihadi,
Lord forgive me, I didn't realize
jihadi
that's not a
Justine, I
funny,
like to
not a
call
funny
him.
thing.
Jihadi Justine. He was
No,
like, ay, 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 painting his
Wait,
face
No, I don't
black.
even
And
call it that. I call it Dr. Mengele the Third, right?
So euthanasia, that's young people in Asia, right?
sorry,
Let me
That,
make sure I
I
got
guess
this right.
I guess
Hold
we
on,
don't
Zoe.
have a lot of
Hold on,
real.
Zoe.
are
Hold
young
on, Zoe.
people in Asia?
I guess we don't
He's
have a
coming
lot of
through. Hold on,
more
Zoe. I
scholars.
wish George was here.
Joke.
Hold on a second. Hold the fuck on. I wish George was here. You're saying that even if your kid excelled in excellence, they gotta put on a waiting list before for higher learning for the immigrants. And then you're saying that they're euthanizing motherfuckers?
Canada's so fucked up right now, man. Honestly, you guys have no idea what the
So
fuck
wait a
is.
minute.
Like,
Yeah.
I live so far north in Michigania. I could pass as a
Yeah, where'd
Canadian
Liam
if I
go?
really wanted to. So if I came up there as an illegal, I could actually get more fucking college education than your fucking kid.
yeah. Well, it depends on the money. That's the thing. So there's actually laws here too, where like universities have worked out deals with the government, so they've made it so it's totally legal. And oh, it's just such a big thing, man. Honestly, I could talk about it for so long. It's
Yeah,
so
I know you
fucking
could.
broken the entire
And
education system
here's the
here.
thing. I live so far north
Wait,
than so
you
many
guys got
Canadians
scared
that I
away
know. It's
Liam.
not even funny. I could cross over it.
So
You
here's
mean
one
to
thing
tell me
interesting too. Like,
you mean to tell me if your kid is awesome in academics,
it doesn't make a difference.
It would
that's
make a
impossible.
goddamn
broken.
difference.
That's impossible.
It's
That's
broken.
impossible.
No, look it up, man. I'm telling you right now, it's just what's happening. I know so many
And
people.
here's the
Even
thing.
my
Yeah.
own girlfriend, she's a Punjab girl from India. She came here recently.
Punjab.
She's Sikh, whatever, and she got into
Sikh,
her
yes.
course, and she had to wait a certain amount of time in India. But sorry to say, it's not her fault. She got in pretty fast,
Welcome back,
and
Liam.
it's I know from personal experience, not just from her, from so many other people that I'm friends with. One of my personal friends, another lady, she had to wait. I think it was over 4 years to get into.
I remember.
Oh,
That
It
makes
wasn't a
sense.
dentistry
I
That
course.
remember.
It was
actually
a
makes sense.
I
dental
remember.
assistant
Shut
course.
the fuck.
so
Holy
Liam,
fuck! Who is this guy?
wait a
My
second, Liam.
grandfather
One at a
had.
time.
Oh, I'm sorry. My grandfather had dual citizenship,
Oh, wait a second.
as does my first cousin. So I think I would have priority for actually getting into the country.
So I can't hear. Can people hear me? I can't hear Liam at
There's
all.
just some people really yelling sometimes.
Yeah. You're kind of low, but yeah. Okay.
Welcome, Liam. Oh, I think Liam's muted.
Hello. Yeah, sorry, I'm muted because I'm actually in my studio. I'm doing cleaning. I just thought I'd come in.
Thanks for joining us.
So yeah, no, I'm not sure the topic yet. I'm just kind of feeling it out.
I don't know. People started complaining about stuff. I was. Is there any
Just wait
positive stuff?
just
going
wait
on
5
with
minutes
the
to talk
guys
about
on
change.
stuff? Anybody have any like TV series or movies or whatever? And you guys can dwell on the negative stuff if you want. But
Yeah, no,
What do you want to talk about? How did the warp factor change between TOS and TNG? Was the great experiment actually a success instead of a failure? Is that what you want to talk about? I mean, come on.
Did you see
yeah, just
the
fun stuff.
Did you see the stop motion video I sent to the group there?
Oh, it's stop motion. But
Yeah, it's from like the 60s. It's fucking awesome, man. I couldn't believe it. Like, dude, they must have taken like days to make this one video. It's only like 6 minutes long, and it's fucking hilarious. I don't want to ruin it, actually. It's just like this.
I can find it and post it in the chat.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I can find
I
it right
can
now.
screen
If you guys,
share, though,
you guys
unfortunately.
will know what I'm talking about. I guess it's not exactly animation, but I kind of think of stop motion as animation at the same time because you're making frame by frame, I guess.
Oh, they came out with a Pokemon stop motion series. It's like 4 episodes, and I think the longest is 20 minutes.
That sounds exciting. I used to do it with Lego Men when I was a kid.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's pretty slice of life. What happens is the main Kyoto, her life was falling apart. She got dumped and blah blah blah. So she gets a job, a result for Pokemon, and she's like over analyzing everything on the first day. It's like, and the boss is telling her that she's doing everything wrong. It's like no, you don't overanalyze things. Just It's like makes like for what is it? Make a Pokemon happy. So it's pretty much actually, getting your life back on track and getting happy and while helping all these Pokemon.
Why the fuck would you want to help a video game character when you could help yourself?
Well, I
Because
don't know.
because it's in the world of Pokemon.
I feel very left out because I was never into Pokemon.
I
as a
wasn't
kid.
either. That's like after my time. I'm like going to be 48. in a
I've
couple
seen some
months.
episodes. I like the fan art. Fan art's pretty cool.
Pikachu.
They retweet fan art of Pokemon.
I mean, like, by
Yeah,
the
although
time
the people
Pokemon came out, like the Game Boy was like fucking considered like, wow, that's like some old text.
Yeah, I never had that for the Game Boy. I didn't ever
although
any system. I haven't played any of the Pokemon games. I watched some episodes of the cartoon and also some Digimon. Digimon seemed pretty cool too.
well, the thing is, Pokemon has some really stupid duels. It's like Pikachu is obviously not Pikachu's false trainer because he doesn't listen to Ash. And you need a human to evolve a Pichu. Okay, do we really want to bring in the video game mechanics into the season that didn't have the mechanics
Well, how
of the
about
video
this?
game?
How about if you could actually do a video game mechanic where you put Grano into the balls of the fucking whatever the fuck you're trying to fucking get, and then they have to fucking submit because they fall to their fucking knees.
That would be an interesting
Yeah.
feature in a Pokemon game. You guys ever play with those little pet things they used to have back in the day? Like
Oh,
little keychain fucking
what the
pet
hell were
thing?
they called?
Like digital
Yeah.
pet, basically.
Digimon.
Yeah,
Yeah, I guess Digimon. Yeah, you're
Talking
right.
about Digimon.
yeah, that's what Digimon. But
And fucking Furbies.
No, I didn't. You know, I was
my
so old school. I was so
maternal
old
grandmother had a
school.
Phoebe.
I was so old school. We had the original
Furbies are creepy as
slapsticks.
fuck.
I had the original slapsticks they had to ban, right? Because they were made out of like shit that could slit your wrist if you fucking did it the wrong way. So yeah, that's how old school I am. I'm gonna be 48 next month. So.
Yeah, I'm around. I'm 47 like you are.
I always rode around motorcycles and went hunting when I was a kid. That was
With
my childhood.
yeah, I bet you did with a
In the middle of nowhere.
You didn't have a bolt action doing that. You probably had
Oh
one
yeah.
of those fucking rocker.
You usually have a little
What the hell
bolt
do you call
action
them?
and a shotgun. We usually have a little 22.
Oh,
too.
you cannot do that on a motorcycle. No, you can't. Not unless you come to a stop. You had one of the ones with the fucking arms underneath it, right?
Sorry? Oh no. The way we'd carry it, my dad actually we had this old ass motorcycle, and my dad actually took a bow and arrow case, which is like much bigger than a gun case basically, and he made like this custom mount on the side of the fucking motorcycle. Is the most like redneck
What, to
thing
fucking
ever.
shoot arrows off
The
the
most
side of the
redneck. No,
motorcycle?
so that he could carry multiple rifles in the case basically, and you just stuff foam in between them to protect
for
them from
fuck's
vibration and shit. Yeah.
That
You gotta
sounds
do
like
what you gotta
something
do
my
when you're
dad-
poor, man.
Yeah, that sounds like something my dad would do, right? Because we have actually I've still got the guns here. One's a 7.67 bolt action, the other one's a 22 semi-automatic rifle, internal load, and yeah.
So am I roboting?
Sorry?
Am I roboting?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, I need to. Okay, I'll be back.
That's not bad, I don't think.
No, he was on my end. He was roboting.
Oh,
He'll be right back.
You sound like R2D2. I'll disagree with everybody else.
These are not the droids you're looking for. I don't exist. I'm not here. I am not the sci-fi you're looking for.
What happened to the very enthusiastic gentleman?
Oh, RJ, I think he left.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, that's
Yep. It's something very important to say. Is
You know, I was being quiet too. I was hoping he would say what he had to say, but he didn't. RJ, for listening, come back up.
Come on, man. We love you.
Yeah, I was here. I was listening all night. I was listening to everything he had to say.
Sorry for not being more talkative, guys. Like I really am I probably shouldn't have even come on. I'm multitasking, but I missed the last couple of invites, and I didn't want to be rude and not show up. Just trying to get the office all back and nice. And my daughter's currently running around playing with a giant T-Rex toy that's larger than her. So it's just a bit of running.
Tell her to fuck off. Daddy's got shit to do.
Do your thing, man. No worries.
No.
I feel it's nice sometimes just to let people talk. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the main reason why Joe Rogan is so popular, because when he interviews people, he just lets them talk for like 10 minutes straight, and then he'll ask questions after.
Well, there's a difference between letting people talk until they suck the oxygen out of the room, and a difference between making a point. So.
Yeah.
Let's talk more Furby. Who's got a Furby?
Fuck Furbies.
What, bro?
I was too poor for a Furby, dude.
Yeah, me too, actually. You're right. You're right. I remember some of my friends had them, and I would try talking to them.
You know what Furbies were? They were fucking animatrated fucking wannabe
demons.
Fucking little demon gremlins. What the fuck they were? Fuck those bastards.
I love Mogwai because I love gremlins, and Furby seemed like a cool idea, but I just
yeah, that's why I hate Mogwai too. I'm like, why the fuck you stealing the fucking idea? Fuck you.
You can't hate Mogwai on the stream with me.
Oh,
That's
I
like
fucking do.
You can't. No,
they can't even come up with the original fucking idea. Fuck them.
What the hell is Mogwai? Can someone explain? Is there
a Mogwai. It's the cute little gizmo critter from the Gremlins movie.
Yeah, it's that actually is the name of the original gremlin, what they're called when they're a baby. Instead of just calling them what they are, fucking baby gremlins, they thought they had to come up with their own name.
No, Furbies are a ripoff of the Keltophobus from Masked Rider, which was a complete shit show that Sabana Entertainment did. After the success of Carnage.
Where's Lorenzo? I just noticed
they tried to use the same name for Baby Gremlin, so fuck that fucking name.
Yeah, where's Lorenzo? Is he coming back?
Yeah, he should be. It's his fucking stream.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
well, people killed away Lorenzo.
I mean, if he can't get back into his own stream, the guy's got issues. But I have faith in Lorenzo. He's a good guy.
I don't know if you guys already talked about it, but I'm sure you guys have heard about these crazy tunnels under the synagogue and shit, eh?
No, tell me more about that.
Synagogue? Do you know what synagogue, what town, what the fuck church are you talking about?
What?
New York.
Yeah, New York.
They're building tunnels underneath the synagogue in New York.
This is so fucked up, dude. Like this is like next level conspiracy shit, and it's real.
Okay,
though.
see, I have so much shit going on in real life. I don't have time to pay attention to the.
Oh fuck, dude, it's so
weird. No, this is actually being covered by the mainstream media.
Oh man. Okay, so like.
So that means I probably didn't hear about it. Mainstream bullshit.
It's all over Twitter. Everyone's talking about it. So basically, this synagogue in New York, somebody living in a house close by, first of all, they started hearing weird noise under their house, and they're like, what the fuck? So after
you mean they were doing work underground in New York City? Who'd have thunk?
Yeah, and then anyways, then some construction workers on the other side of the block, they were doing some sort of work in some sewers, and they accidentally punched through into one side of this, and they found it apparently. So then it got reported to the police in the city.
And they found a fucking underground crypt? Who'd have thunk?
At the same time, all the leaders of the church were notified somehow, and they all went in there.
Well, they have to be, especially if they deviate outside their fucking suspected course.
So then they find, I don't know how they found out where it was, but they found this entire like secret room that was literally in the walls of the fucking building.
So it was a sealed off room underneath the fucking synagogue.
Oh, no. There's multiple things. There's this room on one side. The guys go up to the wall with a sledgehammer and they start smashing through the wall. It's all on video. You can see it everywhere.
Right. So they got the fucking on the other side. You got the city workers on the other side. And then you got the church workers working. Okay, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Right.
So
Lorenzo, I'm gonna catch you later, man. Peace. Love.
Have a good one, bro. In this room is like 10 or 12, I don't know, roughly a dozen Jewish people in there. And
they had to make it kosher.
Yeah, basically. But when they first tear down the plywood, the first thing you see before you even see those people is two little single mattresses, and they're soiled. And at first, I thought it was like shit on these mattresses or something. But when you look at
Could
it
have been.
closely,
You
you
never
pause
know.
the video, it's clearly dry blood. So these mattresses are
Oh.
fucking filled with dried up blood. Then there's a whole bunch of clothing laying around, and this is 100%, man. There's a whole bunch of clothing laying around with. It's not like soaked with blood, but there's a bunch of little splotches and
But
shit
it's
on it. And it's
dried up and shit.
very fucking strange, and it's all children's clothing. Then there's a high
Oh.
chair, a baby stroller, and there's
Whoa.
only one fucking tunnel that goes
Oh,
underneath
did the
a children's
NYC
museum.
did New York City police get called in on this shit?
Oh
or
yeah,
what?
they had to intervene because the people were like
What
fighting
the
each other. Some of
fuck? Why is
them
this shit
wanted to
down
shut
here?
it
Yeah.
down. And then like it's just so much shit because now everyone's thinking about 9/11 and everything again, and like a lot
Oh
of
no,
fucking
it's
repercussions.
underground. 9/11 happened up in the air. This is underground. It had nothing to do with
This is yeah.
Well,
Anyways,
with all the shit that's been going on for like the last 3 years, do you blame them for wanting to
Well,
hide?
You know what it sounds to me? It sounds like just a bunch of fucking motherfuckers that were in charge of the church trying to be chomos and thought they could get away with some shit. And they might have 50 fucking years ago, but now the truth is coming to light. So.
No, it turns out that the ex-rabbi of this place, he was like really prominent, and a certain sect of them believed that he was actually the next Messiah. They literally believe he was like Jesus, basically.
Oh, were they Orthodox Jews?
There's some little sect, basically,
Yeah,
and
sort of ultra orthodox or something. They were either like, or they were like either Hasidic or
Hasidic or Orthodox.
Hasidic or something. No,
yeah.
no,
like,
the thing that
something I don't, or they could have been. There were probably some offshoot of one of those.
No, well,
They're
Hasidic,
the ones with the
Hasidic
the
Jews are the like the
with the brim
smaller-
hats,
yeah,
and the
Yeah,
cold
they-
hair.
the sideburns and shit, yeah.
But this was like an off, like a splinter. This is some sort of group.
Yeah,
that,
no, Hasidic are like ultra orthodox.
and that's
yeah,
the thing.
but like even most Hasidic people don't believe this guy was Messiah. Probably it was probably just a small group of people.
Yeah, pretty much. They split pretty much, and that's why they're doing these tunnels and stuff. So it's interesting though because
tunnels, right? Because they were like an offshoot of.
Yeah, I've had Jewish friends in this little town where I live in mid-Michigan. And,
long story.
They're not like that.
Yeah, and long story short, the whole thing is just hard to know what to believe in it, and you can really draw a lot of conclusions in your mind pretty much with what has been shown so far. They're claiming that it was an extreme group, like you're saying, and they were trying to secretly expand the synagogue, which really doesn't fucking make sense, because how is somebody going to do that?
Yeah, how the fuck are you going to do that? Right,
But
exactly.
they did expand into a basement, I guess.
No, you can expand your territory, right? You can expand a territory of Jewishism in your neighborhood, right?
Well, they definitely were doing that in the tunnels.
So I started. I talked to a bunch of people yesterday. I don't know if you guys have heard of the incident. A lot of people know it as the 5 dancing Israelis. Have you guys ever heard of that?
No, I heard about the.
Oh, okay.
I don't. I heard about the gang wars down in the 5 Points, which actually there was a movie made on that. It's called Gangs of New York. So.
Okay, so that was like, wasn't that like Gangs of New York type stuff? Like,
yeah, I just said that.
No, this was on September 11th.
Yeah, the 5 dancing Israeli thing. Basically, I'll try to make as quick as possible. There's a bunch of guys dancing on top of a moving van as the towers were hit, and this lady saw them dancing on top of this van, filming it, and they're giving each other high five and like cheering that the buildings are on fire as it's happening. So she immediately called the police.
The roof is on fire.
Literally,
we don't need no water. Let the motherfucker.
Oh, and they actually even took a video of themselves standing there and holding a lighter in front of the building while they're all cheering and shit. So it's like there's something really fucking not right going on.
So what I ended up hearing though was that the story that I ended up hearing later on, I just ended up reading this a few years ago. I was looking into this again. No, like their version of the story was like, okay, like in Israel, there's all these like terror attacks, and so it's just kind of natural for people to just start filming
and cheering.
I mean, I know this was 9/11, so it was kind of less common for people to. It wasn't like people had like camera phones or anything, but
It
the
goes.
people had camcorders. So well, they probably had camcorders or whatever. So they
I got.
well, the officials, what the you know the official story is though that they were filming because it was
No, that's not
they
the
knew
official
it
story
was,
or anything. You
they
can look it
knew it
up
was
on
some sort of
Wikipedia. You can look up any old news article or anything. What basically, once the lady called the cops on him, they put out an all points bulletin and it was sent to the FBI, and they went crazy all over New York trying to find this van. It ends up. I was just reading this yesterday. It was owned by a company called Urban Moving, which ends up. I'm not joking. It was 100%. They ended up shutting down the company like a couple years later. Who knows all the details of how or why that happened, because obviously there's a lot of relations between the Israeli and American government. But the company is owned by a Mossad agent. I can't remember his freaking name. He's Israeli as well. And the
Well,
van
he's Mossad. He
So
better
that's
be
why
Israeli.
Liam left the panel.
they eventually.
Because I went and restarted my phone, and well, I also had to take a pee. And
Well,
come back.
I don't know why
Poor
people.
Liam left.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
so did MJ, and MJ had really good stuff to say, and I'm sorry that MJ had to leave.
So go ahead. So I'm sorry. To
So
cut you
yeah,
off.
anyways, they caught the van eventually, and they caught it as it was heading to the Brooklyn Bridge. Now the crazy thing is, the back of the van was completely empty, and basically they did testing on it, and you can look it up on Wikipedia, whatever you want, whether you want to believe it yourself. There's a bunch of explosive traces, so they arrested them all right away. They brought dogs and everything to make sure, and they were under arrest. But I can't remember what happened. I'll have to look it up right now.
Yeah,
I'll read it to you guys
I
right now.
thought they were
They let
just
them go.
what do you call that when somebody's detained? I thought they were detained and
Yeah, that's
questioned.
what I'm saying. They let them go, and
Yeah,
once
and
again,
then
it's
let them
very
go back.
suspicious, though.
So I didn't hear anything about any sort of explosives or anything. The thing is, I think they went and uncensored the censored portion of the 9/11
There's
report, and it turned out. So we're just talking hypothetically in Minecraft. We're an entertainment channel, but I think what they said in the 9/11 report was there were once it got the parts that had been initially censored for the public is it turned out there were some high-ranking you know Saudi citizens besides Bin Laden who were who the FBI thought could have. I think they thought could have been behind 9/11.
oh yeah,
Actually,
it's
some
100%.
people
All
say
the
even
people on
the
the
house
planes
of
were
Saud
Saudi.
itself, of course, in Minecraft, hypothetically, you know, in fairy tale land.
So first of all, the Israelis and the
And by the way,
Saudis are
vaccines
very
are safe and
close.
effective. Gotta say that as well. Gotta say that.
Is my mic lagging or like?
Okay, I'm sorry. I have to say that because we're on YouTube. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
I don't even remember what the fuck I was talking about now. Fucking five
You were
dancing
talking about
Israelis.
the Israelis being.
Yeah. Anyways,
Yeah, you were talking about Israelis. There were some sort of detonation.
no, there's no detonation.
Uh, or what do you say?
You were talking about the Saudi nationals. So yeah,
Oh,
all the people on the planes are obviously Saudi. Everyone knows the story. I hope you know it was all Saudi people on the planes, or that's what we're told at least.
yeah, it
And
was. It was mostly. Most of them were Saudis, according to the reports. I don't know how they could. So here's a question.
listen to this guy. I see that one comment. Sorry,
I'm-
Morg. I'll send you the Wikipedia link so you can read for yourself,
Well, yeah, I'd like
or
to see
just
the
search.
Wikipedia link
If you want to
myself.
look it up yourself, just search in
Yeah.
Google. Go in Google or
So,
Yahoo, anything you want, and just
so
search 5 dancing
uh,
Israelis. It'll come
yeah.
up right away. You won't even have to type in the whole thing. It'll come up for you.
Now I can't remember what I was going to say about. Oh yeah, with the passports. How is it? I just don't know. So the interesting thing is they found these passports. If I remember the
Yeah.
story correctly, this found these passports of these people from these planes
In the
in that
ground,
bubble with all that
intact.
stuff is what is how they knew they were Saudis. Is that what they said?
Yeah,
Is that
that's one of the craziest things. From one of the planes, they actually found a passport from a Saudi guy. And how do you find a passport from a plane that's been burned and blown to little
That's
fucking bits in
interesting.
the rubble of a fucking World Trade Center tower? Yeah,
I
it's
wouldn't
pretty
be
interesting.
surprised though if it was some sort of like extremist Wahhabi or whatever.
Oh, we already know
Whatever
it
they call them,
was. There's
maybe they don't call themselves Wahhabi, but
There were all these Saudis that were going to the flight schools in the U.S. and everything. They were watching them for months. The FBI had them all under surveillance. They already knew what was going to happen. And I'm telling you, 100%. In the Minecraft world,
yeah,
it
the
was
Minecraft world.
it was allowed. Let's just say
Talking about
that
Minecraft,
they were assisted a little bit. They gave them a little push to get them moving. Let's say that. Now,
it was interesting how that was used as an excuse to go to Iraq, which wasn't even said to have anything to do with. Well, but
weapons of mass
Iraq, of
destruction.
course, but then it's like I think somebody might have manipulated Bush, like there could have been in Minecraft, of course. They could have said, that his this guy tried to Saddam tried to. Well, that's even what he said on TV. Was Saddam tried to kill his daddy? Well, the thing is that was a really bizarre story, that happened in Minecraft. Allegedly, was that it was like it was like after Bush wasn't even in office. It was when Clinton was in office. Clinton launches some strike on, like, I think he killed some janitors, of course, in Minecraft, in
Clinton?
Iraq.
Well, Clinton launched a bunch of.
He killed and supposedly the reason was because it was supposedly in retaliation because back when Bush was president, Saddam Hussein supposedly tried to kill George Bush Sr. in Minecraft. And it's like, so years later, when Bush Senior's out of
You
office,
do realize that game didn't even
and
exist in George Bush
there's a
Senior days.
retaliatory strike, and then they end up I think end up killing some janitors in a building.
You realize that game didn't even exist when George Bush.
Hey! It's in Minecraft.
It's in Minecraft, but that shit didn't exist back then. So.
But that was it's just
it was Lego.
That was another odd thing. So based off all that, we in Minecraft.
Well, at least get the fucking facts straight. Minecraft didn't exist when George Bush Sr. did.
Because of this situation where supposedly, I get the feeling though that maybe one of Bush Jr.'s advisors were like, "You remember how he tried to kill your daddy? Of course he was behind." Like, I think because W. Bush really did hate Saddam Hussein and wanted to, because Saddam
nuclear
in Minecraft, but.
History's forgotten very fast because Saddam Hussein was actually originally an ally of the U.S.
He actually was. The U.S. was the one that put him in power to fucking begin with.
Exactly. And even during the Iraq-Iran war, we were funding both sides and sending them both weapons.
Were. Oh, by the way, guess who we were fucking arming and training over in Afghanistan when the USSR was still a fucking thing. Yes. We were arming and training the Taliban.
Yeah.
Yes,
and we still are. We still are.
Isn't that interesting? All the different things that can happen in Minecraft.
Yeah. Everyone knows this one. It's very public.
Pretty well done.
I mean, oh my God, what? We don't like somebody because they fucked us over after we trained them? Let's go kill them.
Well, I know that there were.
It's called liability.
Trained in Afghanistan. That was during the Carter administration, Reagan.
It was when the USSR was in Afghanistan fighting, right?
So in Minecraft, they trained all these religious extremists.
fuck Minecraft. What about the real life
Oh,
shit
but
that fucking happened?
here's one that'll really blow you guys away. After the USSR collapsed, they didn't have enough money to fund their own nuclear program. So
No, they didn't. So guess
out
who
of
they asked for money? The United
exactly,
States.
yeah. And here's an interesting thing: if you look at your current budget, you will see it's actually still publicly declared.
Yes, it is.
You
60% of the US's nuclear budget is going to decommission the former USSR's fucking nuclear subs and weapons.
and a lot of it is just to supposedly retain their scientists and stuff, just because they're worried about them going to other countries. So literally, we
Yep.
are funding their nuclear program.
We
It's
are.
insane.
We are. You know why? You know why? Because they're afraid of them defecting to all these other fucking countries
Exactly,
that
like I was
used to
just
be
saying.
inside the USSR that are now satellite countries
Well,
that could be
Iran.
considered potential enemies. So yeah.
Have you guys seen the advertisement where it's like the Shah's getting, where there's this advertisement in English where it's the Shah is.
You know what? I don't want to hear about the Shah of Iran. The Shah of Iran is such a fucking bullshit point. You know who put the Shah of Iran in power? The U.S. The
Once
U.S.
again, yeah.
The U.S.
It's so crazy.
The
when you think
U.S.
about it.
did. Why? Why? Because democratically elected president of Iran wouldn't cooperate with the U.S. So we fucking overthrew the democratically elected president of Iran and put a fucking dictator in place. And what did we do when he fucking didn't cooperate? We fucking whine like little
Let me
bitches.
get to my fucking point.
Yeah, let's hear about the commercial about the Shahs, please.
So there was a commercial about it was about how the Shah of Iran was building nuclear power plants.
Oh wow! Like he wasn't gonna do this.
And so this was their nuclear, and I think the U.S. was on board, of course, in Minecraft with these nuclear
goddamn game got to do
the Shah building nuclear power plants. But then, of course, the Ayatollah Khomeini, the first Ayatollah Khomeini, because the current one's like his son, or I think, also called Khomeini, and of course he got he's not the. I don't think he's the.
What was that lead designer at Chrysler? What was this?
Anyway, they switched over to like a more of a theocracy. They overthrew the Shah, and now, of course, they're not allowed to have.
No, the U.S. overthrew the Shah. Get it right.
Yeah, well, the U.S. You're already saying the U.S. put.
Yeah, we did. We
Yeah.
we did.
Put the Ayatollah in power, and because
he wouldn't cooperate with our agenda.
But all those people at our embassy were kidnapped. Do you know that in Minecraft, the U.S. embassies often have like CIA, like the CIA.
Well, I don't know anything about the fucking game you're playing, but yeah.
Agents in Minecraft who ended up, or there were at least some who were at that said embassy. The Minecrafts and the embassies in Minecraft are pretty interesting. You know, it's interesting how there's like.
Well,
like
here's do something for me. See how that adds up to the shit that happened in real life. Just do that for me.
What?
Do me this favor. See how the stuff that happens in the game adds up to what actually happened in real life. You'll see how fucked up the game is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really amazing.
We know that.
With Minecraft, like how realistic it seems, you know.
Here's something that really opened my eyes recently. This video came into my feed about the biggest mall in the world that was just built, and it's in Iran right now. And when you watch the video, it's actually quite interesting because, like, if you watch a video of a mall in Dubai or anything like that, it's just like being here in North America. They have all the same shitty stores, Nike, KFC, you know, all the exact same stuff.
Yeah, that nobody goes to. Yeah.
And who gives a shit about that? Why do you want to travel to a fucking little sand hole in the middle of nowhere to go to fucking KFC or just see the same crap?
Exactly.
Basically?
When you can just go 2 blocks down the street and there it is. So why the fuck would I want to go to a building?
With Iran.
So the thing that I found interesting about this mall in Iran, sorry to cut you off there, Lorenzo, basically this mall, when you watch the video, first of all, everyone looks very happy. Let's say that first. It doesn't look like anybody's stressed there, but the mall is fucking splendid, man. But not only that, every single store is like bespoke. It's like every store is like some shop owner in there, like polishing things, and like it's a place where anybody, when you walk in, you're like, hey, I want to go into that store and see what's in there. That looks fucking interesting.
Oh, that looks good. But I can't get that in North Korea. Let me get that in my size.
That's
pretty
kind of like Dubai and the UAE, except for that's just this massive.
No, they're
No,
garbage,
a lot
man.
of people. I've heard that like there's kind of course, God bless the United Arab Emirates.
The United Arab Emirates. Yeah, they used to be one of the biggest exporters in the world. Now they're just a bunch of dinks, ain't they?
Anyway, so Dubai looks all all fantastic, but just excellent. But there's this giant building there, and of course, I've heard that
yeah, they used to be like one of the biggest tourist traps in the world. Now they're just
there's
fucking
no
useless.
sewer at this one or septic. They weren't able to put in this septic system, so every day they have to have just
they don't know where to put their poop. Yeah, that's a place I want to go.
sewage out.
Well, it's not only that too.
Yeah,
If you think about it, they have so little rain that there is no drains anywhere in the road. So I don't know if you guys saw, but this year was one of the only years in recent history they actually got a snowstorm this year in Dubai, and all the fucking tourists were stranded. I'm not even joking. It was like a week straight they had snow this year, and you can look it up on YouTube if you want. It's actually pretty funny to watch because you see these guys in like Lamborghinis and shit trying to drive around, and it's funny that Lamborghinis actually drive pretty good through it because they're almost all-wheel drive, but it's just funny seeing these guys, and there's no drainage anywhere at all. The snow has nowhere to go. It's like, holy
wait,
shit.
what does the Lamborghini sound like in someone?
Yeah, that's a pretty good fucking imitation, man. You should be a
So why can't they have drains?
sorry.
Why
Why is
is
there
it
no drains? Because
drains?
there's so little rainfall. It's like fucking like nothing. They get like a few millimeters a year usually, so they're just like, oh, we don't need drainage. Literally, every single city there has no drains.
So they could have had.
We don't need the drainage. Let the motherfucking poop.
Oh, and then
Well, there's
gather,
sewage.
gather.
There's sewers and stuff like that, I'm sure, but not as developed as ours. Don't get me
Well,
wrong.
the thing is that the one building didn't even have like the proper enough. If it had sewer, it wasn't enough for like the number of people that would come through. Boy, Jack Stafford, welcome.
I'm gonna get off. Good night.
Well, thanks for joining us, the Dragon.
Good evening, mate.
Yeah.
We find you,
sir. Ethereal Dragon.
Axe at Dragon at Ethereal.com.
Oh, hey, Sack Jefford, how you doing, bud?
Do you have a channel on YouTube, bro?
So do you like Jack Stafford, Sci-Fi Nation? Because I know Benedict hasn't.
Do I what?
Dislike Jack Stafford for some reason?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
What? How could you dislike?
No, if I don't like somebody, I'll just straight up say, "Hey, you're a dang, fuck you." So,
yeah, we're online here. Nobody needs to hold anything back.
Exactly.
Nobody's gonna punch you in the face.
YouTube is actually my therapy, and so if I don't like somebody, I'll tell you straight up, "Fuck you." I don't like you, and no, I got nothing against Jack. So.
Oh, I found his channel.
And I also have another thing that I do. If I don't make fun of somebody, then they should be worried. Okay. That means I don't like you.
You don't feel comfortable joking?
Exactly. If I don't feel comfortable joking with them, then fuck you. You're hit. I don't like you. You're done.
Bunch of unsensible dinks.
I think I told a few too many jokes for Captain Infinity, so he blocked me on Twitter.
Oh, he blocked you on the Twitter, twatter, huh?
Yeah, for being too entertaining.
No, it won't last. It won't last.
He blocked me for months. So.
Well, have you ever called him out in a public tweet and say, "Hey, dank, what is your problem?"
I don't know. I've seen him in chats before, but I don't interacted with him when he's there.
That's Ethereal Dragon's channel. Or I don't know if he has any videos or anything, but sorry?
Thanks, Timbergini. I appreciate it.
Oh. Yeah, no worries. Took me a second to search. I had to put the filter to channel.
Yeah.
Who
It's
are their
just too
channels?
much
Who needs
crazy,
subscribers?
crazy that's going on in the world, and a lot of it's stuff that we'll never really know. We'll probably never know, or it'll come out after we're dead. Like, oh hey, LCX, welcome.
Hey, LCX, I gotta get going though, guys.
LCX,
I got a day
yeah.
tomorrow. I gotta get the missus, and we're gonna get her feeding tube put in. So I got quite a day.
Well, I'm already subscribed to Sci-Fi Nation.
Oh, who'd have think? Hey, thank you.
I think I'm triple subscribed to you. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, you know what? I need to watch hours. Make sure you watch with all three.
Yeah, I actually do that on a lot of people's channels. I'll just randomly click on your videos, and I honestly, a lot of time, I don't actually watch. I just do it for watch time to help people's algorithms and shit. I'll just leave it playing. I don't care about my data or anything. I just fucking leave it going in the background, and it gives you the best thing
yeah.
because then it shows people are watching the whole video, basically.
Exactly. I mean, I have like free data on my internet, so yeah. But thank you, though. I do appreciate it.
Anyways, it's just I don't usually join the chat. I couldn't even remember.
No. That's okay. That's a lot of people say, "Oh, you lurkers." No, I don't. I'm like, hey, thanks for giving me the watch hours. I love you.
Yeah, when I have my laptop, it's actually just a Chromebook, but I can have several tabs open. I'll typically have several streams going, and I'll actually check in on the streams and see what's going on. But it's not like I'm.
Oh, hey, LTX is in the
It's
chat
just
too.
something like.
I like
yeah, LCX is in your chat, but I gotta get going, bud. So thank you, everybody. I'll see you later. All right.
Take care, man.
Take care. Thanks for joining us.
Yep.
I have a fun time quite often on her grave chats there. It's pretty funny. What the fuck is that weird shit? Like this weird simp shit he always watches, man. It's so funny.
Yeah.
Oh,
Somebody,
dude.
yeah. Somebody thought he was like paying the guy. They were paying to watch the show. It's like and it was like it's like no, it's a free Twitch show. You don't actually have to send for these women if you don't want to.
Oh yeah.
And actually, if you enjoy something like people like I don't even know why the hell I'm paying money for Disney Plus. I've meant to watch things on there, but I haven't. I ended up paying. Oh, I know I did. It was like $3 a month or something due to some sort of Labor Day deal that's probably over. It was like over a year ago, and so I just ended up getting it, and then I never ended up watching it at all. I mean, I visited the site, but I couldn't decide what to watch. I didn't really look through there too much.
There was a guy.
I thought it would tie in with Hulu because I have Hulu, and I thought it would show me on Hulu.
You know,
I mean,
on
it'd be yet another website to deal with it.
you know, on Hargrave's that troll show thing or whatever that he's watching too, how there's always like the chat running down the side with like other people from that program inside of his feed or whatever. There's this guy I saw, he made this short video on YouTube. It was so funny. He went into like this club and he was bringing his phone with him and filming himself, and then he got like this AI program that just keeps on making random comments. It's not even real people. So he's just going up to like the most attractive women he could find. He's like, "Hey, you want to dance with me? I'm live streaming." And he just made it seem like there's like 40,000 people watching him and all these comments just going crazy like, "Oh, you're so good at dancing," but it's all just bots and shit.
Oh, really? So was that on
it's on YouTube. I could put a link if you want to see it. It's pretty funny. It was just a short video, like 60 seconds long, I think.
can't screen share, but you can post it in the chat, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Well, almost everybody has a wrench. There's a guy named Well Red who I refuse to give a wrench to until he's actually like polite to me. But if somebody's nice to me, like I think Crescent has a wrench. He was on here briefly earlier. I can't remember if you were on the stream at the time or if it was Captain Cummings was on.
Fuck, I feel like
I don't know Crescent too well, but he's welcome on here. He's got a wrench. He's
Crescent. I'm not sure who that
yeah.
is.
He hangs out. Some of the people he hangs out with are people I don't get along with, but if he gets along with me, that's cool. like having a different perspective, and he was
Thank
on
you.
here, nice and polite, and thanks, Keely Chow.
What's his name again? Was it Jor-El that was on here just a bit ago, right?
Who?
Uh,
Oh, TJ, yeah, the son of Jarrell, yeah.
yeah. I think. Well, I
Yeah,
remember his name being that before.
yeah. I know I talk a ton.
Who, you?
Yeah, but
What?
like TJ, sometimes I can't. TJ is an interesting thing. Oh gosh, that situation where I sometimes have to mute the guy because as he gets drunker and drunker.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, I feel bad with Jor-El and then the TJ guy. I feel like I was being like too much of a general in the chat there. I was like, one at a time. I think I scared him away there. Fuck,
Well,
it's
I
fucking
guess
hard
what's
to
happening.
talk.
I had him muted because for a long time.
Oh, that's why you were both talking at the same time. Or I don't know.
Well, he wouldn't let me say anything. Oh, I'm gonna have to reload the screen.
Well, the last thing he said there was "Shut the fuck up and let me talk." So I was just kind of like, "Whoa, calm down, everybody." Like, oh, I think you were gone actually. You went off for a bit. Yeah, you were gone because you didn't like your robo voice there, I think. Man, I can't find this video I watched. It's fucking hilarious. So this guy got like any women he wanted. It was fucking.
What did you say? I'm sorry, I had to reload.
Oh, just this guy that I was telling you about that went into the club. Whoa, there's two of you. That's so trippy. You are a lizard person, aren't you? You're shape shifting right now. I can see it.
TJ had a problem because LCX is
I already know. You don't need to say.
I just just role
I'm.
playing female VTuber,
It's good.
which is actually quite
Oh
common.
yeah, yeah. No. I've seen
But,
L.
like,
I know L
but
now. I've watched their
like,
channel a bunch of times. What am I
yeah,
saying?
LCX is completely open and honest about everything. It's just it's like not like that's like role playing is it's not like
I find it funny the little like anime chick they have on there. Honestly, like I
yeah
think if someone doesn't understand and they just look in with a naive like
yeah
point of
that's
view,
what
they're gonna
he was doing. It's like he was acting like it was all serious, like just
yeah.
like overly being overly serious about that. Yeah. But the thing is, like TJ will start out fairly sensible, like and will bring up interesting topics. It's just unfortunately he just as he drinks more and more and more, it's just
Oh, but you know, it's good to have an outlet, man, and that's one thing good about having chats like this too, man. It's not just about socializing and stuff. It's kind of healing, I feel like, for a lot of people. A lot of people, you know, if I feel like, you know, I talk to a lot of people personally, so I don't want to make myself sound like such a loner, but when you're on talking to a lot of people online, I feel like it's because you need people to talk to you pretty much. So fucking let them say what they want to say, let them get drunk. It's a good thing, really. It's a good outlet. But fucking at the same time, I don't know, it's good to talk sense into people at the same time and fucking perspective in life. That's the
yeah.
best
Too
way to say
bad
it.
I feel I have to. I don't know if it probably doesn't even help that it's kind of a running gag to add in Minecraft. But vaccines are safe and effective. So that was the thing that Jimmy Dore has to keep saying, like, like go and talk. I don't know if you ever watched Jimmy Dore.
I think I know what you're talking about. He's like some comedian guy, isn't he, Jimmy
Yeah,
Dore?
kind of. He's comedian, but like it's one of those like political comedians, which I think overall it doesn't. I think it's generally funnier if like somebody's not like taking a particular political stance, but I think his commentary is quite good, and I do find him entertaining. But he's considers himself to be on the left politically, but he's basically he's a populist. So
He'll sway.
he'll
He'll
have
surprise.
like he had some people on from the Boogaloo Boys. It was like it was interesting because like the Boogaloo Boys and were had like some of them were getting together with Black Lives Matter, and the
Oh,
reason we were doing that was because of like I think it had to do with the no-knock warrants, where in the U.S. I don't know if they have this in Canada. Police don't even always need. They can just like break into somebody's house without announcing who they are. And
yeah, we
people
got a
got
lot of.
killed before, because they think somebody's a burglar, and they try to defend themselves, and then in Minecraft with a weapon, and then the police shoot them because they have a weapon because they think they think they're being burglarized or whatever. It's burglarized when you're. There's a difference, I think, between robbery and burglary, but I can't remember.
break and entry. Like I guess a burglary
Yeah,
would typically be when there's nobody there. Break and entry home invasion's kind of like, yeah.
They think their life's in danger, and well, and so because these police they'll break down people's sliding glass doors and shoot somebody's dog and all sorts of horrible things. But the thing is, people won't even know that they're police. They just see all of a sudden their doors being broken down, and
Yep.
so they go to defend themselves, and then the cops kill them.
Oh, I've had it happen to me personally,
Correct.
believe it or not. And actually, here's a good one for you too. There's a really scary thing here in Canada. It might sound crazy, but in the Minecraft world of China, if you're living there, um, you don't want to be a legal gun owner nowadays, because that makes you a target, basically. As soon as a neighbor calls a cop and says you're having an argument or anything like that, there will be an entire SWAT team outside of your house, and
Oh, wow.
you're going to be very lucky if you live through it, pretty much. It's a regular thing up here in Canada. There was actually a really crazy case in it was somewhere on the outskirts of Montreal a few years ago, and there was all the bullshit, crazy, or all the wonderful, very effective lockdowns that we were having. This senior guy wanted to go shopping in a store, and he actually had respiratory issues legitimately, but it was like right when things were so nuts. And so he went into a store and everybody started ganging up on him. It's all on video. Like people are fucking circling him, like, get on your mask. And it's like, dude, he's a fucking old guy. Just let him get his fucking food and go home. Seriously. People
Oh
are
yeah,
so
yeah.
fucking out of line. So get this. He
You know,
eventually,
well, wait a second. I wear 8 masks.
oh yeah, no, I wear 19.
I
I got
joke.
one on my butt right now, too, just in
Yeah.
case something comes out of there. So, um, eventually this guy had to like be like, okay, fuck off, like just get away from me, I just want to buy my shit. And then it turned out everyone called the cops on him, said he's acting dangerously and he refuses to wear a mask. But by the time the cops arrive here, the cops are just ridiculous. It was like an hour later, so he's already back at home. And then of course they search up his details in his record because everyone wrote down his license plate, and they find out he's a legal gun owner. They go to his home with a fucking SWAT team, dude. They didn't knock on his door or anything to say like, hey man, like what happened at the store? We want to hear your side of the story. They went there and they fucking surrounded the place, dude. And I'm not sure of all the details, but he ended up getting shot right on the lawn, right in front of his family. And that is some brutal shit. I feel like that's stuff that, like, how is that even happening? How could that ever be allowed to happen? But once again, up here in Canada,
Not wearing 20 masks.
yeah, that's a bad thing. Like,
Yeah, I wear
well,
one on my head.
I like to stick cotton balls.
Part of my religion.
I put cotton balls in my ears and my nose too, just in case. Like, and
So it's Jack Stafford says, and of course we're talking about in Minecraft. Yep. If you're a gun owner in Minecraft, they basically send the entire uh, Royal Canadian Mounted Police Special Forces. I hope I said that right.
yep,
RCMP was the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
something like that. So, here's
They're-
another.
They where are they mounting?
Like where I live is one of the highest crime rate areas in Canada,
Do they
and
ride in with horses or what?
Oh,
You're
very
right.
few.
You're
I'm
looking
sure very
for
few of them
bird.
know how to ride horses. But if you watch the any of the truckers convoy stuff, they ran over a bunch of those people with horses, including this old woman that was like all over the news. People got pretty pissed off about that.
Oh,
But
yeah, I've seen
it was
American police during years ago. There was an International Monetary Fund (IMF) and World Bank protests in D.C. And
Mhm.
when they initially showed it on C-SPAN, with like our government uh, in the politics, channel, that the cable channels, in order to have kind of like a monopoly within a town, you have to do something.
sorry, cable channel monopoly in a town.
They have to, in exchange for that, I think you have to have certain educational channels, and one of them is C-SPAN. I think that's why we have that. And so
Oh,
so C-SPAN actually showed it live on air as these protesters they're protesting, globalism in Minecraft, where the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank
there's a
left.
big difference though. Like these
The left
protesters,
actually went out and opposed globalism.
there's a big difference I feel like between these stop oil guys and stuff and all those kind of protesters where you can tell there's a social issue and these guys they got a lot of time on their hands and they're also usually being funded by some other party behind the scenes pretty
But
much.
like the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, those are like,
Something to be protesting about. That's a good reason. I can see that.
yeah, and the people, and they were being like, and then there were all these cops with horses, and the live feed version of it, they would pan back and forth between, I can't remember what the footage was, two different cameras. But then when they rebroadcast it, they didn't show the cops with horses. It was interesting. And I don't know for certain if it was like how they did they not have it recorded, how they broadcasted it live, or what? Why was there a different edit? I mean,
That's interesting.
I don't really know how that worked. Well, I do kind of know. I mean, I do know about, like, I was a public access TV producer. They used to call us certified users, and then they realized that kind of sounded weird.
I think it
And so
shows
they
that
changed the
they
name to producers. But when I was in the public, when I was in the class, some just took a few. It wasn't too many sessions, but it was just teaching us how to use the equipment and stuff. When I did like kind of a simulation of a live broadcast inside the studio, that was I did switch from like to different cameras, like in real time. That was pretty fun, but I never ended up like actually filming any shows inside the studio. I just went and took a camcorder and went out and recorded, like, with friends who were musicians, and we'd go on these different adventures and film at
that's
different
awesome, man.
locations. Yeah.
That's wicked, dude. What was the name of your or like you got a band like yourself or you were just doing all
Well,
the videography?
I was like, I ended up like trying to play the synthesizer with one of the guys, the guitarist, buddy of mine. I didn't really know how to play. I have an old analog Moog synthesizer. You can sometimes get cool sounds out of it, but like sometimes I'll get the knobs in the wrong position and no sound will come out at all.
I don't know why, man. I can picture you playing a harmonica and I don't even know what you look like.
I also
Harmonicas are just cool.
I also have a theremin. Are you familiar with those?
What'd you say?
Theremin?
No, I have no idea
They
what
were
that is.
invented by the same Russian guy who invented the bug listening device. But they're
Oh,
like for like wiretapping. I mean, they're not like listening devices. What they are is they're like the opposite of a radio. Whereas like whereas the antenna uses the body's, maybe not the complete opposite, but the antenna on the radio, on the theremin, actually picks up people's electromagnetic,
no way.
so you can move your hand around near the antenna and it makes different sounds.
That's interesting. So it's a form of a sensor.
Too. The one I have is all. It's like from it's before. I don't know if they had synthesizers back then. It was like I think the 1930s is when they came up with it. It's when this guy came up with it. This guy must have been like a genius, like because as I said, he also invented that bug listening device.
Yeah.
He worked for the Soviets, and there seems to be some debate about whether or not he was forced to do that or willingly did that. Or
That's interesting. They had some really smart scientists, man. That's for sure. One thing that
it was a handmade one that was built in by some guy in his garage in like Mississippi or something, and it used like half American, half Russian parts to build it. It's like uses like I think old like I don't know if it's capacitors or what do you call that? It's old analog.
trends.
Oh, tubes. It has tubes in there.
Hmm.
Like the old tube amps.
Frequency tubes. It's interesting, man.
But it's really cool. All this stuff is in storage, but
I don't want to take you off topic either. I just wanted to say one more thing about us talking about before quickly. It's interesting. Like where I live right now is one of the highest crime rate areas in Canada. It's basically Vancouver, BC, but in a suburb area. And recently, we've had all these warnings from police and everything. There's been articles all over the news and everything that there's been a lot of gang violence and shootings. And there's actually been gangs going out to different businessmen and literally like handing them letters saying, "We know you're making money. We require this much for protection," and shit. But it's funny, like some of the letters they showed on the news and stuff, like they're so badly spelled. You can tell whoever's doing this is really stupid. But the one thing that is real, definitely, is a lot of people are getting shot around here lately, and we all know where they're coming from. I won't even say it at all because people can take it the wrong way nowadays. In Minecraft world, you guys can look it up if you want. But so the interesting thing though is it's very, very clear that there is a very large amount of illegal weapons here, and it's very easy for bad people to get them. Whereas if you're any law-abiding person, it's very difficult, and you're definitely not allowed to use it for defense, except in extreme cases, basically. So it's like if you go to get a license here and you say you're getting it because you need it for your protection, you'll be rejected right on the spot. You have to say it's because I want to get into the sport or I want to go hunting or something, basically.
So you're an avid sportsman, sounds like.
Oh, well, I was when I was young, that's for sure. But I haven't went hunting in years.
Insurance, protection, strong arm, shit, scary.
Yeah, I haven't went hunting in years and years. But in my opinion, everyone just needs to have the right to defend themselves. Pretty much, it's all throughout history. You know, even Hitler and so many other leaders. That's how they just eradicate people, take away their ways to defend themselves first, and then it's on from there. Basically, it makes everything very easy.
So is it true that that there's town halls where there's Chinese flags outside, flying outside?
Oh, yeah. Well, dude, if you go to
somebody was telling me this, but this was like somebody who was kind of consider himself like a national Bolshevik or like or a Strasserite, of course, in Minecraft. Because so basically, like he was like somewhere in between, I think, like
I'm just making tea here.
And like communist something.
Well, yeah, Bolsheviks. Well, that's the start of the communist revolution in Russia. It's called the Bolshevik uprising.
National Bolshevik who like didn't like the other type of. He didn't like the international communist. He just liked the nationalistic kind.
Yeah.
And so he's kind of like I wouldn't say he was a Nazi per se.
Well, it's
like very Strasser was like the guy who had a falling out with Hitler. So anyway, so I don't know. So I was wondering if anything if he said was reliable.
Oh yeah, no, 100%,
And
man.
it's because, and I don't endorse those ideologies. One bit, I have, multi-racial.
And that's correct there,
Even
Jack. You
some of them are even humans.
sorry, what are humans?
Even some of my relatives are even humans, not just lizards.
Oh. So Jack is right too. That was one thing. Some rural people are allowed to get rifles and stuff for protection, and actually, there's a double standard where some postmen have actually been allowed to carry handguns and stuff here for protection.
Wait,
And
so the mailman can, but
yeah, that's the thing that's crazy. So there's double standards, like I'm saying. And then here's a really interesting case for you in the
is that to
Minecraft.
protect against dogs or?
Here's something that'll blow you away. This is next level broken corrupt system shit. So this is in the Minecraft world, of course, deep
Yeah.
in Assassin's Creed Odyssey Minecraft, and basically there's this court case years ago where there's these high profile gang members from a certain gang. The abbreviation's kind of like HA, and this guy had a really good lawyer, the first one that managed to win the case, and he argued that because of his occupation of being a drug dealer and gangster, his life is constantly in danger, so he needs to be able to protect himself. I'm not joking, dude, and a judge approved it. And not only that, not only did this guy get a fucking permit to legally carry a fucking handgun, we paid for it. The taxpayers, we gave him one. And not only that, we gave him one that is not even legal in Canada. It had like a 3-inch barrel on it. It was a little fucking compact handgun. And the only reason, like, you'll never see this shit on the news.
Oh man.
I only found out from actual court records from some really deep shit I had to get into years ago. And anyways, it turns out it's only public knowledge at all in the courts even because um, this guy went and robbed a store somewhere. I think it was Prince George or 100 Mile House. I can't remember exactly. And he shot the store owner, killed him. And of course, then the police did a serious investigation, caught him, and they found out that's the fucking gun. So we gave this motherfucker. Oh man, we paid for a handgun for this guy, and then it goes out to another criminal, and he goes and robs somebody and shoots him.
It can remind me of how in Minecraft there's a gun exchange program where certain cities the cops will, oh, here, go and hand in your guns and we'll give you like I don't know if they give them pizza or what I mean, I'm just making that part up, but I don't know what they get in exchange, but then a bunch of these guns, were said to in Minecraft end up in the hands of criminals. So that was part of
Sorry, who in what?
carrying your gun program, but
Oh, it's fucking ridiculous, man. You're a fucking idiot if you go with that.
they
Oh, just go hand over your life to the police.
correctly because it's some of the it's so much Minecraft, it's hard to keep track of, but
It's a bunch of bullshit, man. In my opinion,
it's what I read about, but
there should be no double standards for anyone at all. And we're to a point now where things are so broken, and this would be very controversial. But in my opinion, I think even mentally ill people should be allowed to have their own firearms because simply nobody's life is worth any more than anyone else's. And it simply evens the odds, period. If somebody's in a wheelchair and some big, huge guy comes to mug him, the odds are even right there. But in an armed society, this is a really good saying, an armed society is a polite society. You won't see people giving each other the finger all over the place in Texas and places where they know they're going to get shot back. And I think in some states it's actually illegal.
Not for giving someone the finger. That's
Well, that's how it begins, basically. You can see a situation, someone gives someone a finger, they start chasing each other, and then it just goes from there, basically. So that's why in certain states it's illegal right now. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. And almost every single European country, you're not even supposed to like wave at people and shit. They don't want you making hand gestures at all because it's a regular thing. People chase people down and fucking go crazy. It's a regular thing. It's just a human nature, man. Everyone gets nuts when they're behind the wheel.
People.
Sorry?
You say it's illegal in certain states to wave at someone?
It's illegal in the U.S. Most I shouldn't say most, certain states that give the finger or any
Oh,
offensive hand gestures. In
so that's
European
actually
countries, there's multiple European countries where you're not even allowed to wave or anything like that because people have just taken it the wrong way.
I don't see that as good either
Yeah,
because
because
it's
it's
like,
it's stupid. It's out of control. It's
yeah,
like,
you know, I mean, like,
so
'cause-
once again, why do you need so many laws that now you're not even allowed to wave at each other? Like our
have
society's
you
fucking
have
broken.
you heard about that in the UK? They have like kind of like we have like in Minecraft in the US. We have certain cities will have the gun buyback, or never, or maybe not buyback or
Everyone has that everywhere. They have it up here all the time too.
Do you know they have that with like knives though, where like people like this one local police department on
England
Twitter,
is so
they were showing
fucked.
off like one of them was just like they were just kitchen cutlery, and they were like, "This is part of our knife hand in program or whatever they call it, you know, where you hand in your knives." People are just mocking the heck out of.
Oh,
the-
that's funny, Jack. See, that's a good point Jack just made. In Germany, the okay hand gesture means asshole. So like there's so many ways it can be taken the wrong way, basically. And once again, it just goes from there. Just recently with me here is maybe 2 or 3 months ago, I was driving home from work and this guy totally brake checked me for no fucking reason, just slammed on his brakes. And there was a little side road, and then like after he like dead cold stopped, like skidding in front of me, it's like what the fuck? Then he puts on his turn signal and turns. I was just like, what the fuck just happened? Pretty much as a single lane road, I had nowhere to go. So,
Yeah.
honestly, I got to be patient. I'm a commercial driver, so I know how to deal with idiots like this. But honestly, I couldn't resist. I just went boop on my horn. I honked at him just a little beat. And, I thought, like, not whatever. That's a usual thing. They should know they're a fucking asshole. Dude, to my surprise, the next light I pull up, I'm sitting there waiting to turn left. I had my music playing and stuff, my windows closed, and I could hear someone like yelling at the fucking outside of my car. I'm not even joking. And I look over in my passenger window, and it's this fucking guy in his car, the young Indian guy. And fucking this is in the Minecraft world. Anyways, so I was like,
There's a lot
I
of
honestly, I was blown
music.
away. I couldn't believe this guy chased me down for that. So at first, I like didn't even want to take him seriously. I rolled down my window. Missed it. I shouldn't have done that at first. And as soon as I did that, dude, he whipped a bottle right in my window, smacked me right in my face. Fucking broke all over the inside. I had fucking, it was a water bottle, so it was just water all over the place, but it's still like, what the fuck? And then,
Did the guy break your window in Minecraft?
no, I opened my window. Like I
Oh,
just said, I made the mistake because he pulled up beside me. I was going to be like, yo, dude, like, are you
wait,
nuts, pretty much?
did he in Minecraft pour water in your face?
What? Do you just hear what I said? He threw a bottle in my window that hit
Oh,
me in my face.
he threw a bottle. Wow. No, I didn't hear
Anyways,
what you said. That's why I asked.
so he threw a bottle in my window. It hit me
Was
in
it
my
a
fucking
plastic bottle or glass? Both
plastic.
are
But
bad.
still, he whipped it so hard it like basically it fucking hit me right in the side of my head. The fucking
Yeah,
cap came
I
off, and then
remember
there's shit everywhere. So, of course, at that point, I was like, "What the fuck?" I was instantly angry, and I just grabbed the bottle. But I was so angry, I went to throw it back, and I totally made myself. He was laughing at me because I threw it on the inside of my own car, and then it went even more all over. I got water
Oh,
everywhere in my
okay.
car. So then I'm fucking even more pissed. And then this guy, I don't even know why he had all this shit in his car. He had rocks. He had fucking cans of Red Bull. He just started fucking whipping shit at my car. So I got dents all down my car right now, and I fucking love my car. Anyways, this guy's
Wow.
such a clown. Anyways, I go to try turning left, and this guy was like an inch away from my car, like forcing in front of me, basically trying to cut me off. I was just like, what the fuck, man? And like, then when he was in front of me, I took a shot of his license plate, and by then, like, I fucking hate the police, but in the Minecraft world. But unfortunately, I had to call them at that point. I wasn't really left with a choice because you're not allowed to
Yeah,
defend
yeah.
yourself here, really. And so, dude, as I'm talking to them, they keep guiding me down a road, and they're guiding me where to go, where they're waiting for us, allegedly. Every single intersection I got to, they weren't there at all. It was like fucking 5 intersections I go through. They keep on directing me to, and nobody's there. So eventually I get all the way to the fucking station, dude. Fucking these guys followed me for miles. And this is the crazy thing, too. In the time that I'm on the phone with the police, there's this one guy, like, On the way there, he whips into this parking lot 'cause he's in front of me, and then he came out behind me, but through oncoming traffic, like so crazy. Like his car was sideways, like
Wait,
just insane. If a cop was around,
the road rage directed at you.
sorry.
They were sorry to interrupt, but this was the second person who
No,
was.
this is the guy that was chasing me initially. So anyways, he was in front of me, remember as I was saying, and then I got a shot of his plate. So we're going down the road, and I couldn't turn off because actually we were right close to where I lived eventually at that point, pretty much. Like it was the intersection just before
Yeah.
this happened, but it's still like a kilometer away because I'm on a country road and shit. So I didn't expect anyways, I can't spoil it yet. I went past my road because obviously I don't want to lead him to where I live or give him any fucking idea. And then once we went past, he turned into this other parking lot, like I was saying, and he went in like so fast across oncoming traffic, and then came back out in behind me, and he was only 2 cars behind me. And like seriously, the way he did it was fucking nuts. I was almost like, whoa, this guy's.
And the police were supposed to be there, but they were nowhere to be. They were off and doing
Not at
something
that
else.
point. It was the next intersection after they were supposed to be there. So, anyways, so then he's behind me, and I'm driving down the road, and then I turn left at the next intersection where the police were supposed to be. Once again, this is the first intersection they're supposed to be there.
Oh, okay.
So once I turn left, then he speeds in front of me again and starts slamming on his brakes, and I was like, "What the fuck is this guy doing? Like he's trying to get me to rear end him." But then I realized there's this fucking beautiful Mercedes GLS 63 fucking AMG SUV on my ass. I'm like, what the fuck? And at first I thought like maybe this guy could see, he could tell what's happening and he wanted to help me. So once again, I made the mistake of rolling down my fucking window.
Oh no.
And I was like, hey man, like fucking this guy's fucking nuts. And he's like, he didn't even say anything. He just looked at me with his face, and like he didn't even have to say anything. I was just like, what the fuck? You're with him? And like I was on the phone, so like this is all recorded on the fucking police call and everything. And Buddy's he's just like, yeah, I'm fucking with him. And I was just like, whoa, like okay. And so we got into like some heavy traffic at a light. And oh, here's the weird thing actually, before I move on to that part, as he said that, and I started to roll up my window, he had this look on his face where it like totally changed. He lost his anger, and it was as if he recognized me or something. And he did. I know he did. And then they both got up in the heavy traffic, and the car that was chasing me initially, like I turned off on a side road as soon as they were in front of me there because that was my chance. I was like, boom, turn off the road. And so then I could see though, I did a U-turn and came back out because while I'm on the police, I was like, fuck, you guys are gonna let these guys get away. So then I was like, I'll keep my distance, but I can't let these guys get away. You gotta fucking arrest them. So I pull back out on the road. I'm trying to follow him. And then the car turned off on the next road. He was trying to like go into the neighborhood to track me down and shit. But the SUV just kept going. So I knew the SUV, he was like something happened there basically. So anyways, I talked to the police eventually.
Like, oh, I know this guy. We shouldn't be messing with him.
That's exactly it.
Like,
So now it wasn't that though. It's not like he had fear of me or anything. This is the interesting thing. After I talked to the police and everything, they basically tell me they're fucking useless pretty much. And the one cop asked me why I didn't film them on my phone. And I was just like, dude, that's self-incriminating. Like, you think I'm stupid? Like, if I did that, you guys are going to be giving me all the charges right now, basically. I already know how you assholes work. And seriously, they wouldn't even deny it. Like, they just like looked at me and like shrugged and like looked down at the ground. Like, seriously.
You just
I called him right out on the spot. I fucking hate him, to be honest with you. So, anyways, then I come back home after I basically fucking completely lost faith in them. And when I get home, I'm talking to another tenant here because we're renting here. And I was like, hey, man, we should switch cars for a little bit just because, like, I don't want to fucking have to deal with some stupid shit with some crazy gangster people. And he's like, yeah, no problem, man. And then I told him the one car, and he's like, man, that sounds like one of the guys that live right beside us. I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? And then I told him the description of the SUV, and he's like, there's no way, man. Like, both of those vehicles live in that house right there. So
Oh, God.
I couldn't fucking believe it. As I'm standing there talking to him, the one SUV drives right in front of us. And as he drives by, he pulls his hood over his head and like he's like a guy on TV trying to cover his face from the cameras. You know, he didn't want us to see him at all. Now this is where it gets crazy, man. Like their house is like a fucking $10 million house that he parks his SUV in. He walks out in his driveway, and he was followed into his driveway of his place by a brand new Maybach Mercedes sedan car, dude. I'm not joking. This is fucking real. It's like a half a million dollar fucking car, like the most expensive car you can buy, production, if you know what a Maybach is. Anyways, it's a young Indian girl driving it, and he gets in the back seat like he's being chauffeured, but obviously it's all tinted and he doesn't want us to see him once again, and she drives him out. So he hides the SUV in his garage and then gets driven out in a fucking luxury car. The police are nowhere to be seen. This is like a good 25 minutes later. And I gave them all their plates and everything so they know who these guys are and where they live. And then, yeah, the police showed up like maybe another 15, 20 minutes later. And
Oh, yeah.
honestly,
They take forever, and they've taken forever. But like somebody steals the sandwich from the store, and they'll be there like in 5 minutes.
oh, yeah, yeah. But,
Well, less than that, maybe.
well, it's
But,
paperwork.
but
It's seriously, it's paperwork, man. I'm not even joking. That's what it comes down to.
But an actual, just regular, ordinary citizen who's not a business owner once.
It's too much paperwork. So it gets even crazier too, because I feel like the cops came there just because like I told them like, okay, this is basically you guys are gonna do nothing and this is left in my hands. And that was pretty much the end of the conversation when I left them. So I think I kind of gave them the impression that I was gonna kind of deal with these guys on my own, pretty much.
As the president show up with a SWAT team to go after you.
So that's the crazy thing, because they showed up here. They had 4 police, and one of them was like clearly some sort of crazy like gang task force guy. He didn't even look like a cop at all, man. He had fucking tattoos all over this fucking cop, man. He looked like more of a criminal than a cop, that's for sure. But they were actually pretty reasonable at the point. And then there's this one high-ranking cop. I can't remember what her rank was, but she listened at that point. Then they started taking me seriously. I showed her all the dents on my car and shit, and they took a report. But dude, like they haven't ever replied. They haven't replied to me ever about it or anything. And she gave me her email address and phone number. I've left a couple messages. Like I just want to know what's happening. Period. Like, is anything going to be done? Once again, I don't like these people. I don't want to talk to the fucking police. I don't want to talk to these assholes. I don't give a shit about them.
Yeah,
Just leave me the fuck alone.
There was one motorcycle cop who would always like if a buddy of mine, the friend of mine who's, well, I got more than one friend who's a guitarist, but the one I was talking about earlier, who I used to make shows about it. He heard, well, yeah. But anyway, we'd be walking around, and this motorcycle cop was like a fan of our public access TV shows, believe it or not. And so he'd say hi to us and stuff. And that was like the one, like that was like that was the friendliest cop I met in my
And
time.
don't get me wrong, they're not all bad.
There's a cop that would just like hassle me if I was like walking in the alley. Like one time I was just walking carrying pizza, and there's like, well, somebody stole a wallet from such and such store. I was walking towards that store with the pizza, and I mean in the direction towards that store. It was a few few blocks away. Wouldn't I be walking away from the store if I had stolen a wallet? And so we well, not me, but but I mean, he went and searched my friend, and like, who's schizophrenic. I mean, like, why, like, I don't know if they were. It's like we're it was like it's fairly see we were walking from the pizza place. It had the name of the particular pizza chain on the box, and we only have one of those restaurants in town. And and as I said, we were walking towards where that store would be, so not away from it. So it doesn't make any sense. Why would Seems like the cop was just like castling us for no particular reason. And my buddy, he's like, when he was asked by the cops, he said, if you get searched, he said yes, and because like he didn't like know any better. But who knows? Maybe since he's schizophrenic, maybe the cop would have just killed him in Minecraft or whatever.
Yeah,
Minecraft.
maybe just because of that, maybe he just seemed a little bit nervous or something, and
Yeah,
cops pick up on that. They're like a dog. They're like,
along with it, who knows what had happened?
well, I shouldn't say all cops once again, but here's a big problem here in Canada with police nowadays. You can't be a good cop even if you want to be. Basically, you will be fired or you're going to be outcast. Basically, you got to meet your quotas, and there's a lot of very arbitrary in the Minecraft world, very arbitrary laws up here.
I'm
Let's
sorry,
say,
you really dislike that game.
yeah.
Minecraft.
It's just reality. Unfortunately, it's just what's happening nowadays, and
A few years ago, maybe that's what happened with.
so, and like Jack was saying a bit ago too, with the protection letters I was talking about,
Yeah,
I wouldn't equate it to Chicago just because I feel like gangsters back in the day in Chicago and stuff, those guys were actually smart. These guys like nowadays are just idiots, and it's, oh man, we got an issue here. Let's just say that we're being
well,
flooded with
it's
fucking
like
criminals.
too, where you can't be over a certain IQ to join, or maybe not IQ, but like you can't do too well on their test because they think you. And I'm not saying it's this town. I've just heard it's because I don't know. And the motorcycle cop, who I don't know whatever happened to him because he was a he seemed like a sharp guy.
Yeah,
But maybe
well,
I'm saying that because he was a fan of my TV show. So maybe back when I had the public access show with my guitarist buddy. But yeah, it's like it doesn't seem like this. Doesn't seem like some of the police and some of the criminals are very smart anymore. Like
yeah,
like
definitely.
it's not like Al Capone or something anymore. Like,
Well, another big thing here in Canada was as of what was it again? July? Oh, no, it was November 15th
that
of
started to drop that CX said it was an interesting anecdote. Life
yeah,
anecdote.
yeah, I saw that. Thank you,
Oh,
Elsie.
go ahead.
Um,
July 15th.
and no, it was actually November 15th, 2021 was the deadline for all RCMP officers. They had to be at least triple vaccinated by that point. Otherwise, they were all let go without pay. I'm not joking. It was a purge of our RCMP through vaccination.
And just a reminder, vaccines are safe and
Oh
effective.
yeah, yeah,
I've,
yeah,
I've
absolutely.
had like 80.
Yeah, I'm directly injecting into my heart right now, just so I get the best direct flow. And yeah, so then at the same time, though, our wonderful government up here, they announced the next year in 2022, July 15th of last, or the year before last, that was 2024, but of 2022, they announced they were going to give a 50% wage increase across the board to all RCMP officers, even like from the base, like initial officer after your 3 months, like it's everybody got a massive boost right across the board, which is crazy because what that is basically what do you call that? Basically, it's like you're gonna get this and we'll give you more. I don't know what to call it.
Yeah,
Absolute
I'm not
usurping,
sure.
like.
What I would like is like to have well, if well trained and not just like trained in like how to like do like harm citizens, but like how to de-escalate the situation. Have police that are well trained actually de-escalate situations
Yeah,
and then grade
de-escalation.
them properly if they do a good job.
Yeah,
You know,
100%.
yeah, give them a because I know there's certain cases, certain police officers I think aren't very well paid and maybe aren't encouraged like they start having like traumatic situation, problems psychologically to get help and stuff. I could be
Yeah,
wrong about that, but it seems like I was reading about that, how there's cops that they see a lot of, like,
everyone sees stuff in their life.
here, just northern Michigan. I've heard of cops seeing some real fucked up things, like, like there's like Habitat for Humanity go around, like Jimmy Carter was involved with that, but you go around building houses for poor people. And this is secondhand, this hearsay, wouldn't be admissible in court, but a friend of mine was telling me about what his cops like ended up like witnessing, allegedly in Minecraft, somebody just tearing down their Minecraft house. That's like, these poor people were just destroying their house, not tearing it down, but they were just destroying their Habitat for Humanity house that, was built by like volunteers, to help poor people,
Yeah, it's a
They
regular
show
thing.
up, the police show up, and they see things far worse than people just destroying their own houses. See there's some. They're often the first people at the car accidents here, at least here in northern Michigan. They'll show up. They'll show up before the ambulance shows up. Maybe because there's just
It just
like
depends on their position and
so many
who's
cops
available.
per ambulance or whatever. Like less ambulance drivers or something. I
Yeah,
mean,
whoever
but
gets.
so they probably see all sorts of brutal, like, car accidents and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, I'm
And
sure.
dickheads to begin with, but like,
I drove a tow truck. I drove a tow truck for years. You can't imagine like the shit I've seen in my life, and how just dealing with cops and stuff too. Um, Going back to your part about training, though, a major problem we have up here right now too is we're not training the police at all. And like, don't get me wrong, we are obviously training them in certain things, but standards have just went out the window basically lately. And one of the biggest things, we're not training police to do sobriety tests anymore, and that's because we have such a weak court system basically that so many people can just take it to court and say, oh, the cop was unfair or he didn't do it right or whatever, and almost everybody gets off because we have a kangaroo court system in Minecraft Canada. So
the whole country is
uh,
this part of
anyways,
craft at this point.
going back to, I think it was like 2005 or 2006 or something like that, we used to, or actually I should go back to even earlier. I'll go back to when I was really young. I was driving with my aunt and uncle on Vancouver Island, and we drove around a corner, and there was a police road check, and my aunt and uncle were drinking a beer while we're driving. They had a cup right in the fucking cup holder, and they're pouring into the cup, and they're splitting it. We pulled up to the roadblock, and the cop's like, it smells like alcohol right away. And they're just like, oh yeah, officer, it's okay. We're just splitting a beer. And he's like, oh, just one? And they're like, yeah. He's like, okay, have a good one. That was it. Literally, we drove away. So
Is that allowed?
that was back when that was back in like the early 90s when I was a kid once again. But
So
in contrast, just well, not too long ago, it was like 2005, 2006, somewhere around there. And we have a company here locally, I think it's in Burnaby or Richmond, that's manufacturing all these breathalyzers for doing breath tests.
oh,
So this company was about to file bankruptcy and go under because basically we weren't using enough breathalyzers. So what did the government do? They stepped in and they bought out the entire supply. I think it was something crazy like 400 million fucking dollars. Dude. I'm not even joking. Now, crazy thing about it is subsequently at the exact same time we lowered the drinking limit to, at first it was 0.5 you weren't allowed, and then now it's just zero tolerance. And then at the same time, if you were an observant person, you would have noticed all over the TV, every newspaper, everywhere, drinking driving counterattack, be prepared, there's going to be road checks everywhere this weekend, we're active on the roads. And all of these breathalyzers have a 2-year expiry date. So they had to go crazy to use
oh
up
my
all
God.
these breathalyzers. Literally, it's so fucking crazy how things are driven by money. Like,
I when, like, I think the neighbor, I was gonna say kid,
neighbor?
one of my neighbors growing up, I think his folks got killed by drunk drivers and stuff. It's a horrible situation, but then there's like horrible in the opposite direction. You know,
And unfortunately,
Minecraft Canada. It sounds like, but when there's like checkpoints and stuff like that, that's
dude, just a while ago, I was driving a truck. I'm not even joking. And I was actually fairly close to the U.S. border here, and this one semi truck was going the other direction through the intersection. I was sitting at a red light, and he was going, 90 degrees in front of me. And I could hear all these cars honking as he was coming up. And dude, I look up at the fucking cab of the truck, and it was an old Indian guy. And dude, I swear to God, it's the first time in my life I've seen someone fully asleep behind the wheel. It scared the fuck out of me because he's going downhill in a semi truck. You could tell he had it in a low gear, so it was only doing like 30 kilometers an hour. But dude, you could see all these people freaking out, honking their horns and waving their hands, and they're trying to wake him up. And I don't even know what happened, honestly. I was thinking of like chasing and helping too, but there was like 5 or 6 cars already chasing the truck and honking at him. Don't ask me where the fucking police were. But I wonder if he just like coasted right into the border crossing or what the fuck happened. Like, but that's the same thing as drinking and driving, pretty much. If you're asleep, or maybe you had a heart attack or something. Who knows, man? So many things.
That's fucking scary.
It was scary. So you just got to be prepared for anything, really. And obviously, you can't be prepared for drunk drivers and all that shit all the time. But at the same time,
Well, you know how I prepare. You know how I prepare? I put on 20 masks and then I
oh, me
get
too.
18 vaccines.
Oh, dude, especially like if
And
I
then
ever
you're prepared for anything in Minecraft.
if I ever hang out with like a suspicious woman, I think she might have like an STD or something. I just take an extra vaccination, and I know I'm protected. I
Okay,
know I'm protected.
this show does not count as medical advice.
Fucking
Almost advice.
syphilis proof. I'm like a crocodile. I got the immunity of a crocodile now.
I haven't heard of a vaccine for like syphilis or
I don't think there is. I don't know.
there's an HPV vaccine that I'm sure is safe and effective.
Oh, yeah. There's this doctor I like to watch. Have you ever seen Dr. Berg on YouTube?
No, I don't.
He's fucking really smart, man. But he was talking. I was watching one of his things earlier. He was talking about how the FDA has to approve everything, and it's like 220,000 people died just last year from prescription drugs in the U.S. And oh, that's sad, El. I'm sorry to hear that. And that's the thing too. It's sad, man. Like, there's so many people that just are very poor drivers up here. That's one of the biggest problems here in Canada too right now on the roads. Honestly, it's not safe, man. In my entire life here, there was nobody who ever hit a fucking overpass that I can recollect. But in just the last 2 to 3 years, there's been like 50 or 60 of them. It's like a regular occurrence now. People are loading their trucks like 15 feet high.
Safe and effective.
Well, the thing is, how the fuck are these guys getting their licenses?
Because you mentioned that earlier.
Well, that's another big thing that happened here years ago. This guy was driving a semi truck and he hit this bus that was full of this hockey team and killed the whole hockey team. I'm pretty sure it was like 17 kids or something like that. And oh, that's sad. Yeah, and that's a situation you just can't avoid there, El. With this big truck accident that happened here in Canada, though, basically after that, everyone's screaming, "Oh, we need more safety in the trucking industry and stuff." So now they have these crazy courses. It costs $15,000 to $18,000 to take a course now in order to get your trucking license. Basically, here anywhere in Canada, they've made it the same in every single province. So basically, that makes it so it doesn't matter if you have skill or not. Once again, it's the same as a college and university situation. It just depends on if you have money, and that's what's happening. Period. We have people driving now that are just paying for their licenses. Literally, dude. I'm not joking. That's 100% what's happening because you're not allowed to get your license unless you do this course now. You could be like some guy who grew up on a farm your entire life and has just been driving trucks and stuff. You know everything about them. You know how to take them apart and everything. You still got to do a 3-month long course and pay like $15,000 to $18,000.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
School.
I'm not sure what it's like here in Michigan. I think you need a special license, but I don't know if you need to go to trucker school or not.
It'll be coming, man. Like
Well,
usually,
yeah,
a lot of our laws.
like it's kind of like when something wacky would happen in, like, say, Portland, Oregon, or often like San Francisco, and I like, okay, those are like, even at the time when I like would more like identify with as left wing or liberal or what. I don't like any of those terms actually anymore. But
Just common
the same,
sense.
even at the time, it was like, it's like, okay, this is like taking things in a silly direction, like like peanut like peanut butter sandwiches or whatever, or racist or whatever. But like now that peanut butter and jelly, but now it's like nationwide, and it was like I just remember these people who were like
Take care of their ill.
like they were essentially like, I consider them kind of like fascists or whatever. These people who were into like the Strasser brothers, who had they always make it like, they always see people that like they're technically not Nazis because they follow the guy who had a falling out with Hitler or whatever, but it's like, you know, like, okay, they like disagree on like a couple things or whatever, but
Well, to me, like it drives me nuts hearing right and left or liberal and conservative, because to me in politics it should never, like, that is like totally taking away from the point. There's only right and wrong, and the
yeah,
things
yeah,
that the parties are debating on nowadays are
right, but which, like, I think if these like kind of neo-fascist people are beyond left and right, and they're talking about infiltrating the left as well
just
with the
they're
right,
nuts.
and then I should be beyond left and right,
Yeah, people are
So, but but they were like like one of these guys was complaining about the peanut butter and jelly stuff, and I just thought it was ridiculous. I just thought this
actually. Are you
is
serious?
the guy in Minecraft, whining about things, but these guys were. I mean, I think their reaction of like becoming like reactionaries or whatever. I don't think that's the right solution. The whole ethno nationalism or whatever the hell they were
What is
into.
their logic
But
behind the?
they were right about the whole political correctness stuff that I thought was going to just like stay in like Portland, Oregon, or San Francisco or whatever. They were right about it spreading to other places. I just, in the past, it seemed like these things kind of just like in late 80s or in the 80s and 90s, there was especially late 80s, I think, and into the 90s, there was this attempt to make everything politically correct. But people on the left and the right both fought against it. Now there doesn't seem to be that much pushback. Like, I mean, remember like Married with Children? Like that was actually quite a like there were actually, it was actually like a conservative mom, I think, who tried to get the thing taken off the air in America.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, you see, because there were a lot of things that would upset conservatives back then. Nowadays, it'd be considered like a neo-Nazi show by some people on the left.
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
There's a lot of stupid
They,
people out there, but I think that would be a very small demographic, hopefully.
like if you like it's but the thing
Okay,
is there's
wait,
like
I gotta hear this peanut butter jelly sandwich thing, man. What is the logic behind the peanut butter
so
jelly sandwich?
like it
What the
was
hell?
like something that like the Somali kids didn't eat that as often. Like they were less likely, they had their own ethnic food, which is cool. There's no problem with it. It's just why is there a problem with like, yeah, like how is a peanut butter and jelly sandwich white supremacy? That's like getting really silly because there
Sorry,
are black people who eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
I still don't understand. So they're saying that black people couldn't afford peanut butter jelly sandwiches? What?
Well, I think it was like some school in Portland or something. There were like some Somali kids. I could be remembering wrong, and it was also like I
But
wasn't.
what did the Somali kids do? They weren't allowed to eat them,
Because
or
it was like some guy who was kind of like a neo-fascist who was whining about it, and I just like thought he was just being kind of
I'm
silly.
sorry, I still
But
don't understand. Like, what happened with these kids and these peanut butter jelly
the
sandwiches?
school was like trying to. I don't know if they banned peanut butter and jelly sandwiches or trying to, but like one school in like some really ultra politically correct city, it's like in one school tried to like either like
Well, a
ban
lot of kids die
children
from allergies of
or
peanuts because they
try
don't
to
know.
thing. And then, so of course, that's like then the people who are kind of like those neo-fascist people who like claim to be beyond left and right.
But
What those
you
guys are
know,
thinking about it? So
peanut allergies are like pretty much the most dangerous allergies, right?
yeah, yeah.
So that's the
No,
reasoning behind it.
yeah, and I actually can understand why they might not want to serve peanut butter at school for liability purposes, but like if
So
mom
what the fuck does
has
this have to
peanut
do with some
butter and
Somalian kids? What
sandwich
the
and
fuck?
is not allergic, they should be able to eat it.
What's the connection between these Somalian kids supposedly? I
Well,
still
I think they were small. If it's just like the idea was like, remember, this is just like politically correct thinking. It's like, okay, these kids don't typically eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and so they kind of stand out when these white kids or probably black kids as well eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. So
so
like,
they wanted to bring them and they weren't allowed, or what? How did it turn into
but
some sort of racial issue? That's so it
that's
just
not the thing. But again, that's what I think this is situation. And so, and this guy who's kind of like a neo-fascist was whining about that on some internet, you know, thread, like
just tell them to shut the fuck up.
so I kind of didn't dismiss the whole thing
Yeah.
because it was like, okay, this is like in like Portland, which is kind of like its own little world in Minecraft, and
But
so,
it's also like, well,
but
I don't even, I still don't understand the logic. Like what,
but,
like
but
they were
it's
gonna ban peanut butter.
it's like everything we were talking about earlier that happens in Minecraft. There's really no logic in it. Like the whole thing with like it's not logical for the drug dealer to be provided with a gun, was it? The illegal gun, a gun that's illegal in Canada at
Yeah.
taxpayers' expense.
So just sorry, man. I'm just trying
Really,
to because
really,
I can see the logic behind taking away peanut butter sandwiches. Like I was saying, as stupid as that
yeah.
may
The
sound.
thing is, like, it was just seen as being a symbol of like something that white people hated, so it's bad.
What the fuck? What
And because
idiots!
of these minorities, it wasn't ethnically sensitive. So,
Just
but
don't even give
again,
them any attention. Don't give those kind of people
story
any
a
attention.
few years ago, several years ago, and the guy who was bringing it up was had like his equal had like equally or more insane ideas because he was like into this like really hardcore like these people were calling themselves national anarchists, and they were like and they were using like this like intersectional type language, like they were like about like intersectionalism, like kind of like the whole LGBTQ plus
Mm.
thing. I know there's an even longer abbreviation that some people use in Canada. Has like two spirits and like all this other things added. All these other letters added on.
I gotta get going here, man. Sorry,
Oh, okay.
my girlfriend's giving me shit. I just realized she actually messaged me like 30 minutes ago telling me to shut up, basically.
Yeah, yeah. I
Sorry,
just
man.
think that yeah, it was running. These were intersectional nationalists.
Yeah, it's just
They were
bizarre,
like,
man.
we're inclusive of this. If you're into this and that and the other thing,
Yeah.
you're accepted. And it's like, it's just like how the some of the social justice people are like, we're in solidarity with this group. They'll have a big long list like Black Lives Matter, Native Lives Matter, this, that, and the other. It's like, I don't. It's like, why not just have a movement against police brutality? And
Well,
you can within that you can emphasize if there's some sort of disparities, like a lot of disabled people get killed by the cops, and that's that should be highlighted as well. But like, just call it Black Lives Matter. It just gives and then say, oh, we're in solidarity with these other people. I don't think that's as effective as just like saying you support police reform
I
because
don't
people
know.
getting killed in Minecraft.
We'll never keep everyone happy, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got to really get off here, bro. It was really nice chatting with you, and
Yeah, thanks
for having me. And yeah.
Oh, and LCX has to get to sleep. It's
Oh,
almost 2 p.m. here. So
they're already gone a while ago. So have a good night, guys. Take care. And
yeah,
sorry, I feel like I'm abandoning you, but I really gotta go.
where
here, so.
where can we find you, Timbergini?
Oh, I got my crappy little channel, Timbergini Tube, if you want to see it. I haven't really uploaded anything, but I'm thinking of uploading some stuff here soon. If you want to
Minecraft.
check
It
it.
certainly is an interesting game. There's all sorts of things happening there. Well, yeah, thanks for joining us. And
Yeah, you bet, you guys. Here,
the show. Some people find the show therapeutic, or live streams in general, or something.
yeah, I think just people having a space to vent in general.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say specifically for myself, but I was talking more about the guys that are a little bit vocal on here. Everyone has something to say, and people want to get it off their chest, basically. So it's good to have a space to do it.
And trying to get things as close as I possibly can to something like would be on like a Discord where people can speak freely, but unfortunately people can like only people have to be careful and only speak of like certain Minecraft things some of the time,
Yeah, for sure, man. But yeah, bro, I hope you have a really good night and take care. And I'm sure I'll be talking with you a lot soon, man. And have a good night there, Jack, and everybody else listening in here. I hope you guys enjoyed my interesting life stories. I got a whole vault of them for you guys.
Yeah,
So
I'm real into storytelling too. And that is actually one thing I do like about TJ is he does have some good stories.
yeah, he seems like everyone has a lot of character on here in general.
Yeah, that's another fun thing. I really do enjoy.
No boring people. No boring people.
Even though I was feeling sick earlier, I was just like, I want to stream tonight. I hadn't streamed like since before Christmas. So
Yeah, bro. Hope you have a good night and happy January 11th, everybody.
take care, Timbergini too. Everybody check out his channel. Awesome streamer, awesome channel. There's a space simulation game he plays. It's kind of it's like a game that's permanently in like beta testing mode or something. I don't know what it is. You have to ask him about it. It's a fun. It's really fun for me to watch. Wish you could think of the name of the game. The name of the game. Anyway, thanks everybody who joined us. Had a fun time as usual. Even when things got kind of little like when people even the people like arguing and stuff, but it wasn't like it's just overall fun time. And I'm your host Lorenzo Sleestak. I host show most Thursdays, and it was on hiatus for the holidays. But they stream at 5 p.m. Pacific, 6 Mountain, 7 Central, at 8 p.m. Eastern on YouTube, Facebook, and now on Kick, not the instant messaging service, but KICK, just like it's the word normally spelled. Yeah, .com. They stream there as well. I don't think we have a lot of subscribers there, but I definitely encourage people to check that out. Those at least currently allows for a lot more free speech than other platforms. But if you don't have an account there, as I said, we're on YouTube and Facebook. We used to stream on Twitch, but I ended up getting a notification one time that I don't think that the show was quite fitting into that one episode just didn't fit into Twitch's like terms of service. And I'd like to keep my Twitch account. Like to be able to watch friends when they're on Twitch, but I just don't think that's a place where I'll be streaming in the future. And good evening, DJ Ryan G. Rumble's mobile app annoys me, but browser UI is fine. Yeah, Rumble, I had that problem with, I don't think I could even figure out how to use the chat function on maybe they've changed it, but like trying to use the chat function of the Rumble app a few months ago, or it might have been a year ago. It wasn't fun at all because I couldn't figure it out. It worked fine on my laptop, which still need to get the power supply for it. Last time I got a power supply, it lasted, seemed like it lasted a couple months or so, and it just failed after that. I had trouble with chat a while back before they appeared to have fixed it. Well, that's interesting, RIG. I might download the app again. I don't know. I think Rumble's kind of one of those things that has like a niche audience. I've seen that before about like there's a place called Fund My Comic, and some people are making some friends of mine were making a big deal that the guy who runs Fund My Comic, he had drawn some artwork for a writer who chose to launch his campaign on Kickstarter instead of launching it on Fund My Comic. I was trying to point out to the people, to my friends who were complaining about this. I was just saying like, well, okay, this if you're like doing work for a client's going going to get their going to just use whatever platform they're going to use. If you're just the artist on a project and you're getting paid to do your job, you're not necessarily going to be able to dictate where that person, where the project creator posts their stuff. And this guy had connections on Kickstarter, so to me it seemed logical to launch it on Kickstarter. And why I'm rambling on about it is, I think it's kind of like that with Rumble. It's like, okay, most people are going to go with YouTube. I think where Rumble and Fund My Comic, what they have in common, run by totally different people, but those are places where people go if they're like, if they've had problems with like other platforms. In the case of Fund My Comic, a lot of people they had problems with Indiegogo or Kickstarter creators. They find that Fund My Comic is easier for them personally to deal with because, or for whatever ethical reasons, they don't like those bigger companies and they want to use Fund My Comic. I think it's kind of like the same way with Rumble. Like a lot of people go on Rumble if they had problems with censorship on YouTube or just out of a matter of principle. But I think a lot of people right now, I think most streamers like are either on YouTube or Twitch. And Rumble has a lot of like interesting political videos on there. I haven't seen much like art stuff. Kick.com seems to have all sorts of different stuff. Picardo is a really nice site, but I think it's mainly artists on there. And I think that's what the pick art part is about. I think it's PICARTO.com. You can see like somebody's like doing some like drawing some like comic book characters, and they might be in their birthday suit, so to speak, and they allow that over there. Where whereas maybe YouTube or Twitch might not be as comfortable with artistic nudity. Yeah, I found that I can use a lot of apps in Chrome. I mean, a lot of sites in Chrome, and reduce the number of apps on my phone. This phone's kind of on the frets. I'm going to use a new phone pretty soon, but this phone I'm currently streaming from. Nice thing is it doesn't get that hot streaming, but yeah, instead of downloading gazillion different apps, if I can use them, if I can use it in Chrome, I typically do that. With Twitter or X, I use an app. If I want to see who liked a tweet, it doesn't seem to work in mobile mode anymore on my Android. So I mean, Chrome mobile browsing mode. So if I want to see who liked my tweets, so I can check out their site as well, their Twitter page. Or I have to use the Twitter, now it's called X app, and so I'll occasionally download apps for things that it's Facebook. The Facebook app now has the ability. It now has a messenger built in on the Android version. So, and since the Facebook app just kind of comes pre-installed in the phone, I just use the updated version, and I can go in there and check my messages too now, and I don't even need to install their messenger app anymore. So that's occasionally there will be these apps where it's advantageous to use them instead of using like Chrome or Brave or some sort of Chromium-based browser. And unfortunately, like Facebook, their what they call rendering engine. I can't remember if it's Gecko or what did they use now, but it just doesn't always work with everything. Or maybe it's like with StreamYard, it's the sound that doesn't seem to work for whatever reason, and when people try to share their screen share on StreamYard, it's no longer seems you can share your screen on Mozilla Firefox. That's what I'm thinking of. You can share your screen, but you can't share your audio on there. You need to use like a Chromium-based browser for some reason. So I don't know. Seems like Chrome and Chromium browsers like Brave are pretty much And there's a bunch of other ones that are pretty much standard, unfortunately. I miss the days when there was like a variety of browsers and people used to actually, I used to try to optimize I used to have my own website and I would make sure it looked good in all the, not all the browsers in existence, but I used to have multiple browsers on my computer and just to make with different rendering engines to make sure it worked on all these different engines and the website displayed properly. Kind of miss those days of when there was not just browser competition, but different rendering engines. Just having one or two main ones isn't really competition. Everything is either Chrome or Firefox based. It's not good. I don't think. But I'm getting tired. It's past 2 a.m. I think I'm gonna sign off. Guys who showed up later, you might have fun watching the stream earlier. We bounced around for topic to topic. We discussed everything from like say like this history of the Bible to like football to like video games, Timbergini. One of the panelists was talking about a road rage incident that happened to him, and in Minecraft, I'll say. But there were a lot of interesting topics. At least I found them interesting. And so, have an excellent night, everybody. Once again, I'm your host, Lorenzo Sleestak. You can find me Thursdays on Facebook, kick.com, and of course, YouTube is where most people watch us at 5 Pacific, 6 Mountain, 7 Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. Good night, everybody, and take care. And thanks for joining us.